Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. Should we start? Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to the 5th conference on computational thinking in school, having the theme of enhancing teacher preparation for integrating computational thinking. I'm honored to be here today with you as organizing co-chair and to welcome you all for the conference where the importance of computational thinking in educational will be highlighted. I welcome today's keynote speaker present virtually for this morning session, Professor Tim Bell, Professor in Computational Science and Software Engineering, University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Also, Professor Regula Lacher, Director ABZ ETH Zurich, and Professor Juraj, Professor of Information Technology and Education at ETH Zurich. All committee members, teachers, educators attending the conference in person as well as in virtual mode. A very pleasant morning to one and all. The ability to solve problem is a critical skill, not only for students, teachers, but everyone else. Identifying the problem, understanding it, breaking it down into smaller ones, finding the pattern, and solving it creatively is what is required. So I would like to congratulate team CS Pathshala and ACM Pune chapter for organizing such a conference on computational thinking consecutively for last 4 years for school teachers. I think they deserve a great round of applause, especially Pulsha and Sonia Gajja. Preparing students as future workforce is the responsibility of teachers and educators. So when the teachers attend such conferences, their learnings get percolated to the student community faster. CTiS School has been associated with CS Pathshala from the beginning as a pilot school. We have been integrating CT across all the subjects, which is helping our students to understand the concept in a better way, in turn making them positively engaged with the whole learning process. We have been using unplugged activities in various subjects, participating in Bebras challenge. Our teachers have also conducted some teachers program, faculty development program in other schools, and have seen the transformation in students as well as teachers. I feel that sometimes the best way to learn is to unlearn old ways of thinking. By learning to unlearn and relearn, you get a different perspective, different dimension, gain some new insights. The expert sessions presentation in the conference will give us some new dimension, some new perspective to integrate CT in our curriculum. You can utilize this opportunity to network with others and exchange the ideas, thus fulfilling the aim of CS Pathshala community, which is to bring together teachers, educators, and researchers on the same platform. As an outcome of this conference, I feel that we would be a better version of ourselves as a teacher and educators. Thank you. Thanks a lot and have a great day. All the best to the presenters who would be presenting today and tomorrow. Over to you, Vipul.
Thank you so much, Dipali. When I come here, I think I'm at loss for words. It's so good to see so many people that you have known over the years, known the journey that all of us have been over these last several years. It just takes me down the memory lane. I was just talking to Vishnu today morning. 2016, April 15th is the very first awareness workshop that we did with principals and schools. 2016, April 15th. Dipali was, I think, part of that. I think, and so were a few other teachers who have come and the schools that have come. So good to see all of them. And it was I think, quite brave of a lot of these principals and teachers from the schools in Pune to take up something that was completely important. This is something that we believe in. This is something that we believe that we should be something that we should introduce to the children in our schools. And I think they took it up on themselves to do it. And as I said, it was quite brave on their part to do this because they didn't really know what they were getting into, right? And I think seeing that they are still associated, seeing that they are the ones driving this, it makes makes me so happy to see that. And the fact that what we started, it was really worth or was meaningful and something worth starting. So we started the journey in 2015, and in a few years we kept adding more things to it. 2018 is when we started the Bebras challenge, and I think a lot of you have participated. Your kids have participated in the challenge, and we're just looking at the numbers. And interestingly, over 500,000 students from India have already participated in the Bebras challenge since since its inception. And believe me, again, 5 years, right? And believe me, this was during the tough time of COVID as well, where we were not able to reach out to students. We were not able to students did not have devices to participate. And I think it has been a great learning for all of us on saying, how do we overcome such circumstances, right? So Bebras has been a great journey as well. And 2019 was the very first CTiS. I remember again, very, very vividly, we did this on ICC Trade Towers. Again, many of you were here. One thing I just remember is when we started the very first workshop that we did, I said in 2016, our motto was for the teachers, by the teachers. Right. And I think I heard that reflected in what, where is Dipali, when she spoke about it. And I'm so glad to see that it's now a movement and everybody has now been part of it. It's been driven by the teachers, driven by the schools. I don't think we can hope for anything more than this. I must acknowledge all the efforts that people, all of us as volunteers, have put it into this particular initiative. I think without this effort, we would not have reached thus far. We started this platform, CTiS, as a community of practice, as a community where we could reach out to each other, a community where we could share learnings, best practices, resources, things that we could take back to our classrooms, right? I mean, if you hear somebody is doing something very interesting in, say, some corner of the country, and you think that is something different than what you've done, I'm sure you would be motivated to take it up as well, right? And I think that's the purpose of this, to provide a platform, provide an opportunity for all of you to talk about what you are doing. And the journey of the last 5 years has been tremendous. The progress that we have seen in terms of the work that is happening is phenomenal. And I again take this opportunity to welcome all of you. Looking forward to the next 2 days of presentations from all of you, ideas that you share, and looking forward to that. So welcome all of you. Thank you so much.
I now request Professor Banerjee, Dean R&D, ISER Pune, to come forward and share his thoughts. Thanks. Yeah, you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Good morning. First of all, a warm welcome to ISER Pune. Okay, those of you who have not come before, those of you who have come here, from all of us, from the authority of ISER Pune, we welcome you to our campus. And again, I thank the organizing committee for inviting me. I'm currently the Dean Research and Development at ISER. I'm a faculty in the Department of Biology at ISER Pune. So thank you for giving a few minutes to share our thoughts about your conference. I was going through your abstract. It's wonderful. It's a very timely computational thinking in schools. It's very timely organizing, timely conference that I think Association of Computational Machine in India, as well as other participants and other organizing committee are organizing this event and the workshop for next today and tomorrow. This is wonderful. I would just like to share, because all of us are teachers here, including myself. I think when NAP, the National Education Policy, was formulated and it was designed, I think one of the basic idea was that by 2020 it was proposed, and I don't know whether you know it not. 20 years from now, that is 2040, it is planned and been kind of dreamed that India would be second to none in education sector. I think teachers play a key role in this, and when I was looking at this, what at primary level, at elemental level, middle school level, or even high school level, teachers play a significant role. Okay, so the curriculums are designed at a higher level with an understanding that it will be implemented. And if you see, the fundamental principle of the curriculum is it has to be holistic. Any curriculum, doesn't matter whether it is in a school level or any other higher level, it has to be integrated. It is designed in a thought that it has to be holistic. It has to be, most importantly, it has to be enjoyable. If as a teacher I don't enjoy, what am I going to teach my class, right? No matter it is maths, physics, chemistry, biology, science, social science, civic science. I always keep saying that our civic sense is very poor, that we don't understand the values of civic sense. As a human being, as a citizen of India, how much we value civic sense, and compared to Western India, if you compare. So having said that, program must be integrated. When I was looking at your curriculum, I really thank the organizing committee for putting up a very thoughtful, way that this today's and tomorrow's program. You enjoy these 2 days of workshops here at our ISER Pune. All of you, again, I say that you take time also to visit our campus, visit our departments, feel free to take a tour as and when the campus is, the program gives you a little bit of time, and enjoy. And should you wish to even interact, should you wish to see, I think yesterday I saw some of you were in the Science Activity Center. We had Minister of Education from UK visiting us yesterday, and I think you were there yesterday, and it was really, very fascinating. They were appreciating our efforts in taking pedagogy in a different level. ISER Pune takes pride in that, and I don't know how many of you are aware. We have fantastic program here from iSTEM. We have program from MS Deed, whereby we are targeting schools and colleges and junior teachers in primary schools and bringing them and giving them the hands-on training and hands-on pedagogy level thinking abilities. It is so critical today. It is so important today that we must work together to achieve our target, right? Otherwise, 2040, all of us will reach, but I don't think India will be second to none in education. So we must do our responsibilities. We all are accountable, I feel. Not only you and not only me, we all are accountable. As a team, we must do our part. Another thing I would like to point out, I think you all have come from different parts of India, or even from Maharashtra as well. But you might take time and visit our Science Activity Center in team or groups and see what the institute does in a national level today. Okay, in order to train teachers to go back to the schools, helping kids to kind of formulate problems. I think this is one of the kind of objective, that how to come up with a formulating problems. The computer thinking, these days kids, even a child is born and you can imagine within 1 year or 2 years, she or he has the cell phone in her hand or his hand. So we don't need to do much. I think thinking is already tuned in the brain. Before it is in the negative way, we must give our inputs to the kids to that, let us use it as a prospective way. I think there we all play a key role. That's what my responsibility. That's what I think so. So again, my welcome all of you in this 2 days of conference, and I wish the organizers as well as all of you a great success, and as well as you enjoy the 2 days event here at ISER Pune. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivation. And I'm sure you all must have enjoyed yesterday's Science Activity Center, whatever we did there. And even if the teachers who have come today, if you are not belonging to science stream, but still you make it a point to visit that center, you will learn a lot and you will take so many things back to your school. So now I call upon Jonaki to share the report of the CTiS conference.
So thank you very much, Dipali. Taking forward, before I begin reading the report of the conference and taking forward what Professor Banerjee just said, I would like to begin with a quote by Samuel Papert from his book, Mindstorms, Children, Computers, and Powerful Ideas, where he says, one might say the computer is being used to program the child. In my vision, the child programs the computer, and in doing so, both acquire a sense of mastery over a piece of the most modern and powerful technology and establishes an intense contact with some of the deepest ideas from science, from mathematics, and from the art of intellectual model building. So though this does not use the term computational thinking, I think the seeds of that is ingrained in this very poignant quote from Samuel Papert. So it is my pleasure, in fact, on behalf of the 5th Computational Thinking in Schools Conference, the 2023 conference, Nikhil Gadkare and I, we are the program committee co-chairs. We take immense pleasure in welcoming all of you, those who have joined us in person and over Zoom, the program committee members who are present here, the panelists, the session chairs, the invited speakers to this conference here at IISER Pune. As you already know, that CTiS conference is an annual event which is being organized by ACM and the CS Pathshala community. And the aim is to bring together teachers, educators, researchers to discuss issues of curriculum, pedagogy, policy, and implementation related to integrating computational thinking in schools. We have traversed an exciting journey over the past 5 years. The first CTiS conference was held in 2019 here in Pune. The second in 2020 was a virtual conference. Again, it was held here at IISER Pune. The third annual conference in 21 was again in virtual mode. That was the pandemic time and was hosted by the Meghe group of schools. The fourth CTiS last year was held in hybrid mode at IISER in partnership with the Kaveri group of institutes and the STCR PICT ACM students chapter. So as Dipali already said, that every year the CTiS conference addresses a specific theme, and this year's theme is enhancing teacher preparation for integrating computational thinking. It is indeed an honor that the steering committee of the conference invited Nikhil, who is the co-founder of the Walnut Schools in Pune, and myself, Jonaki Ghosh from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi, to be the program committee co-chairs. We gratefully acknowledge the support provided by the steering committee members, their invaluable suggestions, and for facilitating the smooth planning of this conference. Now, coming to the program committee, I would just like to take a minute and talk about the committee. The program committee of the CTiS 2023 conference comprises a group of individuals who are committed towards meaningful integration of CT in schools. We therefore have academicians who work in the area of computational thinking, practicing teachers who actively engage in teaching CT, and other individuals who are passionate about the idea of integrating computational thinking in schools. One of the primary objectives of the CTiS conferences is to elicit the practicing teachers' views and understanding of computational thinking. Hence, paper presentations by teachers form an integral part of these conferences. And we are grateful to the PC members for actively participating in the abstract review to shortlist the abstracts. Apart from program committee members, members of the steering committee also spared their valuable time to facilitate this process. And many of them also mentored the participating teachers to prepare their final presentation. We thank them for their efforts in the program of this conference. And the members slide, these are the program committee. As you can see, they are from all different cities and involved in different educational institutes and organizations, and they are, it's really a wonderful community, and they have really done a wonderful job of really putting together their thoughts and helping out teachers and helping them to fine-tune and improve their ideas and also bring it to the presentation here in this conference. This year we received more than 200 abstracts from schools across India, and also from researchers working on computational thinking concepts in India and abroad. And these abstracts were divided into 3 categories. So there were 100 abstracts in the general category, 66 from the Andhra Pradesh social welfare schools, and 36 from the Meghe group of schools. So as you can see, it's a very encouraging number. I think the numbers are only going up with every conference. 2 regional conferences were held in online mode to motivate teachers and provide them with a platform to present their work. So the regional CTiS 2023 AP Swaris online conference was held on 24th May 2023. And in that, out of 66, 24 abstracts were. The conference was held on 27th May 23. The reviewers scored, so there were reviewers also were present during these online conferences, and they scored the presentations, and the comments were shared with the program committee chairs for final selection in this conference. Each abstract received 2 sets of reviews. Finally, 43 abstracts have been selected for presentation in CTiS 2023, out of which 36 are by teachers and 7 are by individuals working in various organizations who are engaged in CT education. These 43 presentations have been categorized under the themes, as you would have seen in the call for abstracts. There were certain themes. So this is CT-based unplugged activities, CT and inclusion, CT and sustainability, CT and coding, CT and mathematics education, CT in science, social science, and language education. We also have presentations based on learning from the Bebras challenge. And I'm very happy to share that the medium of presentation, we have 6 languages, English, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Tamil, and even Sanskrit. So all teachers will be presenting in different languages. So we have truly transcended the language barriers also. Apart from, there were several academicians and professionals who are passionate about CT, and they also offered their valuable time in reviewing the abstracts. As you know, the numbers were pretty high, that is more than 200. And I would like to share their names here, and we really acknowledge their invaluable support in helping us do this. Now, CTiS 2023 has an exciting program in the next 2 days lined up for you, which includes talks by eminent speakers from across the world, an online workshop session, and a panel discussion apart from the paper presentations by teachers. The keynote address, as you will see soon, will be delivered by Professor Tim Bell, University of Canterbury, New Zealand, and he'll be speaking on teaching computer science unplugged. And it will truly set the tone of the conference. This will be followed by a joint invited talk on the 3 roots of computer science by Juraj Romkovic and Regula Lacher of ETH Zurich, Switzerland. They will conduct an online workshop. So they will first give a talk, and then they will also conduct an online workshop session on the theme teaching CT from kindergarten to high school in a spiral curriculum. R. Ramanujam will be the chair for their talk, and the workshop session will be facilitated by R. Venkatesh. A panel discussion on computational thinking and K-12 education, the way forward, has been organized, where educators from schools and organizations from across the country will express their views on the theme. After all, when we are talking about computational thinking, where do we go? How do we proceed in the next few years to come? That will be the theme of this conference. The panelists are Vishnu Agnihotri. This, of course, is tomorrow. Vishnu Agnihotri from GenWise, Bangalore. Mukesh Kumar, Delhi Public School, Arkepuram, New Delhi. Varat Kant from Educational Initiatives, and Rita Panse from School of Scholars, Nagpur. The panel discussion will be chaired by Vipul. We encourage you to participate actively in the various sessions of this conference. There will be time for Q&A, which has been allocated after the invited talk. So once the talk is over, the mics will be floated. So please do ask your questions to the speakers. Finally, we would like to once again thank the members of the program committee, the steering committee, for the invaluable support in helping us prepare the conference program. And of course, thanks to the organizing committee for the meticulous planning of the logistics And of course, to ICER Pune for continuously, not just this time, but over the years, for their continual support in providing such an excellent venue and such state-of-the-art facilities. So welcome again to everyone. And I do hope that you are heading for a very, very enriching conference. Thank you very much.
Should be ready. Yeah, okay. So I go ahead and introduce. I have given you the printer. I have given you the printer.
So we'll move straight away into the first session of the conference, which is the keynote address by Professor Tim Bell. And is he? Good morning, Professor Tim Bell.
Good
Extend
morning.
a very, very warm welcome to you to the CTiS 2023 conference. Before I hand over to you, I would just request a minute to introduce you, although Professor Tim Bell doesn't really need an introduction and is very, very well known to us and has been associated with not just CTiS conference, but CS Pathshala and ACM for a very long time. But I would like to take this opportunity. So Professor Tim Bell is Professor in Computer Science and Software Engineering at the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Computer Science Education, Text Compression, Algorithms, and Computer Music. His main area of research is computer science education in schools, and he is in fact a pioneer in this area. His vast seminal work includes the development of the CS Unplugged project and the CS Field Guide. So the CS Unplugged is a collection of resource materials for teaching computer science through games, puzzles, and many other engaging activities. And if you have seen his site, students as well as educators can access many interesting materials from there. He has a huge list of publications to his credit and is a widely cited researcher in his field. And he has won several awards. I will mention only two here, which includes the ACM SIG CSE Outstanding Contribution to Computer Science Education Award and the ETH Zurich ABZ International Honorary Medal. He's actively involved in computer science education, not only in New Zealand, but across the world. We are very, very honored to have you as our keynote speaker for this morning, Professor Tim Bell. Welcome again, and over to you. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for such a generous introduction. It really is a privilege to be here and to be able to share some time with you. And I'm really sorry I can't be there in person. I'm really looking forward to getting there sometime, but just pragmatics.
Professor Tim Bell, I think you are on mute.
Okay, I'm off mute at the moment.
We are not able to hear him.
Okay. Might be something at that end, perhaps. The yeah.
We are unable to hear you actually.
Oh, okay.
Which is
the
yeah. Can you see? He's not able to hear us.
So is that it working? Oh, and apparently they can hear me in Zoom.
They can hear him on the computer.
Speakers का volume का issue because YouTube पे सुनाई दे रहा है.
Just check the speaker volume, please.
I'll just keep talking so that you can check if it's working.
Can he hear us?
Well, meanwhile, hello to everyone in Zoom.
So should I just tell him that we are just trying to work out the audio at our end because we are unable to hear you. So please give us a minute. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, it's Can you please speak, sir?
Yeah, is that better now?
No, we can't still hear.
No, still nothing there. That sounds like something's happening there. Yeah. Any improvement at that end? It sounded like something was coming through. Yeah. But thank you to everyone on Zoom who's confirmed that it's working at my end anyway. Is that coming through now? Still working on the sound at that end, perhaps? So sounds like there might be a microphone in the room that's causing feedback problems. Yeah, for those who've noticed my background, this is winter in New Zealand.
We are just trying to work out the technicalities. Apologies for the delay.
No problem. Yeah. So, yep, we have about half an hour of sunlight left, and then we're going to send the sunset over to India in a few hours' time.
Are we audible? Are we audible?
I can hear you, yes.
You? Okay.
Can you hear me?
But we still can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like my voice might be coming through, but unfortunately too much of it.
Okay. Anyone else is joined through Zoom over here? Please put your speakers on mute.
If anyone has joined,
I'll tell you who's joined. No, we don't know who's joined from here. If we mute here, you can't hear from. Somebody has joined in Zoom from here also, and the speaker is not mute.
Please keep your speakers on mute.
Yeah.
Is that coming through now?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, that's good. And hopefully not too much echo as well. Is that coming through okay now? Shall I begin?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, well, computers are wonderful, aren't they, until you need to rely on them in front of lots of other people. But thank you very much. Thank you for the kind welcome that you gave me in the introduction. And especially thank you for the opportunity to speak. I always enjoy talking about these things, and I hope we get some questions and we have some discussion at the end. And I do look forward to getting over there sometime. At the moment, it's just not that practical for me, but hopefully before long it will be. And thank you for the warm invitation. So what I want to talk about, well, what I thought I'd talk about for a while is the computer science unplugged material and computer science, computational thinking, and so on. But looking at what it's really about, what we can do with it, and hopefully I can relate it to a few things beyond just computer science, beyond just computational thinking. So we'll see how we go. And I'm aware that some of you are involved in other disciplines, some of you are very much involved in computational thinking. So let's see if we can have something for everyone. I'm also aware that some of you have probably been using computer science unplugged. Some of you may have used it more than I have. And others, it may be quite a new thing. So, we're going to cover both things that some of you may be familiar with and also some new material. So the Unplugged program is about working away from computers. It's about physical exercise, moving around, students getting to discuss, to see each other's faces and work with each other. Now, it's definitely a good idea for students to have time on computers, to work on a computer, and other computational agents that we'll talk about in a minute. And so Unplugged is only a part of the picture, but it seems that it works really well if you can combine working away from a computer with working on a computer. And of course, in some situations, it's just not feasible to have students on a computer. And that's how I started with Unplugged back in 1992. My son was at school and I was asked to come along and talk about what I did for a living as a computer scientist. And I was really trying to think, how can I explain to 5-year-olds in a school where there were no computers in 1992 in the schools, how could I explain to them what I do? And came up with a few activities which grew into the Unplugged program, and I worked with a couple of other people, especially Mike Fellows, who some of you will be familiar with, and also Ian Whitten, and turned it into something that has ended up being used quite widely. So just a thought behind a lot of what we're doing is this quote from Albert Bandura, who's quite a active educationalist. And he talked about how people have difficulty understanding what's going on in our digital world. The quote says, "Everyday life is increasingly regulated by complex technologies." And I think whoever is trying to make the audio work properly in that room and the video is dealing with those complex technologies right now. Thank you for doing that. But these complex technologies, most people neither understand nor believe they can do much to influence. And of course, we see all sorts of complex technologies that are changing how the world works. Social networks that are affecting how communities interact with each other, AI systems that are changing the way that people work and maybe are threatening jobs, or even, what it means to be a human. And, what's going on here? How can we give our students the tools to understand these things and also feel that they could influence them? And of course, the things that's fundamentally underneath this is computational thinking, computer science, and these are one of the key reasons that we want our students to be comfortable thinking in that space. The digital system just got carried away again. Right. So let me just talk about computational thinking for a minute. What is it? What's it do? And I think one of the things that's really important when we're teaching things is not just to give definition. I could give you, will give you some definitions for computational thinking, but I think one of the key things is more around doing and having experiences and then thinking about what that experience meant. And so I'm going to try an experience with you. And this will be particularly easy for those who are online. So if you're online on Zoom, I'd like you to get up the chat or the Q&A, and I'm going to ask you a question and get you to type in the answer. Those who are in the room, you could perhaps just tell the person next to you. Maybe someone can get on the microphone and relay back to me what the decision is. But what I have here, and in fact, I'm going to do this live on the web, is these boxes, when I click on them, they will reveal a number. So I'll click on the first one, that reveals the number 633. And what we want to do is work out what is the highest number under these boxes. And so that's my challenge to you. I'm going to click on each one, and I want you to, at the end, either type in or tell your neighbor what is the highest number. So we had 633, 623, 662, 600, 685, 669, 627, 604, 655, 691, and 670. Okay, so those online can type in what you think is the highest number. And maybe one or two people in the room, someone could get on the microphone and just tell me what you think the highest number was out of all of those. Right. So someone's typed in 691. And I can see a few people in the room. Maybe you could just raise your hand. Do you agree? Put your hand up if you agree that 691 is the highest number. Great. Okay, thank you. That's also confirming to me you can hear what I'm saying too, which is a relief. So that's fine. And by the way, this website and all of the websites I'm going to be working with, they're going to be shared with you by email afterwards. So you'll be able to access them all. They're all open source. Everything that we do around the Unplugged community is open source. It's available for free use. And in particular, the material I'm using at the moment is designed as exactly for the situation. Over the past couple of years, we've put together web pages that enable us to interact with people online. This is a particularly large audience, but that's fine. So I'm going to type in 691 and type it in, and it says, yep, we're correct. We found the highest one. Fantastic. Now, that's solving one problem, okay? But computational thinking is about coming up with the process. It's understanding the process that you used. So what I would then do if I had a class I would then ask them to articulate what was the process they used. Because if I reload this page, which I'll do, then there are different numbers behind these boxes. So the answer is different, but the process for finding the largest number is the same. And normally this would take a while, and we won't go through that exactly, but normally they would start by saying something a bit vague, like, I remembered the biggest one, or and things like that. And then I'll say to them, well, what happened when I showed you the first one, in this case, 833? And eventually we can get them to articulate, well, I remembered that 833 was the biggest so far. And then when I saw 856, what did you do? I remembered it. Why did you remember it? Because it was bigger than the previous one. Okay, so now they're starting to articulate the algorithm, the process that they used, that they compare each number, and if it's bigger, that replaces it. Okay, and through a bit of discussion with students, you will eventually get to a fairly common algorithm for finding the highest number out of a list. Now here it's being pitched as high scores, perhaps in a computer game or something, people's different scores. But of course, it could be all sorts of things. It could be the highest temperature. And you know, if we're looking at weather patterns and so on, we might be interested in what is the highest temperature over the last few years, over the last few centuries. It could be things like, if we're thinking of pandemics, and, you know, what's the highest rate of infection? When was the peak of it, and things like that. Or it could just be a sports competition and who got the highest score. And then conversely, the lowest. And it's a very similar algorithm, of course, for finding the lowest. So we're very often interested in these kind of statistics. So it's a meaningful algorithm. But what we can do is get the students to articulate this algorithm. And I've got a version of it here, which is, you know, you have something called maximum so far. And by the way, even just coming up with a name for what you're remembering. So students might say, oh, it's the biggest. Well, it's not the biggest at the start. It's just the biggest so far. And so that the first number is remembered as the biggest so far. And then there's this loop, this repetition for each number. It makes that comparison that we talked about. And so we've got students to come up with not the answer to a particular problem, but the process, the general answer for the problem in general. And that's one of the things that really distinguishes computational thinking, is we're interested in general processes, not particular answers. Whereas, in something like maths, we might say, solve this problem. Now, we have processes for solving problems in maths for simultaneous equations and things like that, but it's the same process every time. We're not asking necessarily for students to come up with that process. We're asking them to know how to use it. So the students are the computational agent, not the computational thinker in that case. And it's still a valid thing for them to do. But in computational thinking, they get to develop new processes. And then what we can do is get them to turn it into a computer program after they have articulated the algorithm, which, by the way, is way easier. Sometimes people will just put their students in front of a computer and say, write a program to find the biggest number. And they don't really know where to start, whereas having it unplugged first, having that discussion, you can see why they can really get it clear in their head about what to do. So here is a possible program. It's written in Scratch, and it basically does exactly what we did in the unplugged exercise. Think of a score, figure out what the biggest so far is, and here's the critical thing. If the number that someone types in is bigger than the biggest so far, then the biggest so far becomes that answer. And then at the end, of course, we have to say what the result was, because after you've done that, for all the values, then the biggest so far will be the biggest of everything. And in fact, we've got a Scratch program here. We can try it out. It'll just ask for a few numbers. And so if I type in the number 6, we can see the biggest so far is 6. I'll type in a 2. The max so far hasn't changed. Type in 8, it's working. And in fact, one of the, oh, there we go. So at the end, it says the highest value was 8 that I typed in. One of the big things with when students designed a process and implemented it as a program is that they then need to be able to test it and probably debug it, work out what's going on. And debugging is just the difference between what they wanted it to do and what it should have been doing. And so the learning to debug is a huge part of it. The idea that most programs will have a bug before you start, and that students need to learn how to debug them and fix them, that's completely normal, and that is part of being a computational thinker. Okay. Now, on this particular website, we've also given the answer in Python, but it's the same algorithm. And then getting that idea that, once you've got an algorithm, then you understand the process. So there's one way of looking at computational thinking. And that then just gets us to the question of what is computation? And for the answer to that, I'm going to turn to Alan Turing, who articulated this back in, soon around the time of World War II, actually. So, getting on for 80, 90 years ago. And he had been involved in developing some of the very first computers. And at the time, he was trying to work out, what is this computation that we've just invented, that we've just built? And the result of that was a whole theory of computation and so on, which didn't mean a lot. It was pretty theoretical at the time, but only recently he's been recognized, and his face has been put on the £50 note in the UK to recognize, what a breakthrough the work that he did was. And one of the interesting things is that his articulation of what computation is on the £50 note. If you go to the UK and get a £50 note, then there it is. It's a very mathematical formulation of it, and it's done in terms of finite state automata and stacks and tapes and things like that. And it's really interesting to go into, but not probably for younger school students. The way we would articulate it is a little different. We'll get to that in a minute. But one of the interesting things is I asked some of my friends in the UK to send me a £50 note because I'd like one to stick on my wall since it's got computation on it. And they said, well, they wouldn't mind sending one to me, but actually you hardly ever see them. And the reason, you think about why people don't use £50 notes in the UK now, is that payments are all digital. And so ironically, the father of the computer, Alan Turing, was the person who prevented people from celebrating what he achieved with the £50 note. Now, in terms of what computation is, it's generally expressed in terms of what we call a complete language. And this is an idea that Turing came up, and in fact, we now call them Turing complete languages. And what it says is that for something to be a real computer, it has to have 6 elements. And this program that matches what you just were doing with the high score has those 6 elements. So one of them is the ability to have a sequence of instructions. And the sequence starts from the top, goes through to the bottom. Pretty straightforward, and that's quite easy to work with, even with relatively young students. Another important idea is what's technically called selection, the idea that you can have an if statement, that it can make a decision, in this case, either to remember the bigger number or not. Then the idea of iteration, which is looping, be able to do things over and over. And that's really powerful because although that says repeat it 4 times, it's going to ask you for 4 more numbers. You could change that to 4,000 or 4 million, and the computer will just do it 4 million times. And that's some of the power of computation, especially the fact that the computer won't complain and it will do it extremely fast and so on. And so where I'm getting to is that if students are aware of these 6 elements, I'll give you the other 3 in a minute, then they have access to the full power of computation. And sometimes it's easy to get stuck on, say, just sequence and get them used to working in sequence and just, learning to give instructions one after the other. That's important, but no matter how big their sequence is, it doesn't mean they've learned a lot about computing. It's when they start combining each of these elements that they really tap into the power of computation. Now, the 4th one is input. A computer has to get input from the outside world, which leads us naturally to the idea of output. It has to be able to send output, and then so that people can see what's happening. And then the other really important thing is the ability to store values. And this is a reworking of Turing's work. It's called the structured program theorem. You don't need to know that, but this is the reason that having access to those 6 elements means that students have full power over computation. In New Zealand, in our curriculum, it's actually structured around those 6 elements, in that at younger ages, students can work on sequence and maybe they do a little bit with iteration. And by the time they're around about 10 to 12 years old, they would be expected to use all of those. Now, it's not just knowing what they are, of course, it's being able to put them together accurately and to achieve a particular outcome. So, but that's what we mean by computation. So if we go back to the definition of computational thinking, Jeanette Wing was the person who really made it famous, brought it to the fore. And she said, well, she gave several definitions, but one of them is that it's the thought processes involved in formulating problems and their solutions so that the solutions can be represented in a form that can be carried out by an information processing agent. So what I was saying before, it's about coming up with a process, not just with a particular answer. Of course, there are many processes that will achieve the same thing. There's actually an infinite number of algorithms for finding the largest value. Some of them are better than others, and there's certainly an infinite number of programs that someone could write to do that. But so it's not that there's one right answer, but there are good answers and not so good answers. So the information processing agent is an interesting thing, because when we get into Unplugged, the information processing agent is usually a child. And so a lot of the Unplugged activities that we have for them to do involve restrictions. Now, the one that we just did then, which involved, now I was showing it to you online. By the way, please don't do these online with students. Instead of these boxes here, what you would have is a card on the table, and you flip over the card and then flip it back. Or it might be a number in an envelope. You take it out and show it to them and so on. But it's physical, and it's away from the computer. And that's the most effective way of doing it. But then the student has become the information processing agent, but they've got the opportunity to reflect on what were they doing when they solved that problem and how can they generalize it. Now, another definition of computational thinking that Jeanette Wing used was that it's just thinking like a computer scientist, which doesn't help a lot of people to understand what it is. How does a computer scientist think? But for me, it was really interesting, because the whole reason I started doing this was because I was asked to speak at my son's class, because I had to explain what a computer scientist does. And I wanted them to understand what sort of thinking a computer scientist is involved with. Now, another definition, which I quite like, is that it's problem solving where the solution is a process. We're coming up with a process for solving the problem. Now, here's yet another definition, and you may have come across this one, and sometimes people latch onto one definition. I hope that you will be aware that there are just many different angles for defining things. They're all the same thing, but different purposes, different approaches. And this definition, you may have seen it, particularly in the UK, it's used a wee bit, where it just says computational thinking is made out of about half a dozen skills: algorithmic thinking, abstracting ideas, decomposing, and so on. It's just a different angle for looking at that. And these are great skills. And in fact, if you look at our Unplugged material online, we have explained how each of those skills comes up in each activity. Right? It's not that one activity covers one skill. What we just did before, obviously there's algorithmic thinking, but there's also abstraction. We're abstracting the general process that was done. There's decomposition. We're breaking things down into pieces. What happened first, what happened next, and so on. And so that's just another angle that we can take at thinking about what is computational thinking. Now, I want to take a slightly different angle now and think about programming, and in particular, the idea that we don't write programs for computers, which might seem a surprise, but in fact, we write programs for people. And I think a really important aspect of computational thinking is being aware of the person that will be using your system. Now, I'm going to do a small exercise with you now, and it involves a thing called the Stroop effect, and it's a very drastic example of human-computer interaction, about how computers can frustrate people. And it's actually quite a good way to sell it to people who have used computers a lot and do find them frustrating, because computational thinking computer science is very much around looking after people and then helping them to get their task done. And so I'm going to go to another online exercise that we have. And the way it works is I'm showing you a word, but the word is wrong. And what I want you to do, just quietly under your breath, the answer is to this is it's red. Okay, so when you see this, you say red. When you see this one, you would say black. And when you see this one, you would say green. Okay. Now I'm going to put up some colors, and what I'd like you to do, that they're incongruent, the color is different to the word, is just quietly say to yourself the color, not the word, but what the color is. And at the bottom, there's a timer here that says 0 seconds at the moment. When you get to the bottom, just notice what that timer is. Now, it's not a competition to see how good you are at this. In fact, if you are good at this, it might be a worry. But it's really a matter of seeing how bad it is to have this contradiction in place. So if you're ready, I'm going to start it off, and just note what the time is at the bottom. Those who are online, you could type in the time into the Q&A. And for those in the room, maybe we'll ask one or two what their time was. Okay, so here we go. Right. Hopefully most of you have, excuse me, got through the list by now. So just type in roughly how long it took.
13.
Yes.
13.
13 seconds.
Yeah.
A few people took about 13. Anyone do it in, you can put your hands up actually, I can see some of the group. How many people did it in less than 10 seconds? About 12 seconds, some people. Yeah, about 13. Online, someone said 18, right. Excuse me. So yeah, we're looking at about 18 seconds for that. Now, the second part of this experiment, and it's actually quite a well-known psychology experiment, is I'm going to give you the same challenge, except that the colors will be congruent with the words. The words and the colors are the same. So here we go. All right. Now, did anyone take less than 8 seconds? Maybe just put your hand up in the room if it was less than 8 seconds for you to read them. Quite a few, yeah. Anyone less than 6 seconds? 1 or 2, okay. So maybe that took you, about 7 or 8 seconds. Haven't got any answers online at the moment. Yes, I have. 3 seconds, yeah. It's a lot simpler, isn't it? And the point here is that when you don't try and trick the person who's reading it, it's a lot faster. Great experiment to do with students. Again, you would just put this on paper. You don't need any computers to do it, and time it with a stopwatch or something. But then you can do some statistics on it. It's a good maths exercise. How much slower is it? And generally you'll find for most people, it's about 2 or 3 times slower if they've got that contradiction. Incidentally, if English isn't their first language, it's actually easier for them to get the colors right. So it's important to do it in the main language of the person who's trying to read it. But where we're heading with that is that we're talking about interfaces and looking after people. And here's an interface that we used to have in New Zealand for booking airfares, for booking a flight. You would type in all of the flights you wanted and put in your credit card and details and be ready to book it. And just when you've nearly finished, and you have to do this quickly or else you might time out, it says, do you accept it? Which button do you press, the green one or the orange one? And a lot of people press the green button because it's asked a question and they would think green means go ahead. Now, in actual fact, the button says start over, which is not very helpful, because people would lose all of the work that they'd done and be quite frustrated with the system. And then if they went back and complained about it, a programmer could probably have said, well, you pressed the button that said start over, so of course you lost all of your work. But that's not the point. The point is that the system was not designed for humans in the same way that that experiment we just did was very annoying. Now, designing good interfaces is definitely not all about having the right colors and things. And here's quite an old dialog box, but it just says, do you really want to quit? And a choice of buttons, okay, I'll cancel. And I don't know if any of you have had that experience, but which one is the right one? What should I do? Does cancel quit, or does it mean cancel the quitting, and so on? And you can probably work it out, but it's just slowing you down for a couple of seconds when you're trying to get on with the job. And very often computers give more work to the person who's using it instead of doing the work for them. And that's a point that we want to get across. Now, so, I'm sort of looking at a couple of angles and the whole idea of computational thinking. And the next thing I want to look at is the idea of the storage. So you remember that there were 6 elements to what makes up computation, and one of them is storing data. And to do that, what I've done is I've grabbed a copy of this picture here, which I think is probably what is used in the logo for the CTiS conference, and I think I saw it at the front of the room there. So this is just a photo. You can put in any photo into this web page, just drop it in, and I'm going to zoom in on it. And of course, after a while, we start to see that a photo is actually made up of pixels or picture elements. And if we zoom in a little bit more, we can see that each of these pixels is actually stored using 3 numbers. Now, those 3 numbers are labeled R, G, and B. And you may have come across the idea that we use red, green, and blue to specify a color. But the reason that we use red, green, and blue is basically comes down to biology, because the human eye has red, green, and blue sensors in it. They're called the cone cells. And so this is something that relates to part of science, and the idea that we can make colors by mixing red, green, and blue. And that yellow color that we had, see, when I turn up the red here, that's being transmitted to the other side of the world, and it's stimulating the red sensors in your eyes, okay, which is why you're seeing that as red. And if I turn up the green, then I'm stimulating the green and the red sensors in your eyes, the cone cells, and your brain interprets that as yellow. And in fact, if I add the blue into it, all of the cells are being stimulated, and that comes across as white. So it's how we make the white color. And then, of course, if it's only red and blue, we end up with versions of purple and so on. But basically, any color displayed on a screen is some mixture of red, green, and blue. They are the primary colors, and they're the additive colors, because screens start off black and we add color to them. But it's a very human thing. The human body is capable of detecting red, green, and blue. Well, actually, not everyone. So 8% of males, the red and green sensors aren't always working correctly, and so they're red-green colorblind. Now, getting back to interfaces, that means that we need to be sensitive to that and not use red and green for anything too important, because 8% of males won't be able to tell the difference easily. But also, really, it's just coming down to that we don't design computer systems for computers. We design them for the person that's going to use them. And that's where the red, green, blue comes from. So if I go back to this image that I zoomed in on, I'll perhaps pick a more interesting pixel. Up in the top left-hand corner here, we've got 245, 159, 1. So if I set this to 245, 159, and 1 for blue, then I have reproduced that color. And in fact, that's exactly what's happening. Even when you're watching this video of me, my computer is capturing all of the pixels from the camera, converting them to those, basically storing them as those numbers, sending them through the internet in a compressed format, and then they're being decoded at their end so that you're perceiving them as particular colors. Millions of pixels, megapixels at once. But that's giving us a little bit of an insight into what's going on inside the computer. And going back to that quote from Bandura, we want students to understand and feel that they can influence these things. Now, what can you do now that you know that a picture is just a bunch of numbers? Well, that's where, so for example, this is a picture of Arnold the Wonder Parrot. He's the mascot for Unplugged. He's got a green screen behind him. And in fact, if we zoom in on Arnold, a computer doesn't actually get to see those colors. It just gets to the numbers behind it. And so how would you write an algorithm, a process that extracts the green but leaves Arnold okay? And in fact, we can see up here, for example, this top left-hand pixel here, it's got green as 102, the red and blue are very low, so that's probably part of the green. And we'd have to write an algorithm that runs along this row of green pixels until here we get up here, the red value is now getting quite high, and red and green mixed together like that will give you an orangey color. So that's the parrot, the orange, whereas back along here, it's mainly green, and that's where the background is. And that's how green screening works. It's just looking for those numbers. And once again, we're almost getting back to a similar algorithm to the one we were doing before. Where is green at its brightest? But it's a bit more complicated because the other two values have to be low. Just giving some insight into the processes, but also the storage, the way that the data is represented. And then, in fact, these numbers have to be stored. And one of the Unplugged activities that's really popular and quite effective is teaching students how to represent things as binary numbers. Now, we've traditionally done this just using these cards with 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16 dots on. And what that does is it means that relatively young students, it's a very physical thing. Each card is either visible or not visible. It can either be a group of students at the front and the whole class are telling them what to do, or it could be a set of cards that the student's working with and they're flipping them over. The reason it enforces that it's binary is you can either see a card or you can't. That's simply what binary means. So I've got an activity here. Now, normally we'd start by asking the students how many dots there are on the card, 1, 2. They would normally think there's 3. We just tell them it's 4, and then they'll probably find the pattern. And remember, one of the ideas from computational thinking, being aware of patterns. And this is a really important pattern in computer science. We can keep on adding these dots. Normally they get carried away looking at those, but most of the exercises can be done with just 5 cards. And I would start by saying to them, very simple rule. We can either see a card or we can't. Flip it upside down. And I would like exactly 13 dots. And so I asked them a series of questions, and we could do this online, but I think I'll keep things moving. So, if I want 13 dots, should the 16 be visible? No. Should the 8 be visible? And then they can look at it and think, oh, yep, if I want 13 dots, then I have to have the 8, and I have to have the 4, don't want the 2, and I do want the 1. And now we've shown exactly 13 dots. But their answer to that question was no, yes, yes, no, yes, in terms of do you want to see that card? And now we have a binary representation. Just by saying yes and no, we've communicated the number 13, and we can do that for other values. And so, we end up with this idea of binary digits, or, of course, for short, bits, which is the fundamental unit of storage on computers. And in fact, when we get to representing other things like, letters of the alphabet, we end up with numbers going from here 0 to 31. Well, there's 26 letters in the English alphabet, so I can represent a letter of the English alphabet to you. But the other thing that we actually had before was this number here. For the red color, it went from 0 to 255, which of course happens to be a nice, easy to represent number using 8 bits. And so all of these things are coming connected together. But why do we use 8 bits here? Well, 8 bits is convenient for computers, but also if I move the slider up and down by about, a value of 2 or 3, you probably can't see the change in color. So it's representing it more accurately than your eye can see. If I only had 6 or 7 bits, probably it wouldn't be accurate enough, and you wouldn't end up with high quality pictures. So, we've gone from the bit to how people perceive things, to the biology of the eye, and so on. All of these things are connected, but it is all about people. One of the, I mentioned that we don't just do Unplugged on its own, but we try and connect it with computation. And one of the things that we have on our Unplugged website is exercises that enable students to connect the thinking they were doing offline with programming online. So here's a Scratch program that works out the number of dots on a card, sets the number to 1, and then it just keeps on doubling the number of dots. And so, that's articulating the process that they had gone through for doing that. And there's a whole lot of exercises relating to connecting with the patterns in binary numbers. But I just want to take a different tack, because the other thing is that, I'm enthusiastic about this stuff, and I suspect that you're pretty enthusiastic, but how do we get people on board? And one of the things I've found is that the Unplugged material is great for really quick demonstrations. This group of people here are senior officials in the New Zealand education system, and in fact, the woman with the pink jacket on was the Minister of Education. And I happened to be giving a talk, and they came in to see what was happening, so I invited them up to do this exercise. Now, none of them had much experience in computational thinking or anything like that, but when they did the exercise, they got really enthusiastic because they could understand it. It only took a minute, 2 minutes to get the exercise going, because the rules are very simple, and they really understood the difference between computational thinking and just getting students using computers, teaching them how to use a computer. And so one thing is, if you are dealing, we end up with this thing where you have people at the grassroots who are really enthusiastic, and people in politics who probably want to do the right thing, but they haven't got time to figure out what it is. And I've found that Unplugged demonstrations can be a really good way to engage them and help them to understand what that sort of, what really is involved in genuine computational thinking, in the kind of stuff that we want students to get enthusiastic about. We'll try one more exercise, and this is because one of the things about Unplugged is it's also about things that are right under our noses that we think that we might not be able to understand, but actually could be understood. And I'm going to do an exercise with product codes. So hopefully Sonia's there. I asked Sonia to pick an item with a product code on it. She probably has there. Yeah, that's great. And again, normally you would do this exercise on the blackboard or with paper, but since I'm sort of on the computer, I'm going to do it here. Now, what I would like you to, if we've got a volunteer there or someone who can just read out the product code on the product that Sonia has there. Have you got someone to do that? Yeah. Oh, thank you. And what I'd like you to do is read out all of the numbers, all the digits, but not the last digit. Okay. And my job is to try and guess what the last digit is. So yeah, let's hear what the digits are on the product. I haven't got sound at the moment. Oh, here we go. Okay, we just start again. Thanks. That's good. Oh no, actually, I don't have sound now. Oh, whoops. I'm just going to mute my mic and see if it works if you start talking. No. Look, I'll tell you what, if you've got a blackboard there, we could just write the numbers on the blackboard, because I can see the blackboard, especially if we zoom in a little. So I want all of the numbers, but not the last one. Let's see how we go with this. Now we're very high tech. Hopefully we have some chalk.
Are we audible?
Right. If we have some chalk and it's possible to write it on the blackboard, that would do the job. Yes, we have chalk. Wonderful.
Are we audible?
Yes, you are.
Read out. Keep the mic off. Mic off. Yeah, read. So we have first digit is 8.
8.
9 0. Written. Can you please check the chat box? Is there a chat box?
So I have 890.
1 0 6 3 0
0
1 4 2.
Okay, and one more number. Sorry?
9.
9. Okay, that's fantastic. We can mute the microphone at that end now. Now, this actually illustrates it really well because I don't know if I heard that properly or not. But what we're going to do is try and check whether I got that number correct. What happens is on those product codes, there's a calculation that's done on every product code internationally. And what it does is it multiplies each alternate digit by 131313. So 8 times 1 is 8. And again, normally I'd get the students to do this. 9 times 3 is, well, it is 27, but I'm using modulo 10. So I'm only interested in the last digit. So instead of 27, I'm going to say that 9 times 3 is 7. 0 times 1 is 0. 1 times 3, 3, 0. 6 times 3 is 8. Kids kind of enjoy when you say, 6 times 3 is 8. It's a bit simpler, perhaps. And we've got 0, 1, 4 times 3 is 12. So just the 2, 2. 9 times 3 is 7. And then what happens, and this has happened when the barcode was designed, is you add up each of those digits. And again, I just emphasize, normally I would do this on the whiteboard. I wouldn't be using a computer, but it's just easier in this circumstance. So 8 and 7 is 5, right? Modulo 10. And 3 is 8, 6, and 3 is 9, 0, 4, and 7 is 1. So I think those numbers all add up to something ending in 1. And the question I asked the students at that point is, what can you add to the 1 to get the number 0? And of course, they'll start by saying -1, but say, no, it's a positive number. And then they realize that, 9 plus 1 is 0 in this modulo 10 system we're using. So I think that the last digit is 9. Now, was the last digit 9? Maybe you can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Can't quite see.
Yes,
It is. I'm getting a thumbs up. Fantastic. Now, that is actually a wonderful illustration because I really wasn't sure if I heard it properly, but I probably did, because if any of these digits, if I'd heard this digit, I don't know, if I thought the 0, if I thought she said 1, then I would have added it up to 1, and this number here would have been a 2, and so it would be 8 to add it up. And I would have said to you, that last digit is an 8. And of course, you'd be going, no, it's not, it's a 9. And that's how I know that I made a mistake or I didn't hear it properly. Now, of course, in a shop, when you scan that product code, that's exactly, that calculation is done every time. It checks that it's worked. And if it doesn't add up, it means something's gone wrong with the scanning. Maybe there's, a bit of ink on it accidentally or something like that. And that's, but that idea of being able to check the value, and it's called a check digit, is really common, and it's quite widely used. Things like the products, but tickets, bank accounts, passports, all sorts of things like that use these check digits. So, for example, in New Zealand, if I type in a bank account and I type one digit wrong, then it comes up in red on the screen. And this one in green, it's a correct bank account. Well, at least it actually probably isn't a correct bank account, but the check digit works. And students can explore how many mistakes you can make and how, 2 mistakes could counteract each other and you think it's correct and it's not correct and so on. But it gives us a lot of security that when we're working with digital data, that we know whether or not that data has come through accurately. So a whole lot of exercises you can do with that, but it actually ends up with the students doing a whole lot of mathematics and arithmetic and exercises and exploring. There's actually a bit of algebra in there about how many mistakes can we make, and the error won't be detected. So just to recap, I want to think about, what are we really trying to teach with computational thinking? Are we teaching coding? Well, not really. Okay, coding is one of the products, and it is a skill. It's great for students to have it. Are we teaching foundational skills? Well, yes, we are helping them with things they might be doing later on. Are we developing their self-efficacy? I think that is an important one, that we're helping them to see that they can understand this world that we live in, that they're starting to see bits of it, and it's in a way that they can make sense of it. But I think most of all, we just want to give them a vision for what they can do, that they've heard of this thing called programming or computation and so on. And they're finding out, is this something I can do? But we've removed some of the barriers that, we have when we're working with physical computers, and we're giving them a ramp up to be able to do that effectively. So I hope, and this is, I think, what most teachers are on about, is that we're trying to give our students a vision. And yes, there are particular skills that it'd be really good for them to have, but if you can focus on giving them a vision for what they can do, what their passions are, what they would like to be able to do, which might not be computation, but it might be, but at least they know what it is and whether or not they're good at it. So that's the main thing that I wanted to get across. The material that I've been working with is on these 2 websites, but as I said, we'll send out some specific links afterwards. And hopefully we've got a little bit of time for questions or discussion. We may have to type some of the questions if the microphones are playing up, but I'll hand over to you. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. No. Any questions from the audience? I think we must use the mic because it's taken.
hear me or you?
Are we audible?
Yes, that's really good.
Mike. No, that is.
Okay. Take math for example, and educators say that this is maths. All students should know, and it's the advanced math. So maybe after grade 8, there'll be 2 flavors of math. So, with respect to computational thinking, is there some thought process about what kind of computational thinking skills, say, all or most children should learn, and something which is, for a few people who have the interest in aptitude?
Oh, thank you. Actually, that's a really good question. I hope I heard it correctly. So what I heard was, with things like maths, we have a particular advanced level that students are expected to get to. But with computational thinking, what are we aiming for? I think, part of it comes back to what I was just saying, that we want students to, have a vision. But to do that, I think one of the keys is those 6 elements of what makes computation. Let me just bring it up. So it's not that they need to know these words: sequence, iteration, selection, input, storage, and output, but they need to have worked with those elements in computation, because that's the essence of computation. That the way that they can have worked with it, for example, storage, it could be flipping cards in binary, things like that. Sequence for young kids, it may be following instructions to move around a grid or something simple. But in terms of programming, my view is that once they get to the end of their sort of compulsory curriculum, which for us in New Zealand is probably when they're about 13 or 14 years old, after that they're still in school, but they're going to start specializing perhaps in science or arts or some other subject. But once they get to about 13 or so, it would be really good if they know how to use those 6 elements effectively. That's not as simple as just saying learn those 6 things. It's about having that experience of working with them in different contexts and so on. Once they've got to that point, then I think they've got that complete vision of what can and can't be done with computation. And then if they've got enthused, by all means go on and specialize and look at all, there's so many other aspects to look at about how you can use those to make really interesting things happen. Yeah. Hopefully that helps address that question.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I would just like to ask, we have been seeing the examples which are really related to maths, whatever examples we have seen in the presentation. But if we talk about teaching in school, so I would just like to have some more examples, wherein we can integrate it with other subjects. Do you think because when we talk about primary teaching, so we talk about all the subjects rather than only being specific for digits and numbers. So how can we do that with other subjects? Integration.
Okay. So I didn't quite hear that clearly. I might be a wee bit far from the microphone, but if someone can either just repeat the question or...
The question is, could you suggest some activities or some resource of activities where they integrate similar ideas with other subjects?
Right. Yeah. Activities that can integrate with other subjects and so on. So absolutely. At the junior level, actually, on the Unplugged website, which is here, it actually does have a section here called Curriculum Integrations. And there are ideas here for integrating it with other parts of the curriculum. That's at the junior level. In terms of other resources, though, I know there are specific ones, like there are books about how to integrate it with music, for example, how to integrate it. In science, there's some amazing opportunities because you can use small devices like a microbit to do measurements. They can measure acceleration and movement and so on. And so, students can write little programs to either record data from an experiment or even to run an experiment, like, you know, to time things, to make things happen every so often, which gives them a lot more power. So, you know, thinking of ways to use computers, it kind of needs to come from within the discipline a bit. And I'm not really aware of places where you can find that at the more senior sort of school level. I think it's sort of quite a new idea. And it's also really dependent on what devices you have available. One thing that can be done in a general situation is simulations, you know, writing a simulation program to simulate whether it's, you know, viruses spreading or objects moving under the influence of gravity and things like that. Because when students write a simulation, they have to think, what is happening to the actors in my simulation, to the molecules or the planets or the people that are, you know, getting infections and so on. And so that can be a really good way to integrate the two. But the students, to do that well, they do need those basic skills that we were just talking about, you know, that be able to have the full power of programming to do that. So there's a little bit of an answer there, but actually I think it's something that people, you know, would do well to you know, work on more resources for that sort of thing. If you know of some, I'd love to hear of them too.
Thank you. One more question. When there is small आपको consider करना होगा. मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि relative thinking student सबसे ज़्यादा effective system है. Primary stage में अगर लागू करें ज़्यादा बच्चों को नहीं या middle level पे या high school है. किस level पे computational thinking बच्चों को सबसे ज़्यादा
The next question was in Hindi, so I'll just translate for you. So he's asking, participant is asking that at what stage do you think computational thinking would be most effective? Is that the primary level or is it middle school, or at what stage do you think we should really start implementing such activities with children? So that
Right. Sorry, at what stage we should start implementing
computational thinking activities to accrue the maximum benefit for the children?
Right. Yeah, really good question again. I think for me, the answer is that it's one of the, it's like language. If you learn language when you're young, it is a lot easier. And we know that up to about 12 years old, students can learn languages much more easily than when they're older than 12. Doesn't mean you can't do it after 12. It's not that it's too late or anything like that. But if you can reach students before they're about 12 years old, before they reach puberty, it does seem that they are much more open to new ideas, to new ways of thinking and so on. And it's good to get the basic ideas then. Now, the basic ideas might be some of the unplugged material, programming in a language like Scratch. I'm not saying that Scratch is necessarily the appropriate one all the time, but you know, doing some simple exercises and so on, just again, so that they can start to develop the language and the attitude. And bear in mind that it's not just programming, it's debugging. It's knowing that there will be bugs. It's knowing how to find the bugs. It's knowing how to, you know, design things so that they're easy for people to use, and just developing their self-efficacy, developing their sense that they could actually do this. So it's not so much when is the right age. I think it's just what is appropriate at each age level. I don't think we need to push them really fast or really hard. We just need to let them, you know, get to know the language, the culture around computation, so that it's just part of their world and that they're comfortable with it. Mm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, take one.
Okay, I'm Anand Professor in University. I have a question. So I'm looking into the future, right? So we are talking about developing computation skills, right? And I mean, I see in the future of education, things beyond computation and computation. We're looking into the future of education and the future of how things are shaping up. Coding is less relevant, and that's what studies around the world has been showing us as statistics and also global studies. Skills like computing and programming is not even in the top 10 skills, right? So how do you equip next generation children to be responsible citizens, right? So it is about critical thinking, it is about learning various aspects of reasoning, etc. It can be done with coding or with programming. So I just want to pick your brain and views on how changing the grassroots level thinking in the children. And I admire the idea that goes to the end, which is see the thinking of developing the vision for that's admirable. So I just want to pick your brain on that and what is your view as far as education. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear it very well. But maybe if someone can repeat it into the microphone.
Yeah. No, you just stop now.
Okay. Tim, this is Balaji. You can hear me now.
Yes, that's great, thanks.
So I'm looking into the future of education, right? So there are many studies around the world looking into what should be the future of education. It's not coding. Many people, global studies show that future of education is beyond, coding and computational thinking, right? And there are many other skills that keeps changing. Last few years, there were different skills, and next few years, post-pandemic, the skills and landscape of education and the future of education has emerged and changed. Now, what do you see? And I like the point that you mentioned at the end, the closing remarks that teaching is about developing the vision of the children, right? So, how do you make children, through education, blend and make them a responsible global citizens? To make them aware about the environment, about the global consequences, looking into the really, really far future. So, how do you develop this thinking in the minds of young children?
Right. Yes. I wish I could give you a really good answer to that, but greater minds than mine have worked on this and do have some good ideas. And I think a lot of it is that we need to focus on learning skills that students know how to learn, not that they learn particular things. And so it's kind of the next order up from and we are doing that to some extent, but that we're teaching them how to learn, not just to learn particular things, because the reality is the world will be different and there will be things that they're using that none of us have heard of at the moment. On the other hand, I think it's also important to realize that things don't change as fast as they might seem. And part of the reason that I brought up about Alan Turing is that, he was working in the 1940s on computation, and the limits he found for computers still exist today. Now, it might change in the future with quantum computing and things like that, but pretty much most computers, and by computers I mean digital devices and cell phones and tablets and so on, have exactly the restrictions that Alan Turing knew about. And so there are some fundamentals that will stay. And of course, one of the things that we get a lot in computer science is what programming language should we teach students? I'm pretty sure any language I teach a student in 10 or 20 years' time won't be a useful one for them to know. But the fact that they've learned it and that they've learned how to debug and they've learned what, how computation works means that they can adapt very quickly. So, I think a lot of it is helping them to adapt as well. It's not probably a great answer to your question, and there are many other aspects to that. But and in fact, one that I would emphasize is social skills is a really important part of it. I mean, traditionally, people have said if you haven't got social skills, then maybe you could work with computers. But hopefully, I've got across the idea that if you're working with computers, you are working with people and multiple people. You are developing software that many people are going to use. Hopefully, millions of people are going to use your software. So, having that ability to empathize with people, to understand them, having diversity on teams, being able to work with a variety of people and deal with people with different opinions and different approaches, I think those are the kind of skills that are going to be really important to succeed in the digital world and the world in general. I hope that was the question you asked.
I think we're running short of time now, and we've crossed the time for the session.
Others, a lot of others are there in the audience who have questions. Perhaps they could, if it's all right with you, they could write to you. Would that be possible? Okay, so
Yeah.
thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I think it has really we would really like to thank you for taking out the time from your schedule and matching it with us. And we apologize for the technical problems. The big takeaway from your talk is that computers are just machines, and we must train our children from very early time to think about how to get the computer to process things, not just applying algorithms, but how they work and how we could actually, they should think behind the process of creating those algorithms. And also that we need to make informed choices about, especially when we're designing some of the examples that we talked about, that when we design certain programs, they're for human beings and not just for the computer to execute. So we really learned a lot from your session, and the activities were very engaging. And I hope many of us will be able to adapt them to our classrooms and maybe create some new ones that we would like to share with you what has worked in our classrooms. For the learnings from your talks. In fact, I listened to your another talk, which I think you gave during the pandemic, and I really liked the example where you matched the musical notes with computational thinking, and that was also very exciting. So, in fact, I think Professor Tindal is also a musician, which I forgot to mention in his CV while calling out. So thank you so much for that wonderful talk, and thank you again. And we really look forward to having you sometime here in person. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please let us give him a hand.
Thank you.
We'll be headed out for a short break.
One sec, let me check if he's still up.
Just type.
He's still.
Would like to attend the talk by July.
Okay. Hi, Tim, are you still online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Tim, there will be talk by Hurai from Povich and regular Lasha. If you would like to continue attending, being.
Thank you. Thank you. I will try and hang around a bit.
Would like to
You want to say?
Hello? No. Regular, are we audible to you?
I क्या sir?
Maybe you can type on chat.
Yes, you are. Let him finish.
Yes, you are audible. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can not hear you now. You're all on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Hi, Sonia.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good, good. I was listening into the.
Sorry to butt in, but can you hear us, Sonia?
Yes,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfectly clearly?
Yes,
Yeah, you can't hear.
all fine now.
Sonia, can you hear us?
We can hear you, Nikhil. We can't hear them. That was what happened earlier. उनका सुनाई नहीं दिया था, so that's why we had to.
कशाचा नाही एक मिनिट ह्याचं साडीवरचं सेटिंग कुठं आहे याचं नाही हे तर ह्याचं झालं हा हेडफोन सॉरी बोलो
Sonia, can you hear us? Sonia, can you hear us? We can't.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
No,
So perfect. I think
the speakers were
this
selected.
should work. We can hear us too. Awesome. So we are good.
Sabita, can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, we can also hear you. वो क्या हुआ? The speaker जो select किया था ना, he selected it as speaker headphone. Understood. No, the problem is not there when he changed the speaker.
Ich benenne uns ja.
Just unmute.
Can you? I think you can hear us, correct, Sonia?
Yes, Mike.
Wonderful.
Just check what's.
Yeah, we have to test this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Tell Sonja first. Soll ich das nehmen oder brauche ich eins? Ich habe auch noch mitgebracht.
So, ist das gut so?
Ja, ist gut, ne? Passt. Okay.
Ist ausgeschaltet.
Sorry, Sonia. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Yura. Hello. So can we test whether we can make the presentation now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so regular will do.
Just a second now.
They're panelists. They're panelists. Yes, yes. They're panelists.
So share this screen.
Now it's time to share.
Hello.
You still focused. No.
Ja, dat is even goed.
Yes. Now we can see. You can see your machine. Window on it.
Spotlights remove करोगे.
But this is no good. Because it shows the whole screen.
To change one.
But we leave it like that. I'll just have to make this.
It's bigger now. You want to try full screen?
Ich kriege jetzt nicht, was Sie sehen.
Und die haben uns wahrscheinlich ausgeschaltet. Das kann ich nicht kleiner machen. Oder noch. So. Sonja, what do you see now?
We can see your machine, and you know, about 2/3 of it shows the slide, and then 1/3 is the mountains.
Yeah. So you do see the slide, but it is a bit too small, isn't it?
The slide looks okay, but I think full screen.
Good. So then I just put it into the middle.
Ah, yeah, this is even better.
Good.
But we still have the laptop, your machine background, you know, with the icons and you know, mountains and so on. So
Geht man dann ganzen Screens statt nur diese Präsentation?
so maybe just going to
Now it's better, right?
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Now it's perfect. Good.
Yeah. Only thing is that we went a little over time in the last session, so we're going to start about 10 minutes late, roughly, I hope.
Okay.
10 minutes.
10 minutes late. Good.
Okay, so it started 10 minutes past the hour. So I hope you managed to get some breakfast.
Yes, we will do.
Quite early out there. Right? So
Yeah.
this is time. What, 8 a.m. for you now? So. something like that. You have to be friendly with this. Let them come.
HR वगैरह से ले लेता हूँ आज हम revert back because we can send it now. Whatever document we send, they're supposed to confirm us and what data. Yeah. Just follow up with Mr. Sajid. Yeah, and we had asked for the master detail. That was not done. We're supposed to keep the leaves. No? Yeah, tell him to send them. Okay. Yeah, follow up with that. And regarding the demo, yesterday I'll just get that. I'll send the comment.
Wo soll ich das positionieren? Wenn wir das öffnen, wo stellen wir das? Ich würde es hier hinstellen, das siehst du ja. Prinzipiell habe ich das hier auch, aber das ist dann ganz sicher. Oder? Da kann man immer rumswitchen, was schief gehen wird. Ja, ja. Und wir den Computer dann erzählen. Da wird es aber Bild und Ton ausgeschaltet. Ja, das ist gut.
I'll just. Chat. He's just asking the chat. To the speaker.
Rujula, can we start? Can we start the introductions? Yes.
Welcome everyone.
Soll ich näher stehen? Ich muss hier stehen. Nein, ich muss dann wissen, wo ich stehen soll.
You're right. I think people have.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, and yeah, so it's my pleasure to introduce the invited speakers for the session, Professor Juraj Onkovic and Dr. Regula Lacher. Juraj Onkovic is a professor of information technology and education at ETH Zurich. Born in Bratislava in Slovakia, Juraj did his PhD in 1986 and his habilitation in 1989 from the Cornelius University in Slovakia. And he was in Paderborn, Kiel, and Aachen in Germany as professor before moving to Zurich. It was my pleasure to overlap with Juraj in 1996 in Kiel. And he was an eminent researcher in parallel algorithms, that's how I knew him. And in fact, I know him principally as a writer of remarkably clear textbooks. And this is, I think, to many areas in computer science, he's brought, I would say, a paradigm of clarity in his writing. So he's got many awards. In 2015, he got the Slovak State Award, the Goodwill Envoy Award. In 2017, he got the Probina Cross from the president. And then he's worked on algorithmics for hard problems, complexity theory, especially looking at notions of randomness and non-determinism. He's written, as I said, remarkable textbooks. He founded the Center for Computing Science Education at Zurich in 2005. And he was instrumental in starting the layer diploma in informatics in Zurich again, which is like the B.Ed program for computer science that we think of. And so he has been a leader in thinking about computing science education. And as I said, his remarkable work is writing textbooks for children in the kindergarten to all the way doing graduate studies. So I think it's a great pleasure to have Juraj and Regula here. Regula Lacher is also at ETH. She's the director of ABZ. It's a consortium for producing materials for teachers. She's written 8 textbooks, and she's been instrumental in developing the IT curriculum for K-12 there, and co-author of the series of so-called Bebras cards. It was my pleasure to get a set and look at them and whatever little German I could understand. And she's been designing tasks in the Bebras challenge and the Bebras competition. And in fact, she's won some awards for her design of tasks as well. And so it's a pleasure to have Juraj and Regula here at the CTiS conference. A warm welcome to them. And so this session, we're going to have a talk on what is computer science, teaching computer science, the 3 roots of computer science, as Juraj calls it. Looking forward to the talk. Over to Regula and Eli.
So hello, everybody. Have a nice morning. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. So I prepared the first talk to be somehow general. And there are two main reasons for that. The first one is the history of computer science education is a history of many mistakes. We know that in many countries, and it is still the case in some of the countries, the teaching computer science is reduced to computer driving license. And this is definitely not what we aim. But there is one more important reason to speak today about what computer science is and how to teach it. And the reason is that my opinion is that the education as whole is again changing in some quite fast evolutionary process. And I would like to express the idea. I mean, to be able to follow some pattern and to do something has in this time smaller and smaller value for the education. And the reason is clear. We have exactly computer science, we have artificial intelligence inside of computer science. So everything what we know how to do, we can automate. Okay? So what we have really to force in the schools, this is the creativity, to ability to discover something, critical thinking, to the ability to create something. So it means our main philosophy in teaching at all, not only in computer science, is don't teach the products of computer science. Sorry, the products of science. It means don't teach only facts, theorems, models, methods, technology, and how to use them. Teach the processes of their discoveries. And if you think now about teaching computer science, we could be a pattern showing other subjects how to work. And this is the main reason why I'm now trying to tell something which is put in a very general framework. Okay, so you see the first slide. Our first question is, what is computer science? And my first goal is to say, take care. This is not something very new, question of a few years or maybe 50 years. Computer science is a very old discipline, as old as the human culture, so many thousands years. Okay, so let us start with this. Regular. Ich kann
Page down.
das Bild nicht bewegen.
Page down.
Ja. Okay, we have some problem with presentation, but okay, now we go. So I will start with 3 roots of computer science. So if you think on a short definition of computer science, the shortest one I know is that computer science is a science about automized information processing. Okay? And there are 2 crucial words in this definition: information and automation. Okay? So let us start with the term information, which means also data representation. So let us look on the first big data crisis in the old Mesopotamia. Why I'm speaking about big data crisis there? The definition of of big data crisis is not a definition about how many terabyte memory you need to save your data. Big data crisis means that you have technology that is not sufficient to analyze data and to work with data you have. And this was exactly the case. Think about it. You have one country with about 1 million inhabitants. I know it is very small in compared to India now, but anyway, in that time, this was the biggest countries of the world. And they have to make some management. So there were taxes at that time, properties and things like that. And the only possibility to save the information was the mind of the officers. And for sure, the country was really in big crisis because of that, because his officer forgot something, it was different. Okay? And the main reason to develop the first script, the first written language, was the management of the country, not the ability to write books. Okay? And if you think about the development really on the history, it took 2,000 more years until people were able completely to write the spoken language, but these 2,000 years, the people use written language to develop database for managing the country. And if we speak today about digitalization, please think about the definition what a digital representation of information is, and it is nothing else, a sequence of symbols of an alphabet. So it means the process of digitalization definitely started that time. Okay, so if I go to this term information data representation, I try to say the computer scientists are specialists in developing scripts or written languages. So why? Let us think about it. Secret codes, okay, developing secret codes. This is 4,000 years old history, okay? Now, we speak today about information density and compression, but think about that. Already at the very beginning of human cultures, we had the question of compression, because, you know, you were asked to write everything what you decide to write, for instance, on the stone, and this was a lot of work. So the peoples, for instance, in number representation, tried to develop number representation that is short. This was the compression of all time. We know the history of self-verifying causes, maybe not so old, but is very important today. We try to represent data in such a way that if you have some errors in it, that can happen by writing the data or transporting the data, then you are able automatically to let the data decode. So, and if I have to tell you something about what computer scientists really do, then think about following. What we really do is we represent the information as data, and we try to find such a representation that we are able to efficiently handle the representation. Okay? So, and to all these examples are the numbers. Okay? Many different cultures develop many different number systems. But why we have today the decimal system, not only because we have 10 fingers, but simply from that reason, the representation is short, but still more important, we are able to handle numbers. It means to calculate efficiently, exactly, and base it with this system. So it means the whole history of number representation about more than 5,000 years. What a history to find a representation with which we are able to work efficiently. Okay, so let us go to the second route. Automation or algorithms. I think automation is also something I cannot really date, because the original way to automize looks like that. The people acquire knowledge, okay, and use this knowledge to develop procedure how to reach some goals, okay? And what is important on this story, if the humans develop some procedure, other humans were able to use it, to execute it, and to reach the goal without understanding why it works. They did not need to have the knowledge of people who discovered it. This was the automation from the very beginning. And on the other hand, if we think on algorithms as description of such procedure in sense of exact language of mathematics, we know that we have already 4,000 years old plate from Mesopotamia describing algorithms. So the history of algorithms is very long one. Okay, so maybe to go a little bit in communication, I have here the theorem of Pythagoras on the screen. This was a technology in antique time, in ancient time even. Do you know why? Why Pythagoras and how Pythagoras was used in that time? It was not discovered by Greeks. You find tables with this equality already in all Babylonian plates for 4,000 years. So is somebody willing to start a communication? Why I say this theorem was a technology? Well, nobody wants to speak with me. This is not very good. I usually force the students to speak with me in any event I do. Okay. Somebody, please. Okay, I will continue. Okay. So if you want to build houses or any kind of buildings, you need the right corner. And this was the way how to do it. Okay. You take, for instance, a rope of the length 3, 4, and 5, build a triangle, and you know that you have a rectangle there. Okay. This was the use of Pythagoras in architecture in the old time. Okay, and maybe everybody knows these two very old books, the books of Euclid, Elements, okay, and the book of Al-Khwarizmi. So both these books contained already exact mathematical description of algorithms. So what I want to say with this is only algorithmics is an old scientific discipline. Okay, the last kernel we want to automate, we need the technology for sure. If you look on the history of the machines, you see here one example of Leibniz calculator is more than 300 years old. The first machine you can program, so the first universal computer, is the analytic engine from Babbage. And as also you may know, the first human who used to program is the Lady Ada on this computer. But maybe this history is not so old. But if you look on the network technology, then the history is again a few thousand years old. Because the very basic of all communication is nothing else than to be able to work with signals and to code information as a sequence of signals. So this is the relation to digital representation, but now you don't have symbol of an alphabet, but you have physical signals you are able to create and send. But all the history of networking is based on this principle up to now. We are only faster, and this is everything. Okay, why I used to speak about this. My message is very clear. Computer science is an old discipline that was ever an integral part of human culture. Okay. And let us start with this point and think about this. What should be the main goals of teaching computer science? So I'm formulating the following three ones. Usually, I don't know how it is in India, but anyway, in the most country I know, one of the main goals of the school is to understand the word. Okay? And in the case of computer science, I add to that not only to understand the word we created, the word of technology, but also to be able to contribute, to control it, and to be able to contribute to its development. Okay? So the second goal, if we teach computer science properly, we will support teaching of mathematics and languages. I will explain more into detail later. And the third point is that we would like to bring to the school again more constructive work. Okay, so let us go more into the details with these three goals. This is more of you political questions I was confronted many times in my life. Why to have computer science as a school subject and not to let it to university for specialists? One reason I told you already, if you want to understand the word today, there is no way around. You have to teach computer science. But another reason, at least as important as the first one, is the following. We know how life is changing now. Everything, what we understand, and unfortunately sometimes even if we don't understand, we automate. Okay? This means automation is part of our life. And if we don't know how the jobs will look like in the futures. But what we definitely know, that in each professionality, the people must be able to work with automation, must be able even to be productive in this direction. So if you want to be successful in your job, you have to understand the automation processes. And this is the reason why computer science must be a part of general education today. Okay. I will not read this now, but only say it is not only about the knowledge of the computer science subject, it is also about the ability to live in the society with responsibility. Because if you don't understand these processes, you are even not able to take part in election when we discuss the question what we have to do with the technology and what we are not allowed to do with the technology. So, in fact, not to teach computer science means to go into dependency also in the political issues. Okay, now let me go to the second goal, fostering the competence in mathematics and languages. I don't know whether I see that it is not so easy to communicate with you because you don't have microphones, and this is very hard for me because I usually try to develop everything with my audience. But anyway, let us think, what is mathematics? And I will tell you the following. Mathematics is a research instrument. We have only two research instruments. One is experiment, and another one is mathematics. Okay? And mathematics has been developed as a language with special properties. The first property was everything what is formulated in this language has only one unambiguous interpretation. This was necessary to get objectivity in computer science and the communication. And the second requirement of this language was everything what is formulating this language or every argumentation in this language can be verified, whether it is correct or not. Okay? So in this way, mathematics has been developed as a research instrument. People use the mathematics to describe the world and then to investigate the world inside of mathematics. And they were trustable because they were able to verify each argumentation. Why am I speaking about this? If you look on mathematics, the only two crucial goals of teaching mathematics are to teach abstraction. It means to be able to transform the reality into the language of mathematics. And the second one, if you formulated your problem or your relationship in the language of mathematics, you want to solve them. So you want to develop methods, solution methods, or in another word, you want to develop algorithms. These are two main goals of mathematics: abstraction and fostering problem solving. And now look on computer science. What are the main goals there? You cannot start automation without abstraction, because first of all, you have to describe everything in the sequence of symbols. And then you look for algorithms because you want to automate. So these two main goals of computer science overlap completely with the two main goals of mathematics. And this is one reason I say, if you teach computer science properly, you support a lot of mathematics, and you can do it also vice versa. Okay, why computer science is so much related also to languages? Maybe this is not so obvious. So let us think about this. I told you already that developing new scripts for different purposes is a part of computer science. Okay? So it means if you develop written language, you have some expertise in languages. But let us think also about another part. We used to teach programming. Programming language is definitely a language. And if we do it properly, we offer something to languages what they unfortunately don't do. And this is the following. When we teach programming languages with pupils, we work as follows. We take a very small vocabulary. It means less than 10 instructions, and try to write programs in such a way that this is enough to describe the activity they want to reach with the program. Okay. After some time, the pupils recognize that the language is pure. It is not easy to do complex things with that. And then we start to teach pupils how to explain the computer new words. And then they are allowed to use these new words in the programming language. So it means in this way, the pupils develop the programming language, each one an individual one, and test it, and then they use it to program. Okay? So it means in this way, you do something you don't have opportunity to do really in language courses. You can develop your language, use it, and test it. Okay? And for all the pupils in the high school, we even allowed to develop the grammar, and they really develop the whole language, starting with the grammar and then with the vocabulary. Okay, and for sure, everybody knows what is a program. Program is nothing else than description, an ambiguous description of an activity. And the computer is able to execute the program only in the case that everything is correct. One syntactical error is enough and the program does not work. So what we train here is to communicate precisely what to do or how to describe an activity. Okay, I don't want to speak too much about that because I would like to come back to this topic in the didactic issues. But anyway, we want to have more constructive work in the schools. This is the first goal I mentioned already. So let us went to didactical concept we have. Everybody knows the constructivism of Jean Piaget for sure, but I would like to call attention to the genius sentence of Samuel Papert: learning by getting things to work. What does it really say? It says following: learning in the following process. You start to create something. This something could be a program. This something could be a secret code. This something could be a self-verifying code, whatever you produce. But you don't finish your learning process by creating the product. After you create a product, you start to investigate the properties and the functionality of the product, getting new ideas. Okay, first of all, you can look whether it works correctly and try to correct if necessary, but you can get also ideas what you can do better, how to reach a better product, what are the weaknesses of the product. And you come back and start to create a new one. This is the very natural way how we all humans are working. The whole history. And this has to come to the school because it is completely wrong to teach products of science there and to memorize and to work with it, because the natural process of working, and this means also the natural process of learning, is process like as I described. Okay, so the important point here, the new one, is test and analyze the product of answer to get new motivation. Another starting point for our didactic thinking is for sure the critical thinking, which is very much related to that, what I told you already. And at the very end, if you speak about this whole didactics around, okay, we came again to my starting point. The recent educational system are speaking about skills or competencies, okay? And many people are puzzling what it is really about. But I would like to tell you what it is. It is definitely not the ability to learn some pattern, how to work, to learn some method, and to be able to apply this method for particular examples to find a solution. This is not a skill. This is not what we are searching for. What we are searching for is true expertise. And expertise means that I don't only understand how a method works, I acquire knowledge and experience, and I am able to use this knowledge and experience in new situations. I am able to do something reasonable with what I learned in new situation, to be creative, to search for new solutions, to extend the methods I learned. This is the future of education, because in all things what we can automate, the technology will overtake the work. We are not needed anymore, and we are not able to develop in this direction where the creative work, the AI cannot do for us. If this creative work, we will be strong. Okay, so this was something about our philosophy that, as you may know, as was already mentioned, we wrote a series of 18 books, which are partially for pupils, partially for teachers, about how to teach computer science in curricula, starting from kindergarten up to the end of the high schools. And in the workshop that will follow this lecture after 1.5 hours approximately, we will show you 2 examples how you can start some topic in kindergarten and how to continue with this topic up to getting some mastery at the level of high school. Okay, and I will show 2 such streams, and then we can also have discussion about many things, because we can offer a lot of things. I think I sent some of the examples of the books already to your communities, or probably you will have a possibility to log on that. Okay, so thank you for your attention. And now I am ready for questions. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yeah, now it's good.
No.
No, I don't hear you.
Yeah, I hope it's audible now.
Yes, the stage is open for questions now. The very nature of computer science, and anyone? Okay, so while people are thinking about, I want to ask you something about the way computer science is envisaged in schools. One problem that even after understanding it as algorithms, right, as one widespread misconception is that it's about teaching algorithms, teaching specific algorithms. How do you find that in your development? I mean, often it ends up teaching specific algorithms for a particular task. rather than the kind, algorithmic thinking. So how do you distinguish that when you work with teachers and in the system?
Okay, so what I definitely try to avoid is that I explain an algorithm and the only one goal is to be able to execute the algorithm. This has I can do it, but this has relative low educational value. So I can explain you how we work with this. I have two approaches. There is still one more question. If you decide to teach concrete algorithms, which one and why?
Yeah.
Okay. And the disadvantage of concrete algorithms is the following. They are typically so much specialized on the problem that if you change a little bit the problem specification, the algorithm does not work. These are all weaknesses from the educational process. So there are 2 points I would like to mention now. First one, I try to teach, okay, algorithms are, okay, still before that. The question is also when, for which age? Algorithms is something very complex because it is a method that works for infinitely many problem instances, for infinitely many cases should work correctly. You cannot start with this and with small children. Forget about this. Because this universal quantifier is very, very hard. Okay? So what we do with small children is definitely we give problem instances and let them solve them by hands. It's simply to try and to get some idea about strategies, but not about algorithms. So we really used to teach algorithms in high school, but not before. Okay? And now, these 2 points. One point is, try to use general methods for developing algorithms. I mean, something which worked in many situations, almost universal, not really universal, but almost. I mean, if I have to say examples, one example is backtracking. I am able to see all solutions and go through and look for the best one. This would be something like that. I can do greedy algorithms because greedy concept is quite easy and well understood, okay? I can use local search, for instance. I can use divide conquer. Maybe the more easy way is in my new book will come soon, is based only on constructive induction. The constructive induction is very easy, the easiest part of divide and conquer, because it starts with the idea. If I know how to solve the problem of size n, I have only to develop a strategy how to go from this solution for size n to the solution to size n plus 1. Okay? This is induction, very easy. We have a lot of nice examples. And then the game changed because we show the power of this method by some examples and then we put the problems and ask the pupils to develop the algorithm by themselves. And this is the goal. So they learn some way how to search for a good algorithm, and then they have to get problems and develop the algorithm by their own. And dynamic programming is on the very end of the high schools if you want to try, but if you do it properly, it simply works as well. So this is one way that you try to focus on I will say, robust strategies and train the pupils in such a way, give examples of algorithms, but then ask to develop algorithms with this strategy for other problems. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And another approach is that you really want to develop a concrete algorithm for concrete problem. For instance, Dijkstra for shortest path is very popular and important, okay? So what we do in such cases is a word like that. We give the pupils some problem instances and ask to find a solution by scratch, okay? And maybe to develop some strategy. Either they develop some strategy, or if not, we propose some strategy. and then ask the pupil to find problem instances where the strategy does not work. Okay, so they recognize this, oh, it's still not general, here does not work, so I have to think about. And we start this process with trying to make a proposals, then prove that it does not work with some counterexample, until we reach some nice idea, we are able to formulate all together and get somehow the algorithm. Okay, so this is the way how we teach algorithms.
I think I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, I agree that it's not about learning specific algorithms, but to think and develop algorithms. But I have a point to take with you on this. Isn't there already some damage done at the elementary school when they learn math, right? I mean, you learn specific algorithms for multiplication, for division, and in fact, children grow up thinking algorithm means math, and you're taught some particular thing to do. You learn that, and that's it. I mean, you don't learn many ways of doing multiplication or division or any of
I do.
I know. I mean, I know, but this is what I mean by the damage that is done in the elementary school. So, what is your? I mean, do you find that so, or how do you?
Okay, I am now writing a book how to teach math in first 4 classes of the school. Okay, it's exactly about this topic, and I can tell you how we do it.
Sure.
We say we teach arithmetics today in a wrong way, and I tell you why. We take a number representation as given. And then we learn to manipulate symbols in this representation. This is a definitely wrong way. What I do with the children first, I work with them on developing number representations, different ones. And I have a very nice way how to come to decimal system. I can tell you very quickly. The first point is how people started to represent numbers. It was nothing else than you say, this is the value you have to pay, and you have some system of coins, okay? And the number representation is set of coins you need to pay exactly this value. But the problem is you will get many representations, okay? Because you can pay the value in different ways. So the right representation is that one that pays with smallest number of coins. Okay? So what the pupil learn here is they can represent the number by really adding the values of the coins and then minimize by exchanges smaller one for equivalent larger one. Okay? This is something which is important later also for the arithmetics, because in the addition you do it, in fact. And then I teach the pupils first to work with coins, even to make the addition with the coins, because this is very simple. You put the coins together, and then you minimize the number of coins. Okay? And after that, I develop with them the Egyptian representation, which was the representation coming before our position representation. And this is, you take the pictures of all coins you have, so 1, 10, 100,000, the Egyptians have special symbols for that, okay? And then below them, you
make a dash.
You make so many dashes of many coins of that kind you have, okay? And then you start to work with this representation. And after some times you say, okay, don't work with dashes. We can introduce new alphabet, new symbols for 0, 1 up to 9 dashes and to put these new symbols there. And you develop the representation. But you understand already in this point very well what is addition and subtraction. Okay. And then you can continue in this way. The advantage of all this is also that if you one time decide to introduce the binary system, even pupils in the class further forth had absolutely no problem because it is the same principle. You have to pay some amount of money and you have to minimize the number of coins you use. Does not matter which system you take, all systems used work in this way.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you very much. And this is the sort of thing that we wanted. There is a question from the room. Yeah. Can you?
Is that clear? Okay. Thank you, Professor. So you started mentioning the use of history, giving a background of the historical development of tech, so to say, before teaching computer science, right? And to say that this has been around for a long time. Coincidentally, I was having a chat with somebody here, one of the water cooler conversations at the conference, and they mentioned that history is again something that we've, as teachers, successfully managed to make less interesting for children for whatever reasons. Have you ever found that being something that children have not been very receptive to, have found boring, for example? Like when you start off by saying, when people built pyramids, they had this problem, and so they wanted to build a step, and so somebody came up with piling something.
Okay.
Can you summarize?
May I ask for short summarization, because
the question is about history, and you started with the history, but how do we make this historical awareness important and exciting to children? That the kind of, not just the concept, but the history of the concept. I think that is it.
How and why?
Make it interesting for children.
Okay, I mean, my view is that if you don't study the history of a scientific disciplines, you don't understand the discipline. Because the discipline is the genesis of the discipline. It is the genesis of thinking in this discipline. This is one point, but it is still one more important one, which is of the didactic nature. I told you that we try to teach the processes of discoveries and not the result of discoveries. And then you have really to understand this, because usually the history offers you very nice, understandable way how to teach something. I try to follow the history in such way that I even take the mistakes from the history, let the pupils do them and learn from these mistakes. The mistakes is not error. This is different point, okay? It is not about making errors. It is about trying, not succeeding, and learning from that and trying better next time. And I try to bring this process in the schools, and knowing the history helps me a lot for that.
It also gives us stories to tell, right? So
avoiding big steps.
Maybe next.
Yes, is using small steps, yes.
I just go back maybe 5 minutes back. Professor Ramanujan had talked about the damage that is done in schools through wrong ways of teaching and making children cram certain processes or algorithms, and soon after an exam is over, children forget those because they're not deeply engaged with anything at all. They just cram something to process it. Is this damage done, and can we do something about it? So my experience is that even if the damage is very deep, and even if the children have gone to far higher grades already with that kind of learning or non-learning that they have been through, still my experience and the experience of our whole team is that if you put children in a different context, in a different scenario, and when you make them engage with the same kind of concepts in a more sensible, scientific manner, it is instantaneous that they connect with a much better way of learning. and then they start. It just sparks their learning, and all that damage that was done can easily be recovered, not maybe easily because time has gone by, but the children can engage and can deeply engage with the new way of learning, and they can come out on top. So, do you agree with this, or?
I hope he does. Otherwise, I won't let him continue. Yeah, you're right. She's saying that, I was talking about this damage that is done, and the fact, the confidence that it can be undone, and it can be, you can recover from, even if children have learned specific things through memorization or whatever, we can undo that and get them to reflect and work on algorithms in the sense that we are talking about.
I'm not sure that I understood everything acoustically again, but I think I can say something to that. I think one of the mistakes of the schools is this kind of training where you say, okay, this is the task, or this was correct, this was wrong. Speaking about errors is somehow dangerous, because then the pupils are trained to do everything correctly, not to avoid errors, and then they are not willing to try to do something because they are aware of possibility of making mistakes. So what we have really to change in the system is that it is natural for the pupils to try to do something, not to succeed, but to learn from that, and then try again, and then at the very end reach the goal and be satisfied with this. So they have to view it as something very natural, not as something bad if they don't succeed. I think this is what this process has to change as well.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I mean, I think that would be the most fundamental transformation of our classrooms, if we can have the freedom to fail, right? Freedom to try and fail, right? And learn from our failures. Yes. I think next question.
Yeah, I had one question in this formulation of the 3 groups of computer science. How does the ethics of computing and resource constraints, how does that fit in, or where does it fit in? Because all that, how do you know what's something when computing or not? And there is also this assumption that there is endless resources with which we are working. Is that somehow factored into these roots of computer science, the way you laid it out?
The question was on ethics. How do, when you're presenting your roots of computer science, how does the ethics of computing, what to compute and why, and resource limitations, this idea of that there are limits to resources, do they fit in your view of what computer science is?
Okay.
Not just what you compute, but why you compute. Yeah.
How much?
And how
because,
much?
If there is a constraint, how much?
Okay. So I don't like the term computer science. First, I would like to say I'd like the word informatics, because computer science is not science about computers. but I understand the question as the question of is related to ethic of this whole technology. Is this true?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is not an easy question, because we don't know what will come next. But anyway, I would like to say following. Not all questions related to that are news. One part are data. Okay, the human have data for 1,000 years, not only today. And how to work this data was always critical issue. Okay, the only distinction to recent time is that you can distribute the data very quickly and massively today. This strengthens the problem. But what is correct and not, we have really to define, and not, it's not only the question of the subject of computer science. I think this is really the question for the whole society. But on the other hand, I understand you have also probably the question, what we are allowed to do with this technology. This is the same question as you have in the physics, what you are allowed to do with atom physics. Okay. And I don't know whether the question is how to integrate this issue in teaching computer science, or how to work with it in general. I think what we computer scientists can offer is a good understanding what can be done, what are the limits, and what are the possibilities, what we can do, and then open to question what are the related risks. But the answer has to come from the whole society, not from us. This is my view on that.
Thank you. I think, well, you're right, you have made us all hungry, and I think we have to head for lunch now. And yeah, so thanks very much for a deeply thought-provoking lecture. And I think we have made us think about many fundamental issues on what computing is. And thanks very much for that. And we'll meet right after lunch for the workshop where we want to see more of these activities in this. So let's give your a big hand. Thank you very much.
Okay, see you soon. See you soon again.
I hope you get some coffee. See you soon.
Can you get it? You're muted.
He's on mute. He's on mute.
You're on mute. You're on mute. Hey. You're on mute.
He's still on mute.
You're on mute. Can you? You're on mute. Hello, can you hear us?
Oh, hello, Ram.
Hi. Welcome back.
Yeah, we are prepared, yes. We are here.
We are, people are slowly coming back from lunch. So just a couple of minutes more.
Oh, hello, Ram.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we are prepared, yes. We are here.
We are, people are slowly coming back from lunch. Just a couple of minutes more.
Die Fragezahl Anzahl Wörter und dann.
Und was mache ich dann als erstes?
Nein, du sagst nur, wo man was findet und das, wo man
Okay.
hat, arbeiten dann kann.
We have not done anything. पता नहीं हम क्या आगे बैठा बस I don't understand what he's not able to just get that
Start in another couple of minutes.
he's not able to hear us. He is not able to hear us. He is not able to answer. Just
here.
We are here. Is okay?
Yeah, it's fine. You can hear us. You can hear us, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Samples?
Here. Yeah. I can. Okay, we start now.
Soll ich das anderes zeigen?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I guess this audience needs no introduction to if you're right. You can hear us, right? they are going to.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, great. So they will continue from where they left off in the previous session, which is on designing a spiral. So over to you, Joanna.
Have they kept YouTube on? They have kept the YouTube. They have kept it on. I could be, maybe. Yeah, YouTube could be.
Vorhin habe ich gedacht, ich höre Echo.
Regular, can you have YouTube on? Can you turn it on?
So we hear you very well.
Yeah, okay. So you can start now.
Yes.
We can start, okay. So
So the reason why you see this online material and the web page is because later on we will be working with the same material that is online available as well. And so we wanted to give you the information where you can find it.
Yeah, okay. So you can start now.
yes, we can start, okay.
So the reason why you see this online material on the web page is because later on we will be working with the same material that is online available as well. And so we wanted to give you the information where you can find it. So the reason why you see it keeps going in circles, so I start talking again. The website, this is how it looks when you land. No, you cannot see it yet. Now you can see. This is how the website looks when you land on it. And the material that we will be using is the Lernumgebung, which means learning platforms in English. In the middle, just for your information, the programming environment is in the middle, and on the left-hand side is the textbooks. What we will be working on is the Lernumgebungen, learning platforms. So now I turn on the camera and I will let Uri take over.
So, okay, so it is not so easy to have a workshop on the distance, I think, but anyway, we will try. This is also the reason we prepare these interactive environments that you can also work without us. So what we will do now, we will continue in the good tradition of computer science unplugged. What does it mean? We will now focus not on programming, but on other topics, really, which you can work with a class without computers. And on the other hand, what mean good tradition of computer science unplugged, we will touch topics. Maybe people don't believe that you can do it in some age, but we will show you how to do things which looks maybe non-trivial in very early age and with success, so the pupils would be happy and successful in her work. Okay, so we choose two topics. The first one is order and search. Okay, this is, I think, very big topic, not only for computer science and especially for pupils, why they have to make order. Okay, and this is a very nice game because to make order is not for free. Okay, so in the computer science, we always consider the following trade-offs. you have to do some investment, some work to create order. You have to invest some work to keep the order if the data are changing, updated, and so on. And at the very end, you want to be efficient when searching for a concrete item. Okay? And all this together is the game. And because this game is not easy, there is no optimal strategy for everything. Which strategy you choose as computer scientists now, not about teaching now, depends heavily on the dynamic of your data set, how frequently the data set is changing. Okay, so what we want to do now is first kindergarten and first 2 classes of primary schools, how to teach binary search, sorting, and hashing. Okay, so let us go on. So I will start with sorting and binary search. And the starting point is the following one. We have these playing cards you can see here. What is nice of these cards? The pupil did not need to know to count. The only what they have to be able is to compare 2 cards, whether they are equal or whether there are more beavers on one side and the other one. Okay, this is everything what they need to know. This is some kind of local operation, and this works. So starting point would be like that. So you will take some cards, you will mix them like that, put it somehow here, and tell the pupils, please, we are looking for the card with 2 beavers. Not in this way, as I told you, you have one card where you have exactly 2 beavers and show them we are searching for the same one. We have 2 sets of equal cards, so it is no problem to manage. And then the pupils will start, and they will looking for that and trying, find it, okay? After some number of such attempts, they will recognize that, okay, sometimes it comes early, sometimes you have to tear almost all cards, so they can really try somehow to observe how much effort they have to do. And then they see this is the question of somehow being lucky. So they cannot really manage this. And it is a lot of work if you take more cards. Okay. And then you can present the following idea. Maybe at the beginning with the open cards. But the crucial idea is not to make it with open cards, but with cover card, but I will explain you soon. So you have these cards in the right order, you see. You don't know maybe which numbers you have, but it is really ordered, okay? So it is sorted. Now you have these cards like that. You can tell the pupils, okay, you know, this is the smallest one, the largest one, everything is ordered. And how you would like to search for this card, okay? And then you start to offer the strategy, and this must look like that. Okay, let us look on the card in the middle and open it and compare with the card you are searching for. So you compare and see, okay, the card you are searching for is larger than the in the middle. And then we ask the pupils, okay, so can you tell us where now to continue in the search, okay? And we usually get the right answer. They know that here are smaller cards on the left side, so they don't need to consider those. They know this card must be here, okay? And this is exactly the principle of binary search. With one question, one comparison, you reduce your searching space to half. Okay? So then you know you have to continue. Okay, let us look on that one. This one, okay. So I think everybody knows this principle. Okay. And what is important, for instance, if you have 1 million cards, it's a lot, okay? 30 questions are enough to find the card you are searching for. This means this is a very efficient method. And what you have to do, or have to have before, to have the cards sorted. Why this game we play here with cover cards is very clear. If you work with children, say you have open cards, then they are able to find everything very quickly because they have the global look. But if you play with cover card, exactly what happens in the memory of the computer does not see the contents of the places of the memory. Each card is a memory place. And the computer does not is going to other places and looking for that. Okay? So with this game with a card, you really simulate the work of the computer searching for something. Okay? We can also teach sorting in a very simple way. So you see, I will mix the order of the cards, has been sorted before, and I will put them on the table, how as they have been, okay? And there I allow only one simple operation. The operation is take two neighboring cards, open them and compare. If the cards are in the right order, let it be, and cover. Okay? Then compare another two cards. You see, okay, the order is not the right one. So you exchange the positions and cover. Okay? And you let the pupils do as long they don't believe that the cards are sorted. And then you can look whether it is the case or not. And after some time training and testing, they can even learn that they can discover whether they are sorted. And they can, if you compare always 2, 2, 2, and 2, and you don't need any exchange, then you know the cards are sorted. And this is everything what you expect in this very early age, but it is already a lot. And what is, again, very nice on this story from computer science point of view, that you are sorting globally an arbitrary number of cards with local operation. You look only on two neighboring places in the memory, compare the content and make exchange if necessary. This is everything. So local operation, and you reach the global order. So now regular will let you to try to work it with, unfortunately not unplugged now, but we cannot play with you now with the cards in your place, or you can play this game behind the screen.
So we're back in the learning environment, the online one. I enter. To make it easier, we have a bit of filter. It's so many, it's better to use the filters. And it is Rätsel und Spiele. German, it is, in English, it would be puzzles and games for kindergarten 1 and 2. And the sorting is coming up in here. I think the best is, the first, so these are 5 environments underneath it. The first one is with open cards. I believe what Juraj said, to go with the covered ones is actually more natural. So once we go in, we can actually decide which of the two cards we want to see. We see them, we take the decision. Is it in the correct order? In this case, it is not. So I switch, then I close, it closes again. Here, I need to switch as well. And when I think I'm done, I ask Ada whether it was correct. And if the smiling beaver comes up, it was correct. If it's a sad beaver coming up, it was incorrect. I redo again. And yeah, the next game would be with Ulla. But you can also have 3 levels of hardness. It just means you have more cards. The same game here. Sequence, no. Yes, no, we did not need to change, sorry. And so on.
Okay, click on all of that and see it does not work.
Yeah, to show that I was not correct. This is how the beaver looks like when it is not yet sorted. Okay.
Finally set.
To find the card, as Juraj mentioned it, the binary search is with this actually exactly where how he explained. We need to make the screen a bit bigger to see. This is the card, at the lower part, this is the card that we need to put in. And it's always a comparison between now vertical. So this now is bigger, so it must be on the right-hand side. It shows me we exclude the search room. It's only these left. And so now I say, okay, it's these ones. So I put it in here. I get the feedback, the immediate feedback that it was correct. New games here, harder level here. Harder level again is more cards. Any questions? Is somebody playing already? No. No computer.
So I would like to mention, you will find also another environment there for bigger pupils, and in that case you have even up to 500 cards there, so you can really do binary search as a process. Okay, good. So this was about starting point for binary search and for simple sorting. And now let us come to hashing. So what to teach about hashing? I would like to say that hashing is the most natural order you can create. So I would like to show you some cards now from other kinds. So you can have, for instance, cards with beavers. Why the cards are interesting? Because you have more attributes. I mean, I don't know whether you understand the term attribute, but you have more properties that can have different values you can observe. So you have the different parts of clouds and different colors. So this is one possibility. Then you have cards. They have colors and forms like these ones. Okay. So there are 2 attributes, the form and the color here. You have another card where you have flowers. Here is the size, have 3 attributes, size, which kind of flower it is, and color. So these are cards with 3 attributes, and you have still, if it is not enough, if you need more attributes, then you can have even these cards with castles with many attributes. So why I'm telling this? Because what does it mean now, non-digital, to make hashing? So the pupils will get a set of cards, okay? And then they can always start as before. It means they have to search for one without any order and observe that it is a lot of work, okay? And then he proposed the following, okay? They take one attribute and divide the organizing, the order means that they divide the set of cards into the groups depending on the values of attributes. So for instance, if I have this sets and I will say, okay, I will take as attribute a form, then I will get these groups and I will distribute the cards inside of these groups. You see how I'm working, and now I'm done. Okay? And in this case, this is something like almost perfect in the sense that you will get 4 groups which are approximately of the same size. Okay? And now what is the game? For sure, you are searching for something, and the difference is now that you don't search in the all cards, you can cover them. You have a special signs. What is, for instance, here? There are triangles, okay. You have the signs in these groups. In these groups, okay. And in these groups, rectangles, okay. And then if you are searching, you take something and say, okay, I would like to find, I don't know, what does not matter. For instance, something like, oh, I don't have this, sorry. Right triangle. And for sure, the searching is going only in this one group. Okay? And this is truly hashing, the most used and efficient strategy for working with data. Okay? So the goal is clear. You want to distribute your objects into several sets following the values of some attributes in such a way that the group are small and have the same size. And now the games we play with the children, I will only tell you, can look like color. We will give pupils a set of cards, and they have to discover which attribute is suitable for hashing. So for instance, they will take color and fix that half of the card is one group because most of the cards are red or whatever, okay? And then it is not a good distribution. And they can try another one, another attribute, for instance, the form, and then it fits very well. And we can do it with all these cards I showed you already. So the first step the pupils learn is to find an attribute or relations between attributes. This is the second stage, with a property that the objects are distributed evenly. Okay? The second game looks like following. They find a good distribution for their cards, and then we play a birthday or Christmas time or whatever, and they will get new cards to that. And after adding these new cards, the distribution is not good anymore. Okay? So they have to think about, okay, I have to search in our terminology for another hashing function, but it means for another attributes that is able to distribute the changed set of cards after the dynamical change in this way. Okay? And so in that way, what they really play is the work of data managers maybe 40, 50 years ago. Because what they really did was they had a set of data, they work with it and find a good hashing function, use it to distribute the data. So I don't know how much you know about this concept from computer science, but maybe I have to tell in generally what means hashing. Hashing means I know what I am searching for, and I can in very quick time compute in which group it is. Okay, so in our case, it is clear I am searching for red triangle. That I know, okay, I will search in the group for triangles. Okay. Okay. So it means everything for what I am searching, I can immediately say in which group it is, and then I am searching on this group. And the group is small, then I am fast. Okay. So this is the strategy computer science used to manage data. Okay. So are there some questions to that? If not, then we can think about how to continue with this topic.
Shall we please say those cards, as you notice, they go completely without words. So the explanations are, of course, in a German written textbook, but the cards themselves are actually, language independent. So let me show you quickly, if I can, that this is actually, it looks like a textbook, but this is, here the cards are inside and you just break them out. But these are available and language independent. Yeah. Good, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now let us explain how you can play with pupils in classes, maybe 5th, 6th, or later, with this hashing. Okay, so now let us make it really digital. So a very simple example would be, okay, you would like to manage the data of the class. Okay, I guess you are about 100 there. This is Ram, it is true. So I will take the number 101. Okay. And then we can do the following. So I will take a name. So everybody can take her or his name. Okay. And I can assign the order of the letters in the alphabet to the particular letters of the name. So this starting with 0, I'm not now sure, but I think n is 14. Okay. And then you can continue with your surname, assigned also numbers. Okay. Then you can add all these numbers. Okay. And then divide by 101 and look on the rest. Okay. And the rest you get is the number of group you are assigned. So I hope everybody can follow. I would like to play it with you, but it will be probably not so easy.
Are you showing something? We cannot see.
Yeah.
We cannot.
I have forgotten to press this button. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Once again, you write your name, surname. You assign to each letter the order in the alphabet. You sum all these numbers, and then you calculate modulo 101, which means divide by 101 and looking on the rest. And the rest The rest is the number of the group you are assigned. And it is a very nice game because if you play it with your class, you will take not, I don't know how big the classes are in India, but let me say you have class of size 31. Okay. So you will take modulo 31 calculation. You let all pupils, each one, calculate his number, and then you will put the distribution on the table. So you will simply write all the numbers you have, and you will notice how many pupils are in this and this group. And then you can look how good the distribution is. Usually it is quite good. Okay? And then you can hashing for the documents of the pupils of the class. So it means if you are searching for something, you take the name, compute the number, and go to the memory space with this number and look 1, 2, 3 documents which are there. Okay? So we have a lot of advanced game of this kind. Very good. Can you change, please, to this computer science and different? So now I will show you some textbook. Okay, it's good. So we have one topic there. I think it is almost on the end of the book where we are looking. Oh, is this at the beginning? Okay. Oh no. Okay, let us be now. No, it is not here. But what you do, let us switch back to the camera. What you really do with the pupils is that you are drawing diagrams like that, visualizing the distribution you got. Maybe there is 0 here, things like that. And then we really teach to evaluate the distribution, how good it is. Okay? We have some way how to do it. They can calculate. What does it mean, for instance, if you are already advanced students, you can work with expected values. How many items you have to see before you find what you are searching for. Okay, it's something like not exactly average of this value here. Okay, so this is the game you can play with the class. And what you do then in the high school, in fact, is a similar game as you started to do in the primary school or kindergarten. You can add more students to the class in such a way that the distribution is not good enough. And then you are searching for another hashing function. And what the pupils have really to learn here is that there could be hash functions which are very bad and hash functions which are good. I show you one example, but let us think about the following. You have some name, okay? I don't know how it is in your country, but in Europe, it is very typical that the name is finishing with A, okay? So somebody can say, okay, I will distribute the names with respect to the last letter of the name. And then you will get really very bad distribution because half of the names will be in one group. Okay? So you have to play with the class with bad and good distribution and was searching for how to find a good hashing function for the given set of data and to learn which are good strategies and are not good strategies. So this is the typical way, really, how the data manager worked about 50 years ago. Now everything is automized. What does it mean, automized here? Now it is only for high school teachers. It means you don't work as a man for hours to find a good hashing function for your huge amount of data. This is incredible amount of work, okay? You do it automatically, and automatically means randomly. There is so-called universal hashing. And what does it mean? This is a set of hash function. Does not matter which data you have. If you pick one function from this set randomly, then with high probability, this function will distribute the items evenly. And this is the final stage in the high school, that we show them some set of hashing function and let them experiment with this. And this set of hashing functions look like that. I can, for instance, take the same strategy with calculating numbers as I show you for the names. And then I can get some number. Let me say, assign some number y, absolute, without modulo. Okay? And then I will take randomly two numbers, A and B. Okay, this is the random choice. Then I will compute A times Y plus B modulo the number of all possible names, so it's a big number, simply to get a number in this range you can get when you work with the number, not outside because this number is larger. And then to take this and take modulo the size of your data. Okay? Or a prime close to that. So this is still easy enough that the pupils are able to calculate it. And what they do now is really to play, taking A, B randomly and look what happens with some set of data. And then we'll fix that almost in all cases, they will get a good distribution. They can even program it and write programs that will visualize the results and things like that, or calculate the quality of the result. So this is, I think, what I wanted. And there are many, many further things about searching, sorting. We have searching trees also in the middle in age about 15. We have different sorting algorithms, but I don't have time because each this topic we can have workshop for 1 week. I only wanted to show you somehow the beginning of the end of the story. So I will finish with this topic. Are there some questions to this before starting the next one?
There's a question. I want to ask about when I enjoyed these games. Many of these examples are students working on one person, right? One person game. What about, are there also games where certain children can work together or play so multi-student game? That would be nice to hear.
So if I don't really understand maybe what you mean, but maybe this is the right answer. Let me tell me. What about this game? One is looking for hash function and another one is changing data.
Yes.
And the person changing data tries to do it in such a way that the hash function is not good. And the other guy is asked to find a good hashing function for the new data and things like that.
Yeah, that would be a
Do you do this?
Yes.
Yes. And in this way, both learn, okay?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
Another point I would like to say, because this is a very, very good question. I mean, in general, if we used to teach, okay, we always don't restrict the game on the way that the teacher is creating tasks and the pupils have to solve them. We have always the pupils have to create the task for other pupils, okay? So this is always a part of game in our classes. The pupils, because this is the final station. If they are asked to find hard tasks, they are really thinking strongly about this, okay? They try to find a hard task for another group. And this is nice. Okay?
Any other questions? So, in general, for instance, is this game appropriate for the students that you have? He said, this is used in which grades you said, 5th to 8th or something. Sixth onwards or any other questions? Yeah, so there are no further questions, Shila. You can get on with the next.
Okay, so we will continue. Okay, so we will continue with the topic Tim Bell already started, and these are self-verifying codes. What we will start again from the kindergarten and primary school. Yes. So now it is not so easy for us again, but the point is regular will be now magician, okay? You have to believe that she is playing fair now, okay? And we will start first the following game. So, but I really need somebody who will now work with us as volunteers from the audience. Ram, may I ask you to play with me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, please come. Look, I will take one card here, always, and you will tell me whether I have to cover it or open it, okay?
Okay. Cover it, please.
Cover. Okay, the next one.
Cover again.
Please.
Is there any
I don't hear you. Open or cover?
Is there any goal to the game?
No, it's not in between. Only cover or open.
Okay.
Is okay?
Yeah.
The next one.
Cover it, please.
Next one.
Open, please.
Okay, next one.
Open, please.
Okay. Next one.
Open again.
Okay.
And cover it next.
Okay. But okay, let us stop now. Okay. So Regula is not here. He's really not here. He left the room. Okay. And then I need another guy, another volunteer.
Yeah.
Who will set whether I have to turn one card or two cards first. So one or two, It's the first question, 2. And now you have to tell me which ones. Which one? Which one? This one?
Yeah,
this
that one.
That one?
No, the first one, the one before.
Okay. And then maybe still another one.
The last one.
Which one? This?
Yes.
Okay. So, and now I will ask Regula to come and tell us whether we turn 1 or 2 cards. And she has to recognize, okay? So Regula is coming here and she can show you how she will try to find it out. So you have to count.
It's 2 cards.
Okay, she has 2 cards, so you agree, I hope? Okay. So do you know how it did work? We are not cheating. We are not cheating because this is something the pupils have to do by themselves. Okay. It was the original starting position. Okay. So I will tell you because this is not really cheating, but something because I'm the helper of the magician. And if I cooperate with some volunteers and try to put the car here open or closed, I always take care that at the very end, the number of open cards is even. Okay? If the number of open cards is even, it is obvious. If you turn 1 card, you change the parity. So after turning 1 card, you will get an odd number of open cards. Does not matter which one you turn. Okay? And if you turn 2 cards, then you will have again even number of open cards. Okay, can you follow me?
Yes.
Yes. So it means Regula is only coming and counting very simply. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The answer is 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a very simple way of.
Not sure whether there were some head shaking everybody could follow.
Is there some question?
Any questions? Yeah. You also showed us that people have not done their homework because in our CS Pathshala website, we have actually put one of these error correcting games. So go and look at all the games in CS Pathshala.
Yeah, so we do this activity Parity check students. Now, many of the teachers and students are asking next level why we are doing this activity and how it is going to help us for problem solving or some product-based solution somehow. So I want extension idea.
You got the question?
I did not understand.
I'm sorry, I did not understand all.
Also, the question is, one question is, why is this useful?
Okay, I will explain now. Okay, let us.
Second question is, what next?
Finally, we ask pupils to play both, to work in both roles, of the magician or of the helper. I have been the helper, and Regula was the magician. And in computer science, it looks like that. You have as data, let us say open cards is 1 and closed card is 0. Okay? So in fact, you have nothing else than some sequence of bits. Okay? And the role of the helper is to guarantee that the number of 1 is even. So there is one last control card I will put in such a way that the number of open cards is even. So this one card is not the message is coded here, but this is one additional card, like you saw already with the digits, that has to guarantee this property. Okay, this is so-called control card. And then you have a message and you know the number of ones is even. and then message is sent. And this is with some small probability, it can happen that some bit will be flipped during the transportation. For instance, this one, and you are the receiver, you look on that and say, okay, oh, the message is not correct, it happened something, I would ask again. Okay? So you can discover one error. If exactly one error happens, you will discover it. This is the simplest way of self-verifying code.
And I think earlier on, he gave an answer on what can be the next step, which is take that barcode and you had all the digits. And the last digit was just a check.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us
actually practical use the barcode, and it's everything. This is also.
Yeah, it is really Tim Bell explaining the barcode. This now is leading to that barcode with the very small children with only open and closed cards. And it's so nice because it is physical, it's not calculating.
It is not digital. You play it with cards, but
or maybe was it confusing that we used these special cards?
No. It was. I don't think it was. Was it confusing? No. It was not confusing.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You can carry.
Okay, so now we will continue with some more advanced magic. Okay, and this will be the next one. So I will take now a set of cards. In fact, I can book also another one, but
shall I leave?
Yes, you have to leave. But the problem is we have not enough place here. So I will start with a small number like that. Okay. And now the game is the following. So in fact, Regula did not see these cards. So I can choose another set. She does not know which cards are here. Okay. So that's the first one. Now, one volunteer will tell me which of these 8 cards I have to cover. It means to make something like this. So you have the choice, which one? We can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which one I have to tell?
6.
Okay, this one, okay? Okay, look on that. Remember that, please.
Next one. Not that is 5, 6.
That. This one?
Next one.
Next one, okay. Then remember that card. I will cover it here. And Regula has to come and tell me which one it is. So Regula is here, please. You have to tell the.
So the cap is yellow. Was it? Yeah, the cap is no. The cap is red. The cap is red. Sorry.
You have to count yellow, not red. Count yellow, not red.
And the shirt is yellow. And I was talking about the yeah, the shirt is correct, and the pants or the skirt. That's why must be yellow as well.
Okay, you agree? Let us look whether it is true. It works. So thank you. But I hope you know how it works.
This also answers what next.
Can you tell me? Did you understand the game?
Oh yes, many here understood it. You want to explain?
So they were in pairs, and so we found out which pair is incomplete, and which the partner of which one is being covered. And so this is how it came. This is my logic. I believe it is the same thing. The cap and the dress, I have recognized that. They were in pairs.
You mean girls and boys? No.
No, like the dress and the cap.
No message.
I tallied that.
I do not understand well, but what I do is I count I look at one of the three clothing. So I first look at the cap and I count, in this case, yellow, I count 1, 2, and there is none here, so no yellow. Yeah.
Odd and even parity.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So it means the set of cards is chosen in such a way that all dresses have an even number of yellow parts. So it means you have 1, 2 cups, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 t-shirts, you have 1, 2, 3, 4
pants or
whatever.
Skirt.
Okay. And if you cover one card, then you can now count 1, 2. So it means the number of cup is yellow. No yellow cup is missing. It must be red. Okay. Now 1, 2, 1. Oh, is odd. So 1 t-shirt is missing, must be yellow. Okay. And the same in the last part. So this is the game. The pupils have to learn and play. But what is now in this game? There are many different alternatives how to play it. What we show this is like magic trick because you have to prepare the set with some special properties. Okay, but you can play it even as a memory game. So I could take arbitrary set of cards. Even I can ask some volunteer to choose the cards and put in there. Then we don't have this property, okay? The magician is not here first. Then I asked the magician to come to look for half a minute on that and went away. And then you cover one card and the magician should come and say, I have a very good memory, I know which one it is. And the idea would be the following one. What the magician does for the short look is counting 1, 2, 3, 4 is even. So it saves 0 for cups. Then counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1 for t-shirts, okay? And counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0 for under, okay? So it means what they save are 3 bits. 0, 1, 0. Okay? And then after some change or covering, the magician comes and counts again and compare this saved bit with the true ones. And if there is a difference, it is yellow. When there is no difference, it is red. Okay? So you can play it as a memory game as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So this was the second card name. For sure, what we always do, we play it with a class. They are very proud to be able to do it, and they want to show it to the parents and I don't know whom. We always let all pupils to play all roles, the helpers or the magician, mostly in the groups of 2, 3 pupils working always together. Okay, the last magic with cards I would like to show you is that one. So I again need, maybe Ram, can you help?
I need to go again.
So I will put this card on the table and you have to tell me cover or open. Are you here?
Cover.
Open. Next one.
Cover.
Next one.
Cover.
Next one.
Open.
Okay. Next one.
Cover.
Next one.
Open.
Okay. Next one.
Open.
Next one.
Open, 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 open.
Open, 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 and no, still 2. Please. Covered. And last one. Okay. So I have now some rectangle of cards. The size does not matter. It can be arbitrarily large depending on the age of the pupils. And what I do now here is that I will add one column and one row. And you can follow me how I do it. Okay, please follow me carefully. What I do, I will put one more card in each column and in each row. Okay. And now you tell me which one of this card I have to turn, and regular must say which one I turned. So please, one of the cards, you can say the number of row and the number of column. For instance, this is 3, 3, this one.
Okay.
Which one?
3, 4. Row 3, column 4.
Okay, 3, 4. Is this one, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And now we will ask Regula to tell us which one it was. So Regula, you can come.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
You have many.
You have to estimate.
This one.
Okay. So turn it. Okay. So you have to tell
what I did. Okay. You saw me, and that is actually a very hard thing for very small children to see 2 dimensions. That's why I did. Oh, you cannot see my finger. Now you can see my finger. I was going along the road, checking whether this one is even or not. This one was not. This was odd, so I paused here. This one is good, so I went this direction. This is odd, so I did the combination of the two.
Crossing of these two. Okay, so maybe you gave me at the beginning a very easy example. So let us make it a little bit harder. The starting point. Let us take something like that, a starting point. And now what I am doing as helper, I am taking care that in each row and in each column, the number of open cards is even. So in that case, it is 2, so it is covered. Here is 3, I have to make it open to get even. Okay, is 3, I have to make it open to get even. And I'm doing the same for the columns. So I have 1, 2 here is okay. 1, 2 is also okay. 2 is also okay. 2 as well. 2 as well. Okay. Now I have the guarantee in each row and each column, the number of open cards is even. And if you change one, if you turn one, that you always know this is so-called self-verifying codes, because you can automatically correct the error, because you know you find only one row with odd number of open cards and only one. Somewhere wrong.
Something is wrong.
Yes, probably this card should be no. Okay, wait. I have to check whether it is true. 2, 2, 4, 2. Oh, here's only 1. This is not good. How it happened?
I know
it's correct. Here.
Here is not correct. So here is not correct. This must be like that. Sorry, now for this we have, and now we have the starting picture, because before turning the cards, we have even number of open cards in each row and each column. It works.
Right.
Oh,
told that we are running out of time.
Okay, now if we turn 1, what happens? This property is broken here, and this property is broken here. Okay, we are free and we have free. So the magician is only coming and counting and fixing, okay, this one column is not correct. Okay, this one row is not correct. The error must be on the crossing point of these two. Okay? And then you can correct one error. This you can find already in Computer Science Unplugged. And there are several reasons to play this game. Okay. I will tell you now. Okay. Now, you can play the game in such a way that you can even correct 2 errors or 3 errors. And then I will tell you only the idea. We don't have time really to make it.
Hello, you're right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are running out of time.
Oh, okay. 8 minutes above. Oh.
You have to finish.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, sorry, then let it be. It's okay. You can stop here, it's no problem. But only 2 sentences.
Yes.
So we can change the game for more complex one and be able to correct 2 or even 3 errors. And the second point, we can start with this game, okay, with the class, and let the class develop without linear algebra by themselves the Hamming codes. And this is really very high stage because the Hamming codes are absolutely best one, the shortest ones, for able to correct 1 error, and they can really discover them with this game. So this is everything I wanted to tell you, so we will finish now. Sorry.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the attention. So,
one question at most.
Ja, ja, habe ich jetzt gefragt.
Yeah.
Yeah, this question is related to the morning session. You spoke about language, how the programming languages are very precise and human languages are not necessarily so precise. So my question to you is, so there are language teachers in school, and then there may be math teachers or programming teachers. So are there some positives to human language, or should human language ideally become precise language?
Did you get that question?
Can you please repeat it shortly?
So this is regarding languages. Human languages, you said, are not precise. So the question is, should they become precise, or are they good the way they are?
Acoustically, we are not getting the question. That microphone seems to break off.
The human languages?
Yes.
Are not precise. So there
Yes.
6 minutes.
They don't have clear syntax and semantics.
Ram, we understand better.
So human languages, a sentence can have multiple meanings.
I will repeat sentence by sentence. Okay, you say the human languages are not precise enough to describe some activity the computer has to perform. Okay.
So is that good or bad?
Is it good or bad?
Okay, I think I think programming is interesting game. And if you start doing programming, you are not allowed to start the classical way to do it with variables. What we always do at the start, we use programs as the description of one activity, because if you have variables, the program is responsible for infinitely many activities depending on the value of the variables. If you don't have variables, you describe only one activity, and you can very well check the functionality of the program. And then you, in principle, trained with some, if you like, secret language or special formal language to exactly describe some procedure as the sequence of actions. And I think this is a good way. This is even a good way for training the natural language. And especially if you do it also in such a way with Vitrai, that you are allowed to develop the language, to introduce new words and to allow to use them, then the pupil had, for first of all, for sure fun, but on the other hand, they learn a lot in this way. Because enabling them to develop a language, to develop the vocabulary, depending on what they really need, and to work then in modular way, this is really a big contribution, because small children can write complex programs without variables if they use modularity. For instance, you write one loop, then you name this, you call it in some way, and you put now this name as a new instruction into another loop. So we have pupils of the age 10 to 12 putting 5 loops, one into other, without having any troubles with the complexity of the program, because they do it modularly. And this is a very nice way to work between creating and using a language and programming. You can use our environments to test this, if you like.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. So now I hand it over to the organizer.
Thank you, Nikki. So now's the time for a lot of presentations where all our teachers have really worked hard to come up with developments which they have done over the CS Pathshala curriculum, and I think it will be a good time, and you'll have a good time seeing all these innovations. So I have a few announcements. You'll get 6 minutes, as you know, to present your presentation, and you should be able to tell man here that move on to the next slide when you want to. And like we teachers, we have cards where at the 4th minute you will see green sign. And let's call this a pre-warning. Then this will be a warning at the 5th minute, and this will be the final bell. Okay, so please respect the final bell. Otherwise, it becomes very it becomes very hard for us to be able to turn on the mic. Okay. So, but please respect this, and we should probably start off now. The command will announce the names. So please request you to come up on stage one by one. Thank you.
Okay. It's like to call upon Kavita Shinde from Walnut School. Or Bhakti V. Mahoda, City Private School. Requesting all the participants to put in the question. Jayapalappa Foundation for Education.
Yeah. You will just open everything and it becomes easy. Time nahi lega yaar. Otherwise hang na ho jayega. Correct.
DK, Mr. Afred Usmani, Mr. Vijay Tawai, City Private School. This is Marisha Shinde, this is Poonam Kandekar, this is Poonam More, City Private School. Viral Ben,
online.
Yeah, okay. And it was. Should I start without mic or?
Escape.
Hello, good afternoon all.
I think first lunch, everyone is feeling sleepy. Good afternoon, all. My name is Kavita Shinde. I'm from Walnut School, Kursungi, Pune. Today, I'm going to present an abstract on the CTiS based unplugged activities in classroom, that is board games. Next. Significance of computational thinking and its implementation in the school is increasing worldwide. Our director, Mrs. Arpita Karkare ma'am, and Mr. Nikhil Karkare sir, also one of the core members of CS Pathshala, believe that computational thinking is one of the essential subjects to be taught in the school during school years. Thus, to develop children's computational thinking skills, we at Walnut School conduct various activities based on computational thinking skills. We have integrated CT in our curriculum from 2017. So this paper describes 2 board game activities where the students are using different CT skills to reach to the solution. Next. So we have the first board game, that is table cover up 11 to 20. So in this activity, you can see the board game picture on the screen. In this activity, students need 2 coins and 10 counters for each player. So the first player has to keep 1 coin. On 11, you can see the view upper right corner, the grids are there, the numbers are displayed. So in blue grids, 11 to 20 numbers are displayed, and in the pink squares, 1 to 10 numbers are displayed. So the player has to keep first coin on 11 and the second coin on 1. So they have to multiply the coin numbers under the coin. So that now under the coins 11 and 1 number is there. So they will multiply 11 into 1 and the answer will be 11. So they will place their counter in the large grid where the 11 number is there. So in subsequent place they have to do. So the first coin is on 11. So the second coin they will move from 1 to 20 to form a table of 11. Then again to like this, the same way the table of 11 is made, they will make the table from 12 to 20 as well. In the game, sometimes what happens, the multiplication of 2 different numbers is same. We can see the example, 12 into 7 is 84 and 14 into 6 is also 84. So if already the counter is there on 84, so it will be considered as taken, and the other player cannot keep his counter on that number, and the move will be passed to the next player. So in the table of 11, they observe the pattern as 11, 22, 33, 44. There was a repetition of number. Also, they observe the pattern that multiples of even numbers are even numbers, and the multiples of odd numbers are both even and odd as well. So here they had an opportunity to recognize the patterns. So we asked the questions like which multiples of odd numbers give odd answers, and which multiples of odd numbers gives even answer. So here the players are computing the answers of the multiplication, and they form the tables from 11 to 20. They look for an answer in rows and columns. They list down the answers to form a full table of a particular number. Also, they are combining one number. For example, 11 is combined with 1 to 10 numbers. So here they learn to make the combinations. Next one. Now we have the first variation in this game, getting 4 counters in a line, horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. So here player 1 can choose which 2 coins to place his coins on. Can choose which 2 numbers to place his coins on. In subsequent place, one of these coins can be moved. So player 1 selects 16 and 2. He places the first counter on 16 and second on 2. So the multiplication is 32, you can see in the first image. Then the player 2 moves the second coin from 2 to 6, and the multiplication is 16 into 6, the multiplication is 96. So he places his counter on 96. So here they have to see the multiples of first number, that is 16, consider 16 is the first number. So you can see in the second image, they have to see the multiples of 16 and the 6th number in every table to get 4 counters in a row. So here we are running out of the time, so I'm not
explaining all the moves. So here they are moving one coin at a time. So they are getting the answers like 90, 45, 51, 85, and 119. So you can see that the player one is very close to the winning position. So here they are developing computational thinking skills like decomposition, pattern recognition by examining the moves and moving through the grid. We had the second variation here. The sometimes children know that the whole table, they are thorough with the whole table, but they are often confused with the random multiplication. So here they can choose any two random numbers to keep their place their counters, and they can just cover up the table. So in previous variation, they were playing against each other, and here they are working together. So it increases their individual and team strengths. So the biggest challenge was while taking this activity, students were not thorough with the tables. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
नमस्कार. येथे उपस्थित सर्व उपक्रमशील सजग तार्किक विचारांच्या सगळ्या मान्यवरांना नमो नमः. मी भक्ती मुळे सिटी प्राइड स्कूल निगडीतचे येथे संस्कृत विषयाचे अध्यापन करते. चला शिकूया खेळातून संस्कृत भाषेतील वाक्य रचना. लर्न संस्कृत सेंटेन्सेस कन्स्ट्रक्शन थ्रू प्ले वे मेथड याविषयी माहिती द्यायला आपल्या समोर उपस्थित आहे. असं म्हटलं जातं की ज्ञान आणि ज्ञानार्थी यांना जोडणारा विद्यार्थी जर्शीतला सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचा घटक म्हणजे शालेय अभ्यासक्रम. मग या अभ्यासक्रमामध्ये पाठ्यपुस्तक, अध्यापक, अध्यापन पद्धती आणि वेळेची मर्यादा या सगळ्याचं समन्वय साधणं जर अवघड जातं. म्हणूनच वाक्यरचना शिकवताना पारंपरिक पद्धती बाजूला ठेवून थोडंसं एक खेळाच्या स्वरूपामध्ये यावेळेस प्रयत्न केला. यासाठी 2 खेळ मी तयार केले. यातला पहिला खेळ आहे कर्ता आणि क्रियापदाचे चक्र. यामध्ये सगळ्यात सुरुवातीला विद्यार्थ्यांना वाक्याचे भाग सांगितले तर पहिला आहे कर्ता आणि दुसरे क्रियापद. त्या पहिल्या गुणामध्ये कर्ता दिलेला आहे आणि दुसऱ्या खालच्या गुणामध्ये खालच्या चक्रामध्ये क्रियापद दिलेला आहे, जे संस्कृत मध्ये त्या कर्त्याला खास प्रकारचे सफिक्स लावलेलं क्रियापद असतं. तर ते इथे बनवून दिलेलं आहे. तर विद्यार्थ्याला त्या कर्त्यासाठी लागणारं क्रियापद कोणतं आहे ते फिरवून ओळखता आलं पाहिजे आणि त्यानंतर ते वाक्य व्यवस्थित वहीमध्ये लिहिता आलं पाहिजे. मग यातून अल्गोरिदम म्हणजे तार्किक विचार क्षमता, पॅटर्न रिकॉग्नायझेशन या पद्धतीचा विकास त्यांचा होतो. दुसरा प्रकार आहे चला बनवूया वाक्य. यामध्ये 3 चक्र तुमच्या समोर म्हणजे विद्यार्थ्यांसमोर दिले जातात. काही गट केले जातात. यामध्ये 3 चक्र. पहिल्या चक्रामध्ये त्यांना कर्ता दिला जातो सब्जेक्ट. दुसऱ्यामध्ये वर्ब म्हणजे क्रियापद आहे ते म्हणजे सेंटेन्स. मग विद्यार्थ्यांनी यावरील बाण फिरवायचा आहे. जो कर्ता येईल, जो क्रियापदाचे मूळ रूप येईल आणि जो टाइप ऑफ सेंटेन्स येईल, या सगळ्याचं समन्वय साधत विद्यार्थ्यांनी ते वाक्य बनवायचं आहे. मग यामध्ये क्रियापदाचे रूप बनवून दिलेले नाही. मग ते बनवताना इथे जो लकार दिलेला आहे म्हणजे जो टाइप ऑफ सेंटेन्स दिलेला आहे तो विद्यार्थ्याने तयार करायचा आहे आणि मग त्या कर्त्याला त्या टाइप ऑफ सेंटेन्सचं व्यवस्थित क्रियापदाचं रूप लावून मग वाक्य बनवून दाखवायचं आहे. मग यामुळे विद्यार्थ्याला फक्त पाठांतर न करता तो प्रत्यय ते क्रियापदाचं रूप कुठल्या टाइप ऑफ सेंटेन्स मध्ये कसं वापरायचं हे आपोआप लक्षात राहतं. आणि मग एकच कर्त्यासाठी या 6 प्रकारच्या क्रियापदांचे रूप बनवता त्वमसाठी जर सी हा प्रत्यय लागतोय तर खादसी, वदसी, पठसी, नमसी हे करता त्वमसाठी सी हा प्रत्यय लागतो हे त्याच्या आपोआप लक्षात राहतं. असं या खेळाद्वारे हे वाक्यरचनेचं रूप तयार केलं. तिसरा प्रकार केला होता शिकवताना म्हणजे अध्यापन करताना लिटरेचर मध्ये संस्कृत मध्ये प्रहेलिका म्हणजे क्विज हा प्रकार एक आहे. मग ही प्रहेलिका शिकवताना किंवा शिकताना मात्र तुम्हाला या प्रत्येक ठिकाणी तार्किक विचार करावा लागतो. त्याचं पॅटर्न ठरवावं लागतो की या वाक्यामध्ये तुम्हाला त्याचं दिलेलं उत्तर हे त्या प्रहेलिकेमध्येच आहे, पण हे शोधायचं कसं. मग आता उदाहरणार्थ यामध्ये जर पहिले 3 वाक्य दिले आणि चौथी ओळ हे त्या प्रश्नाचं उत्तर आहे, परंतु ती ओळ जर तशीच्या तशी अर्थाने घेतली तर त्याचा अर्थ वेगळाच लागतो. पण ते तीनही शब्द जर क्रमाने तीनही ओळींच्या समोर लावले तर मात्र या कोड्याचं उत्तर आपल्या समोर जरूर येतं. तर अशा प्रकारे ही प्रहेलिका सुद्धा विद्यार्थ्यांसमोर या खेळाच्या रूपाने सादर केली. तर या सगळ्या भाषिक खेळातून अल्गोरिदम, लॉजिकल थिंकिंग, योग्य उत्तर मिळवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करायला विद्यार्थी प्रवृत्त झाले असं दिसून आलं. शब्दरूप हे फक्त पाठांतर मनामध्ये लक्षात ठेवून गेस करून अशी उत्तरं देण्याऐवजी विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये आनंददायी आणि परिणामकारक आम्हाला इव्हॅल्युएशन दिसून आलं. हे इव्हॅल्युएशन करताना आम्ही क्लास टेस्ट म्हणजे या घटकांवर वर्ग परीक्षा घेतल्या. मग त्या घटकांच्या असतील आणि मग वाक्यरचना त्यांना जमते आहे की नाही यासाठी रायटिंग स्किल म्हणजे चित्रवर्णन, चित्र दिले आणि त्यानुसार त्यांना ती वाक्यरचना करायची आहे याद्वारे त्यांचं इव्हॅल्युएशन केलं. मग यामध्ये जवळजवळ 75% बदल दिसून आला. मग या सगळ्यांमधून मुलांना वाक्यरचना करण्याची भीती कमी झालेली दिसून आली. लॉजिकल थिंकिंग, स्मरण, वाचन, लेखन या सगळ्याच कौशल्यांचा विकास झालेला दिसून आला. आणि ज्याप्रमाणे मी तुम्हाला प्रहेलिका दाखवली ती प्रहेलिका शिकवून झाल्यानंतर विद्यार्थ्यांनी स्वतःहून अशा अनेक प्रकारच्या प्रहेलिका समोर आणल्या ज्या मी बाहेर डिस्प्लेसाठी बऱ्याच जणांनी पाहिल्या असतील. तर मला असं वाटतं की आनंददायी आणि स्मरण, लेखन, वाचन या सगळ्याच कौशल्यांच्या विकासासाठी पारंपरिक पद्धतीचे अध्ययन आणि अध्यापन यामध्ये थोडासा बदल करून या कॉम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंगचा जर आपल्या घटकानुसार वापर झाला तर नक्कीच अध्ययन, अध्यापन आणि त्याचप्रमाणे मूल्यमापन पद्धती सुद्धा दडपण न घेता आनंददायी होण्यास नक्कीच मदत होते. धन्यवाद.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaipal. So I am from Foundation for Education, Ecology and Livelihood, Krishnamurthy Foundation, India, Kaibel, Chittoor District, Andhra Pradesh. Next slide. Next. We work in 3 areas: conservation, education, and livelihood. In education, we are running 2 primary schools in 2 tribal communities and 3 learning centers in nearby villages. In school, 40 children are studying, and learning center, 120 children are studying. The school curriculum is integrated within the local environment. Students undertake several projects within the local environment which allow for learning different subjects. Next. About presentation, in our school, children do many outdoor activities that are linked into the environment. I want to present here about one such project, land use mapping, and how such project as elements of city. Children doing, one is the transact bird watching, and other image was representing land use mapping. Next image, madam. Children's learning. When children doing project like this, they explore freely, they learn how to approach a problem, how to study into orderly manner. Systematic study how to classify, collect data. They were themselves making classification of data. For example, in bird study, how many birds of what kind, comparison, birds are comparison, types of birds, parts of birds, colors. In land use mapping, seeing different landscape patterns, they were communicating with each other with others. In this process, lots of mathematics are learning, sorting, counting, and adding, collecting data. When representing, they see what it includes, what not, and make charts, maps. Exploring land use patterns, locally their own land, their own villages. Understanding local ecology directly firsthand. Next image, man. Elements of city in environment project. How to plan such projects and element, many aspects of computational thinking are involved. In addition to teaching local ecology, we are able to show them a systematic way of study. How children engage and participate in such projects. How integrated projects can be planned and done at primary school level. How we as teachers need to prepare for such activities, our attitude and our interest, our knowledge, flexibility in the school planning. Learning to observe and work with children in different ways. Next image now. How was the land use map done? Planning, field observation, data collection, representing the data and analysis. Data collection and represent was an important skill learning. We identify area to study, explain to children how to observe and how to collect data. Looking on either sides, guess, estimate, count, keep record on what we can see. So in this process, children explore freely. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha Umberkar. I'm from Dr. Kalmadi Chandra High School, Pune, and my topic is Unplugged activity, which is based on artificial intelligence and for face recognition. So these are the contents of my presentation. Now, please give me a second. Next. We are in the 5th generation of computers, that is artificial intelligence. We are aware that in the classrooms also ChatGPT is booming every day. So my activity is based on that criteria only. Artificial intelligence is the simulation of a human intelligence which is processed by the machine. This process includes learning, reasoning, self-correction. Introducing AI to the young learner of grade 6 was a challenging task. In this facial recognition, students are aware about it. They used it for they were using in the smartphones how to lock, unlock the features using face. So it was not difficult to relate them with actual thing. So I started my activity by asking them few questions like how do you identify any images? I showed them a few images also, and I asked them if is there any rule to identify any picture? How do you differentiate between the two pictures? So whatever the discussion was carried out was not enough to understand the logic behind face recognition. As they know, the computer cannot understand or cannot retain the information like how human being is doing. So I divided my activity in two parts, the fictional character and the non-fictional character. So fictional character, for that I have used this Disney princess to make it more interactive and engaging to them. I have given this 5 princess, next slide, 5 princess to 5 students from the class, and I told them, please observe the image and write down the features and the attribute about that particular image. So here you can see the dress color is yellow and all. So one more tricky concept has been cleared over here, that is variable and its value, which is very difficult to teach them using normal words. Next, like that the 5 students come up with the different analytical report. Here the very important concept has been cleared for city, that is decomposition of the image. And it's an important pillar for the image processing. The second, I told the same student, now you have to make a questionnaire to identify that particular image. So they made this questionnaire. In this way, the 5 questionnaire is made by the 5 different students, those who have observed the image and returned the attributes. Next. Now the second step has been started, that is database search. They need to read the question, the other group to whom I have given them the questionnaire. That is a group of 5 children. They have to solve the questionnaire by observing this image. So here, very important, my questionnaire is the input, whereas this is the database. They need to find out the question. They need to search in the database one by one, algorithmic thinking, plus the pattern is going on. Next. You can solve, you can see here. Next. After the analytical report, the third step, that is data analysis. Here the actual output came into the picture. After analyzing it, they have to make a total of it, and the total the person
character 4 has got the highest mark. Means the questionnaire is made for that particular image, and character 4 was Anna. The graph is also shows the same thing. Just remember the matching probability. Go ahead. Other group also come up with a different answer after collecting and analyzing it. Each group has got the one correct answer because 5 different questionnaire is made for 5 different characters. Next. During the variation, it was very interesting. Now, replace the actual Disney princess with the actual human being, with a non-fictional character. So here the challenge, very important challenge came. Next. Image identification, extraction, decomposition was very difficult when it comes to the actual human being. Next. Same activity, the probability has drastically reduced. It's 23%. Next. So how to solve this problem? So they said, if we will increase the number of questionnaires, if we will train the more data. So this is also a very important concept we have taught them. How to train the data. It's the biggest pillar of AI. So they come up with a more questionnaire, they got the correct result, accuracy has been increased. Matching probability that becomes 35%. So Disney princess, it's very easy to identify. Matching probability was 45. Human with the less data, the matching probability is 23%. When you train the data with more inputs as well as more face images, the accuracy will be increased. Next. As I discussed, the first challenge, when it comes to the actual human being, it was solved by them only by increasing the number of questionnaires and to analyze. The second challenge was they found it's very difficult to extract the image or the image decomposition when it comes to the actual human being. They were not aware about face type, nose type, ears type, eyes type. So they have taken a help from the Google. Time constraint as usual. Here also I'm facing that problem. Next. Impact. It was very nice. So very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, principal, teachers, and my dear friends. I am Mrs. Amrita DK. Myself, Mrs. Afrin Usmani.
And I am Isa.
And together we are going to present a paper, Unplugged activity to teach concept of looping and conditions using computational thinking. Now, before I begin presenting my paper, quickly, I want all of us to do one activity. We roll our hand twice, then we clap twice, and we snap our fingers twice. So let's do it. 1. Okay. 1, 2. Now let us do it with music first. Did you enjoy the activity? So what we did just now was, we just repeated a certain set of instructions, right? So this concept is called as looping when it comes to computers. Nishamis, can I have next slide? Thank you. Now it can be executed in 2 ways. We can have incrementing loops and we can have decrementing loops. To give you a simple example, when we use an elevator to go from the ground floor to the top floor, you must have observed the elevator panel. We have ground floor, then we have 1, 2, 3, and so on till we reach our destination, right? So what happens is we are incrementing the values one by one. To teach this concept to our children, we have a class of 40 students. So we divided it into small groups. Now we asked the group to stand at the base of stairs. And on the stairs, we had step numbers from 1 to 8. On each stair, there was a piece of paper cap
which the child had to showcase when to do the stands on that particular stair. Next to the line where children were standing, there was a table which consisted of small chits. Now we asked the children, or we told the children rather, that we are going to begin our loop with 1. So the first child came, he picked up a chit 0, and he knew he cannot go inside the loop because we want to start with 1. He searched through the chit. To get the chit called as 1, he went and stood on the first stair and showed whatever paper was kept over there. Now the second child knew that if he wants to climb the staircase, he has to stand on the stair number 2. So he came, he picked up stair number 2, the chit with 2 written on it, and he stood on the second stair. Then he displayed the text that was kept over there. So like this, we completed the entire loop. When the last child took chit number 8 and he stood, so after that, no child was able to stand on the stair. With this, we taught the concept when the child took chit number 1, that was the initialization condition for a loop. Then, with the next increment of 1, that is, with the next number that is 2, we taught the concept of increment by 1. And then we ended our loop when the value reached 8. Now, similar to this, exactly the other way around, when we want to come down from the building, that is from the 10th floor to the ground floor, we see that the panel number goes on reducing from 10 to 9, 8, 7, and so on, till wherever we want to go. That is till our desired floor or till the ground floor. Now for this again, we made the children stand now at the top of the stairs. So they picked up the chits and they came and stood on the stairs with numbers 8, 7, 6, 5, and so on till 1. So here we taught a very important concept that when we are using the decrementing loop, the initialization condition for that would be higher than the termination condition. For this, we also made use of loop box. I now request Mili to show us about the loop.
So this loop box we have made is about nested loops. It is to help the students better understand the concept of nested loops. As you can see, there are 3 loops here nested within one another, and the innermost loop will increment, and then based on the looping conditions and or the looping limit, the corresponding outer loop there will be an increment.
Then we also had one more activity wherein all the children were asked to sit in a circle. They were asked to clap 5 times. Then the next child, the control goes to second child. Now the second child claps 5 times. So with the increment of children, that was incrementation of the outer loop, and with one child clapping 5 times, that was the inner loop. Now I request Afrin Usman Miss to give us more detail.
Okay. We will have one small activity. I want you all to raise your hand if your age is about 30. Quickly, because we have a lot of. Okay, everybody. Okay, hands up. Now, can I have all the ladies and wearing black color saree? Me too. Okay. Now, clap your hands twice if your birthday falls in the month of June or December. Okay. So actually, here, have you observed? We have covered concept of this conditional statement along with logical and or of it. So the same examples we have given to our students with different variation. So when we were taking this loop activity, increment, decrement, etc., that time we have asked our students to perform a particular task if the child is wearing yellow color uniform.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I now request Manisha Sile, Poonam, Khandekar, and Poonam More.
Good afternoon, all are present here. I am Manisha Ganeshinde. These are my colleagues, Poonam More and Poonam Khandekar. We are from CTiS School Mostly. Today we are presenting our PPT on teaching computer network topology through computational thinking. Now next. So computer network topology means the physical and logical arrangements of nodes. So here we understand the abstraction, we involve student in that activity. Here we replace student as a we replace node as a student and cable as a thread. After that, we guide student to solve the problem step by step. We divide 40 students in 3 groups and assign one topology to each group. Ma'am, next. So here, bus topology. Ma'am, next. In bus topology, if you observe, computer 1 wants to pass data to computer 5, it broadcasts their data. So here the students are unable to understand what is meant by broadcast and how it will happen in the topology. So ma'am, next. So we asked student to form a line, and I told last student to perform one action, and that action will be passed throughout the student. So if they understand the broadcast concept, how the data pass from the one computer to entire network. So after that, when they pass the action, some of the students miss some action. So they understand how the data leakage happen in the burst topology. Next, one more disadvantages we tell about the burst topology, that when we cut the thread in between that network, the entire network will get slowed down. So what happened in that? So we overcome all this drawback in next topology that will be explained by Pulum.
Next, please, next, ma'am. Next. So here you can see that here in ring topology, token is circulating among the network. So I asked the students to form a circle in the same manner, and the student who I asked the students to circulate the block as a token, and the student who has the token, that student only can pass the data to another student. So like that they can pass the data. And because of this, due to unidirectional token ring, the performance of ring topology is better than burst topology. And here, to show the failure connection, we cut the thread and asked the students for the result. So student quickly gave that, yes, the whole network will go down. So student understood the concept thoroughly here. And these disadvantage will be overcome by another topology that will be explained by my colleague.
Hello everyone. Ma'am, next slide. Yes, this is let's see about the star topology. So here we arrange the students according to this diagram. Means one student will stand in middle as a switch, and others are connected separately with a different cable. Ma'am, next. So we took one activity like this, and to illustrate the data transmission, one student will pass the data to another student through switch only. So here data is more secure, and collision will not happen. So that's why we are using star topology mostly in different areas. So this is how student will get the clear idea about the topology network architecture that we are teaching them. Next.
So there were challenges were there, that while teaching network topology, we explain through some videos also and PPT also, but still some students were confused, because see, network topology structure is little bit messy to understand. They can't imagine how it will. So we thought that can we change the style of teaching, and can we play the one game with them? So so we explained this, we did the variation, and we explained the, we played a game with them.
Next. So the impact is that student really, student really enjoyed the activity as we took the game. And as we know, if we engage the student in a particular activity, the learning output will be more effective. So this is how we combine the computational thinking with experiential learning. Student involved in the experiment, so it is more easy for student to understand the concept. And so this is how we are after taking question as we got idea that student understood the concept very nicely. Next.
And we would like to special thanks to our Dr. Dipali Sawai ma'am. She is founder director of CTiS Schools. And Sonia Agarcha ma'am and Chitra Babu, they have guided us throughout our CTiS presentation journey. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. Video. Yes. This video open kar. Viral base. Viral base. Share the screen. Yeah. Share the screen.
So the last presentation is in online.
Yeah, online. I'll share the screen so that she will.
The center is Viral Ben, Sri Singh Chaudhary, Dinesh Kumar Prajapati.
My name is Viral Prithvi Chaudhary. मैं गुजरात स्टेट के मेहसाणा जिले का एक छोटा सा गांव है सूडिया, वहां पे पढ़ाती हूँ। मेरे स्कूल का नाम है सूडिया प्राथमिक कुमार शाला। वहां 6 से 8 तक के बच्चों को मैं मैथ साइंस पढ़ाती हूँ। मेरे स्कूल में टोटल 314 बच्चे हैं, जिसमें से कक्षा 6 से 8 में 141 स्टूडेंट पढ़ते हैं। आज मैं आपको स्टूडेंट की मैथ स्किल को अनप्लग्ड कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग गेम से कैसे एनहेंस करते हैं उसके बारे में बताऊंगी। जनवरी 2023 में मैंने अपनी स्कूल में अनप्लग्ड एक्टिविटी के थ्रू कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग की शुरुआत की। सबसे पहले मैंने 4x4 का सुडोकू अपने बच्चों को सिखाया। बच्चों को सुडोकू में इतना इंटरेस्ट पड़ने लगा कि दूसरे दिन जब भी मैं क्लास में गई, क्लास में आते ही बच्चों ने कहा, मैम पहला एक सुडोकू आपको ने हमें जल्दी सॉल्व कर लाएगी। बच्चों का यह इंटरेस्ट देख के मैंने अपने स्कूल के गार्डन में एक ब्लैक बोर्ड था, वहां पे मैंने एक सुडोकू लिख दिया और बच्चों को कहा आप अपने फ्री टाइम में या रिसेस के टाइम में आना और उसे सॉल्व कर देना। 2 दिन के बाद मैं उसमें सही आंसर लिख दूंगी और अपना सुडोकू अपने आप चेक कर देना। बच्चों को इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया और उसी इंटरेस्ट को देखते हुए मैंने दूसरे बोर्ड पर मैथ्स पजल लिख दी। तो बच्चे रिसेस के टाइम पे वो पजल सॉल्व कर देती थी अपनी बुक में और मैं शाम को जब घर जाती थी तब वही सही आंसर लिख देती थी और बच्चे अपना आंसर खुद से ही चेक कर लेते। इस तरह कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग हमारे स्कूल में एक आउटडोर एक्टिविटीज बन गया था। कई स्टूडेंट को आउटडोर एक्टिविटीज पसंद है तो कुछ को इंडोर एक्टिविटीज पसंद है। तो ये सोच के मैंने सभी स्टूडेंट को एंगेज करने के लिए सिटी रूम डेवलप करने का ख्याल आया। जो बच्चे ग्रुप में ज्यादा एक्टिव नहीं होते वो बच्चे सिटी रूम में आके अपने फ्री टाइम में एक्टिविटीज कर सकते हैं। सिटी रूम बनाना इतना आसान नहीं था। पहले तो कौन सी एक्टिविटी वहां पे रखूं जिससे बच्चों का इंटरेस्ट बना रहे, सिटी रूम मैनेज कैसे करना है, वो सब चैलेंजेस मेरे सामने आए। फिर भी मैंने कई सारी एक्टिविटीज वहां पे रखी, जैसे कि मैथ्स कैलेंडर, सुडोकू, मैथ्स पजल, मैथ्स इक्वेशन के चार्ट्स, एफएल रिलेटेड गेम्स। बच्चे अपने फ्री टाइम में यहाँ आते थे और सिटी रूम में एक उनकी नोट पड़ी हुई थी, वहां उसमें सही आंसर लिखते थे और इस तरह बच्चों को धीरे धीरे सिटी रूम में जाने का और वहां के पजल सॉल्व करने का इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया। जो बच्चे एफएलएन यानी कि फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी में वीक थे, यानी कि जो बच्चे मैथ्स का बेसिक सीखने में थोड़े वीक थे, उनको भी मैथ्स में इंटरेस्ट बढ़ने लगा। मैंने सिटी रूम में मैथ्स कैलेंडर रखा। मैथ्स कैलेंडर में अंक पर एक पजल रखी हुई। इस पजल का आंसर कैलेंडर का ही अंक है। जैसे कि 8 अप्रैल मैंने रखा है तो 8 अप्रैल के कॉलम में मैंने एक पजल लिखी है कि 8 माइनस 9/9 यानी कि उसका आंसर आता है 8। वैसे ही 16 अप्रैल में लिखा है 2:4 यानी कि 16। बच्चे सॉल्व करके अपने सीटी के नोट में लिख देते थे। उसकी वजह से गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में जो स्कॉलरशिप की जो एग्जाम आती है उसमें भी बच्चे अच्छी तरह से कर पाते थे। इसी तरह मैंने कई सारी पजल वहां पे रखी हुई थी। फिर मैंने सिटी की व्यूरचना का उपयोग मेरे मैथ्स स्टैंडर्ड 8 के मैथ्स में किया। चैप्टर 10 में विजुअलाइजेशन ऑफ सॉलिड शेप्स। बच्चों को स्कूल में और क्लासरूम का नक्शा ड्रॉ करना था, तो वही मैंने सिटी व्यूरचना का यूज किया। पहले मैंने सारे बच्चों को अपनी शाला में कितने क्लास है, कहाँ पे है, कितने अंतर पे है, वो सब इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करने को कहा और फिर उसी के आधार पर उन्होंने नक्शा ड्रॉ की और कंप्यूटर में भी वो अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने नक्शा ड्रॉ कर दी। इस तरह मैंने स्टैंडर्ड 6 और 7 में गेस माय बर्थडे एक्टिविटी से ऑड नंबर, इवन नंबर, प्राइम नंबर, कंपोजिट संख्या, बड़ी या छोटी संख्या, उस सब का कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर किया। सबसे पहले मैंने मैथ्स वॉच सर से बच्चों को बनाने को कहा कि आप उस मैथ्स वॉच को अपने घर पे ऐसे डिजाइन कीजिए जिसका दोनों जो बड़ा और छोटा वाला जो कांटा आता है वो फ्लेक्सिबल है। फिर मैंने 3 बजे तो 1/4 हुआ, 6 बजे तो 1/2 हुआ। उस बड़े या छोटे जो कांटे हैं वो और इवन नंबर पे रखने को कहा, उसमें भी बच्चे को मजा आ गया। फिर उसी तरह मैंने गेस माय बर्थडे एक्टिविटी स्टार्ट की, टीम बनाई और लॉजिकल क्वेश्चन बनाने को कहा कि जिससे बर्थ डेट जल्दी से आ जाए। तो पहले तो बच्चे ने ऐसे ही क्वेश्चन बना दिए, उनको पता ही नहीं चला कि उसमें कौन सा लॉजिक यूज करना है। वो धीरे धीरे उन्हें पता चला कि जितने कम क्वेश्चन होंगे उतने ज्यादा आप विनर बन पाओगे। तो उन्होंने ऑड इवन नंबर, भक्ति मुकुल, जयपाल, नेहा, रीता बीके, अफरीन उस्मान, हिर सवान, मनीषा सिंह, पूनम कंडे, पूनम, थैंक यू।
Dinesh Kumar.
Thank you so much.
By 4:30, we will all have a get together group photo.
one from Uttarakhand, the NAB, and the other is a resource center, Saksham from Delhi, and one from Odisha. And now all these will be videos of teachers sharing their experiences of how they implemented this in the classrooms, what kind of adjustments they had to make, what their learnings have been. And many of them, in fact, there's another group of teachers who actually contributed to this the conference itself, and they were saying how they found it useful to even use this kind of games in the math classroom as well. So these videos will be in Tamil and Odia and Hindi and English. The Tamil and Odia videos will have subtitles, and but the script of the Tamil videos will be in Tamil. So over to the videos now. Regina ma'am, she's from the, can you come up there? She's from the Tirupati School for the Blind, and she's there, but her presentation will also be a video. So if there are any questions, you can take them all towards the end. Thank you very much. No, that's not. No, madam. We would normally introduce the speakers and the titles of their talks, but apparently the videos are marvelously self-contained. So in the interest of time, we will just move over to the pre-recorded presentations and wrap it up with panels. Thank you.
Hello, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର। ମୁଁ ନବୀନ କୁମାର ବେହେରା, ଦି ୱେଲଫେୟାର ସ୍କୁଲ ଫର ଦି ବ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଡ ରାଣୀପାଟଣା ବାଲେଶ୍ୱରରୁ କହୁଛି। ମୁଁ ଆମର ଏ ସ୍କୁଲଟି 2002 ମସିହାରେ 10 ଜଣ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ନେଇ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଥିଲୁ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତାହା 110 ପିଲା ଏଠି ପାଠ ପଢୁଛନ୍ତି। ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଦଶମ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଅଛି। ମୁଁ ସୁଲଭ ସାପ ଏବଂ ସିଢି ଖେଳ ବିଷୟରେ ଆଜି ଉପସ୍ଥାପନ କରୁଛି। ଆମେ ପ୍ରତି ସପ୍ତାହରେ 2ଟି ଅଧିବେଶନ ଆୟୋଜନ କରୁଛୁ ଏବଂ ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ସପ୍ତମ ଶ୍ରେଣୀ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ 30 ଜଣ ଛାତ୍ରଛାତ୍ରୀଙ୍କ ସହ 5 ଜଣ ଶିକ୍ଷକ ସାମିଲ ଅଛନ୍ତି। କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକଳାପ ଓ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରିତା, ଆମେ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କ ସହିତ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ସିଟି ଗେମ୍ ଖେଳିଥାଉ ଏବଂ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ରିୟ ଖେଳ ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ହେଲା କାର୍ଡ ଗେମ୍, ଟେବୁଲ ଗେମ୍, ଲୁଡୋ ଏବଂ ସାପ ଏବଂ ସିଡି। ପ୍ରାରମ୍ଭରେ ପିଲାମାନେ ଖେଳକୁ ବୁଝିବାରେ ସମୟ ନେଉଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସେମାନେ ଏହି ଖେଳ ଗୁଡ଼ିକୁ ବହୁତ ଉପଭୋଗ କରନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ଆମକୁ ବାରମ୍ବାର ଏହାକୁ ଖେଳିବାକୁ କୁହନ୍ତି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରାୟ ଗୋଟିଏ ଖେଳ ଉପସ୍ଥାପନ କରିବି ଯାହା ଉପଲବ୍ଧ ସାପ ଏବଂ ସିଡି ଖେଳ, ଯେଉଁଠାରେ ପିଲାମାନେ ଏକ ସ୍ପର୍ଶୀୟ ଡାଇସ୍ ବୁଲାନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ତାପରେ ବ୍ରେଲ ନମ୍ବର ଗଣନା କରି କିମ୍ବା ପଢି ଖେଳ ଖେଳନ୍ତି। ଛାତ୍ରଛାତ୍ରୀମାନେ ଯୋଡିରେ ଏହି ଗେମ୍ ଖେଳନ୍ତି। ଏକାଧିକ ଥର ଗେମ୍ ଖେଳିବା ପରେ ପିଲାମାନେ ପ୍ଲେଇଂ ବୋର୍ଡ ମନେ ରଖନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁଠି ସେମାନେ ସିଡି ଓ ସାପ ପାଇବେ। ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜ ଓ ଭିନ୍ନତା, ଗେମ୍ ଖେଳୁଥିବା ବେଳେ ଯେଉଁ ପିଲାମାନେ ବ୍ରେଲ ପଢୁନାହାନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ସିଡି ଚଢିଲେ କିମ୍ବା ସାପରୁ ତଳକୁ ଖସି ପଡିବା ବେଳେ କେଉଁ ପାର୍ଶ୍ୱକୁ ଟୋକନ ଚଳାଇବାକୁ ପଡିବ ସେ ନେଇ ଟିକେ ଦ୍ୱନ୍ଦ୍ୱରେ ପଡନ୍ତି। ତେଣୁ ଏଭଳି ପରିସ୍ଥିତିରେ ଟୋକନ ଚଳାଇବାରେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଜଣେ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିହୀନ ଏବଂ ଜଣେ ନିମ୍ନ ଦୃଷ୍ଟି ବା ସ୍ୱଳ୍ପ ଦୃଷ୍ଟି ବିଶିଷ୍ଟ ଶିଶୁକୁ ନେଇ ଯୋଡି ଗଠନ କରି ଏକ ଛୋଟ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ କରିଥିଲୁ। ଯେହେତୁ କମ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିର ପିଲାମାନେ ପ୍ରିଣ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର ପଢନ୍ତି, ବେଳେ ବେଳେ ଜଣେ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିହୀନ ଶିକ୍ଷକ ମଧ୍ୟ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ସଂଖ୍ୟା ବୁଝିବାରେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିଥାନ୍ତି। ପ୍ରଭାବ, ପିଲାମାନେ ଖେଳକୁ ଉପଭୋଗ କରନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ସେମାନେ ଖେଳ ଅଧିବେଶନକୁ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରନ୍ତି। ଏହି ଖେଳ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ମୋଟ ଏବଂ ଉତ୍ତମ ମୋଟର ଦକ୍ଷତା ବୃଦ୍ଧି କରିଥାଏ ଏବଂ ଉତ୍ତମ ମୋଟର ଦକ୍ଷତା ବୃଦ୍ଧି କରିଥାଏ, ଯେପରିକି ଡାଇସ୍ ବୁଲାଇବା, ଟୋକନ ଧରିବା ଏବଂ ବୋର୍ଡରେ ଚଳାଇବା। ଖେଳୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ପିଲାମାନେ ଗଣନା କରନ୍ତି, ବେଳେ ବେଳେ ଡାଇସରେ ଥିବା ନମ୍ବର ଅନୁଯାୟୀ ଟୋକନ ସ୍ଥାନାନ୍ତର କରିବା ସମୟରେ ଯୋଡିଥାନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ହ୍ରାସ କରିଥାନ୍ତି, ଯେଟା କମେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତି। ବୋର୍ଡରେ ଥିବା ବ୍ରେଲ ନମ୍ବର ଏବଂ ବ୍ରେଲକୁ ମଜବୁତ କରିବାରେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିଥାଏ। ପିଲାମାନେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ରଣକୌଶଳ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରନ୍ତି, ଯେପରିକି ଡାଇସ୍ ରୁଲିଂର शब्द जहाँ जानिबा पई जे अन्य खेलाड़ी मानकर पाली सरिला यही खेल माध्यम रे पिला माने किछि स्पेशल ओरिएंटेशन विकसित करिवारे सक्षम होती सेमाने एही खेलर एक मानसिक भावमूर्ति सृष्टि करने को सक्षम अटंती बोर्ड सापर एवं सीढ़ीर स्थिति कहानी साप और सीढ़ी खेल खेलुवा बेले दुईटी ग्रुप भाग नियंती प्रथम ग्रुप गेम खेलुवा बेले अन्य एक ग्रुप खेलाड़ींकर कथा शुणती गेम खेलुवा दल जोर रे कही था एवं केउ संख्या आसे सेमाने सीढ़ी दे ऊपर को उठिले ना सापर तल भाग को खसी आसिले केवल खेलुवा ना खेल को उपभोग करथिबा पिला माने नुहंती बरं अन्य गोष्ठी मध्य खेलाड़ींकर कथा शुणिबा समय रे उपभोग करती एवं सेमाने मानसिक भाव रे छोट छोट गणना एवं गणना रे मध्य जड़ित थांती पिला माने साप किंबा सीढ़ीर पूर्वानुमान आशा करिबा एवं परस्पर को कहिबारे सक्षम अटंती तेणु पूरा ग्रुप खेल को उपभोग करती ठीक यही भाव में आमर खेलटी चलता है तेणु समस्त को धन्यवाद नेक्स्ट रोज
Hello everyone, I am Kala and I am from Saksham. Saksham is non-government organization working for the education and the rehabilitation of the children with visual impaired, multi-handicap and deaf blindness. Through different activities, we are working on the different areas of Saksham, which is listed below. If you want to know more about the Saksham, you can visit our website, which is listed down. हम लोग लॉकडाउन के टाइम पर विजन एम्पायर से जुड़े और उस दौरान हमने बहुत सारी कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग स्किल्स थ्रू डिफरेंट गेम्स सीखी और वो हमने अपने बच्चों के साथ यूज किया है जिसमें कार्ड गेम्स है, IC10 है, रेस टू 27 है, मार्केट गेम है, बोर्ड गेम्स है, बहुत सारे गेम्स जो हम अपने बच्चों के साथ डिफरेंट लेवल पर प्ले करते हैं। यहाँ पर इला मैम है और मैं IC10 गेम को प्रेजेंट करूंगी कैसे हम अपने बच्चों के साथ खेलते हैं और इला मैम मार्केट गेम प्रेजेंट करेंगी। IC10 गेम आप ये कार्ड देख रहे हैं, जैसे ये रेगुलर कार्ड है, बस इसमें थोड़ी सी मॉडिफिकेशन की गई है। इसको टैक्टाइल बनाने के लिए इसमें ब्रेल से नंबर्स लिखे गए हैं, ब्रेल के डॉट्स हैं और कार्ड सूट भी जो है वो ब्रेल से डिनोट किया गया है ताकि जो विजुअली चैलेंज बच्चे हैं वो नॉर्मल बच्चों के साथ ये कार्ड को खेल सके एक इंक्लूजन सेटअप में। मैं जो काम करती हूँ वो मल्टी हैंडिकैप बच्चों के साथ काम करती हूँ। मेरे बच्चों का भी ये लेवल नहीं है कि वो इस ब्रेल डॉट को पढ़ पाए या इतने टाइनी डॉट को अंडरस्टैंड कर पाए, तो मैंने इस कार्ड को थोड़ा सा देखकर मॉडिफाई किया है और इसमें मैंने आप देख पा रहे हैं कि इसमें डिफरेंट बटन्स लगे हैं और ब्लैक बैकग्राउंड पे बना है ताकि लो विजन बच्चे भी इस बटन को समझ पाएं और काउंट कर पाएं। हम फर्स्ट लेवल पर मल्टी हैंडिकैप बच्चों के साथ ये वाला कार्ड गेम प्ले करते हैं ताकि बच्चे इसको काउंट कर पाएं और मीनिंगफुली ओरल काउंटिंग के बाद मीनिंगफुल इन बटन्स को काउंट कर पाए। हम ये कार्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते हैं बच्चों को और बच्चे मैम बोलती है कि अच्छा 2 नंबर का कार्ड किसके पास है, तो बच्चे कार्ड उठाकर बटन्स को एक्सप्लोर करना, स्टार्टिंग से कहाँ से बटन लगा है उसको 1 2 काउंट करना, ये अंडरस्टैंड करना कि हाँ यही 2 है, मीनिंगफुली अंडरस्टैंड करना कि मेरे ही पास 2 है और बोलना कि हाँ मैम मेरे पास है। जो बच्चे गूगल नहीं है वो लोग एटलीस्ट हैंड रेज करके बोल पाते हैं कि हाँ मेरे पास जो कार्ड है वो 2 नंबर का है। ये हम मल्टी हैंडिकैप बच्चों के साथ फर्स्ट लेवल पर गेम खेल रहे हैं। जो हम सेकंड लेवल पर बच्चों के साथ गेम खेलते हैं वो हम एडिशन लेवल पर खेलते हैं जिसमें सिंपल एडिशंस होती हैं। 2 नंबरों को ऐड करना होता है, 2 नंबरों के कार्ड को, तो बच्चे उसमें 2 नंबर के कार्ड को ऐड करके 10 बन रहा है, जिनका नहीं बन रहा है कि उनको तीसरा कार्ड देके ये समझ पाना कि ये नंबर भी आके 10 बनेगा नहीं बनेगा। तो इस लेवल पर हम बच्चों के साथ एडिशन, नंबर आइडेंटिफिकेशन, मीनिंगफुल काउंटिंग वगैरह के साथ ये गेम्स बच्चों को खिला रहे हैं। अब यहाँ पे इला मैम है जो आपको मार्केट गेम इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगी। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू कला। हेलो एवरीवन। जो हमारा नेक्स्ट गेम है वो है मार्केट गेम। मार्केट गेम हम 10 to 15 ईयर्स के एक ग्रुप के साथ खेलते हैं। ये 2 ग्रुप्स में खेला जाता है, एक शॉपकीपर ग्रुप और एक बायर ग्रुप। मतलब हम इनको इसमें बच्चों को रियल वो देते हैं कि अगर आप शॉपकीपर हैं और आप बायर हैं तो आप कैसे चीजों को परचेज करेंगे, और उसके थ्रू हम मनी ट्रांजेक्शन सिखाते हैं। हम बच्चों को मार्केट भी ले जाते हैं, मार्केट ले जाकर उनको अलग अलग चीजों का एक्सपोजर देते हैं और उनको एक थीम दे देते हैं। जैसे टीचर क्या करेंगे, उनको पहले रूल्स बताएंगे और उनको एक थीम बच्चे सेलेक्ट करेंगे, चाहे वो बर्थडे पार्टी का हो या फिर किसी के गेस्ट के आने का हो। उसके थ्रू वो अपनी एक सामान की लिस्ट परचेज बनाएंगे और उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो मार्केट में जाकर सामान को परचेज करेंगे और वहां जाकर डिफरेंट डिफरेंट चीजों को एक्सप्लोर करते हैं और उनकी बहुत सारी स्किल्स वहां पे डेवलप होती है। जैसे उनकी नंबर स्किल सबसे ज्यादा वो बढ़ती है कि उनको मीनिंगफुल काउंटिंग करना आता है। मीनिंगफुल काउंटिंग में क्या होता है, जैसे बच्चा बहुत आराम से सिस्टमेटिक एक काउंटिंग समझ जाता है कि अगर वो वहां गया है तो उसको कितने पैसे अगर हमने दिए हैं तो कितने पैसे उसके पास, उसने जितने का सामान खरीदा है उसके बाद उसके पास कितने पैसे बचे। और उसकी रीजनिंग स्किल, उसके सोचने की जो एक स्किल होती है वो भी डेवलप होती है। बच्चों में टीम वर्क आता है कि वो जब मिलकर जाते हैं और एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट करते हैं तो, और उसके थ्रू वो कैसे मनी ट्रांजेक्शन वहां पे कर रहे हैं तो वो भी वो सीख रहे हैं। सुनकर वो देख रहे हैं कि सामने वाला कैसे उनके साथ बार्गेन कर रहा है, तो वो बार्गेन करके भी बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट वहां पर उनके क्लियर होते हैं। और जैसे कि हम लोग क्लास में खिलाते हैं, हम लोग को एक थीम दे दिया कि कोई गेस्ट आने वाले हैं और उसके लिए हमें पकोड़े बनाने हैं, और तो बच्चे क्या करेंगे, पकोड़े बनाने के लिए मटेरियल परचेज करेंगे। तो बच्चा इसके थ्रू बहुत इजीली मनी कॉन्सेप्ट सीख पा रहे हैं और नंबर रिकॉग्निशन उनको बहुत अच्छे से आ रहा है। थैंक यू।
Hello everyone, this is Pooja Nola and this is Jyoti Nola from NAB Uttarakhand. The topic we are going to present is computational thinking for students with special needs, an experience from NAB. About our organization, National Association for the Blind is a non-profit organization which was established on 23rd September 2003 with an aim to provide quality education to the children with special needs. Our core activities are identification of children with special needs by conducting awareness camps, inclusive education, and for more details, you can visit our website. In association with Vision Empower, we came to know about various city games that are helpful for our students. And these city games not only gain the learning of the students, but also revive their interest in subjects like mathematics. And we have played various city games with the students, such as card games like Go Fish, Race to 27, IC10, etc. And board games like Connect 4, Ludo, Noughts and Crosses, etc. We will discuss two games in detail, that is sorting game and connect game. In sorting game, the material required are balls and different types of beads. We can play this game with two or more number of students. And we conduct this activity with grade 1 and grade 2 separately. At first, we gave 3 balls to each child, in which 2 balls are empty, and in third ball, there are different types of beads and kept in front of the students. And we ask them to collect and put the particular shapes of beads in a particular bowl that is in their left side or in their right side within a limited period of time. And those who sorted the maximum number of beads will be the winner of the game. Variations, and to make this game more complicated, we can add 5 or 6 varieties of beads and allow the child to figure out how many different varieties are there, and the teacher adjusts the time based on the fun and the interest level of the children. These are some pictures of sorting game.
Connect game. In this game, ropes and clips are required. It can be played with 3 or more children. The game is played at 2 levels where they form simple to complex connections. Level 1, where the children will be holding ropes from ends, representing that they are directly or indirectly connected to each other. Situations are provided and children are supposed to answer as to which route they will take if they want to get connected with someone whom they are indirectly connected with. Situations are given, and through play, children answer the alternative routes to the destination and analyze the shortest and the longest route. Next slide, please. Level 2. In this, one child holds one end of the rope and the other child holds the another end of the rope. Clips are fixed on the rope and each clip indicates 5 kilometers. More children are included in the game so as to make the puzzle more complex. A children can hold 2 to 3 ropes at a time. Different questions are asked to them, such as what will be the maximum possible ways to reach at the center at point, and what will be the shortest distance to reach from B to C, and so on. These are some of the glimpses of the Connect game activities where the children answered the questions very effectively. Next. And these are the impacts. As the organization is a residential resource center, children are enrolled in various public and government schools. After conducting activities at the center, the children got benefited and it becomes easy for them to understand the concept or the topic when it was taught at their respective schools. It's a learn with fun-based activity. It enhances reasoning ability. They use strategies to solve the problems. For example, in sorting game, we instruct them to collect the beads. We didn't say them to pick objects with one hand or use both their hands, but some of the students use both the hands to collect maximum number of beads. And these children are able to now work with collections of objects and sort and count and order. And through the Connect game, the children were able to understand the idea of spatial mapping. And Connect game nurture children imagination, as visual impaired students often form vivid mental pictures as they read and listen only. Next slide. Students waited eagerly for the CT game period as they are curious to know what new and exciting games will be played and what new topic is being covered. The students were so much involved in the games that they played these CT games in their free class with their classmates. That's it. Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பெயர் ஆர் ரெஜினா. நான் சிவகங்கை மாவட்டம் திருப்பத்தூரில் உள்ள TELC பார்வையற்றோருக்கான நடுநிலைப் பள்ளியில் ஆசிரியராக பணியாற்றி வருகிறேன். எங்க பள்ளியில ஆல் சப்ஜெக்டையுமே நான் ஹேண்டில் பண்றேன். எங்க பள்ளியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா வாரம் ஒரு நாள் விஷன் எம்பவர் நிறுவனத்தின் மூலம் அந்த CT கேம் நாங்க விளையாடுவோம். அதுல 1 முதல் 5ஆம் வகுப்பு வரை ஒரு குழுவும் 6 முதல் 8ஆம் வகுப்பு வரை மற்றொரு CT அமர்வும் நாங்க வச்சு விளையாடுவோம். கீழ்கண்ட விளையாட்டுகளை நாங்க எங்க பள்ளியில பிள்ளைங்களை வச்சு நாங்க விளையாடி இருக்கோம். இந்த CT விளையாட்டுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா குறிப்பா நான் சமன்பாட்டு விளையாட்டை பத்தி நம்ம பார்க்க போறோம். இந்த விளையாட்டுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த விளையாட்டு அமர்வில் 11 மாணவர்கள் கலந்து கொண்டாங்க. வகுப்பு பாத்தீங்கன்னா 6 முதல் 8 வரையிலான மாணவர்கள். இந்த விளையாட்டிற்கு தேவையான பொருட்கள் என்னன்னா பிரெயில் சீட்டுக்கட்டு, அரேனா விரிப்பான். சீட்டுக்கட்டுல உள்ள அந்த கிங், குயின், ஜோக்கர் அந்த கார்டுகளை நாங்க நீக்கிட்டு மீதமுள்ள கார்டுகளை பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு கொடுப்போம். இந்த பார்வையற்ற மாணவர்கள் அந்த அரேனா விரிப்பான் 4 பக்கமும் அழகா அமர்ந்திருப்பாங்க. ஒவ்வொரு மாணவருக்கும் ரேண்டமா ஒரு 3 கார்டுகள் நாங்க கொடுப்போம். அந்த புகைப்படங்களை நீங்க பாருங்க. இங்க பார்வையற்ற மாணவர்கள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த அரேனா விரிப்பான்ல தங்களுக்கு நேரா உள்ள அந்த பையில கொடுத்த அந்த 3 கார்டுகளை வச்சுக்குவாங்க. மீதமுள்ள கார்டுகள் அந்த அரேனா விரிப்பான்ல உள்ள நடு மத்தியில உள்ள பையில வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும். கொடுக்கப்பட்ட அட்டையில இருந்து மாணவர்கள் எப்படி சமன்பாடுகளை உருவாக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி முயற்சி செஞ்சாங்க. மாணவர்களிடம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த 3 அட்டையில ஏதாச்சும் 2 அட்டையின் எண்ணை கூட்டினாலோ அல்லது கழித்தாலோ அல்லது பெருக்கினாலோ அல்லது வகுத்தாலோ 3வது அட்டையில் உள்ள எண்ணானது கிடைக்கும். எடுத்துக்காட்டு பாத்தீங்கன்னா 5 கூட்டல் 4 = 9, 9 - 4 = 5, 3 பெருக்கல் 2 = 6, 6 வகுத்தல் 2 = 3. மாணவர்கள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா சில பேருக்கு முதல் சுற்றிலே பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு ஈக்குவேஷன் அமையாத மாணவர்கள் 2ஆம் சுற்றுல விளையாடுவாங்க. அப்ப விளையாடுறப்ப எந்த சீட்டுக்கட்டு அவங்களுக்கு தேவைப்படாதோ அந்த சீட்டுக்கட்டை அந்த அரேனா மேட்ல வைக்கும் பொழுது அந்த நம்பரை சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த நம்பரை மென்ஷன் பண்ணும் பொழுது பிள்ளைங்களோட அந்த யோசிக்கும் திறன், நினைவாற்றல் நல்லா இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் ஆகுறத நாங்க அறிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். பிள்ளைங்களும் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷத்தோட விளையாண்டாங்க. இதே மாதிரி அந்த அரேனா மேட்ல வச்சு திருப்பி அடுத்த நம்பர் கார்டு எடுப்பாங்க. அந்த மறைக்கப்பட்டுள்ள சீட்டுக்கட்டுல உள்ள கார்டு எடுத்து அந்த ஈக்குவேஷன் அமையிற வரைக்கும் மாணவர்கள் விளையாடுவாங்க. யாரு அதிக அளவு சீட்டுகள்ல அந்த சமன்பாடை உருவாக்கிறார்களோ அவங்களே வெற்றியாளர்கள்னு கருதப்படுறாங்க. இந்த நாங்க விளையாட்டு விளையாடுறப்ப நாங்க எதிர்கொண்ட சவால்கள் என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, சில மாணவர்கள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த காலில் உள்ள எண்களை வந்து கூட்டுறதுக்கோ அல்லது கழிக்கிறதுக்கோ ரொம்ப சிரமத்தை மேற்கொண்டாங்க. அதை எப்படி நாங்க மாறுதல் செஞ்சோம் அப்படின்னா, மாணவர்களோட அந்த கை விரல்களை வந்து கையை நீட்டி மடக்கி கூட்டல் கழித்தல் செய்யுமாறு நாங்க மாணவர்களுக்கு ட்ரெயின் பண்ணோம். இல்லாட்டினா கூழாங்கற்கள் கிண்ணங்களை வச்சு கூட்டல் கழித்தல் செய்யுமாறு நாங்க வந்து பிள்ளைகள் கற்றுக் கொடுத்தோம். ஆரம்பத்துல சில மாணவர்கள் வந்து கணக்கு பாடம் வந்து ஆர்வம் இல்லாம இருந்தாங்க. அந்த ஆர்வம் இல்லாத மாணவர்கள் மத்தியில வந்து ஒரு போட்டியை உருவாக்கி கரகோஷம் எழுப்பி மாணவர்களை ஊக்கப்படுத்தி அந்த ஆர்வத்தை வந்து நாங்க கொண்டு வந்தோம். நாங்க எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல அந்த சிடி மூலமா விளையாண்ட அந்த விளையாட்டு புகைப்படங்களை இப்ப பாருங்க. எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல நாங்க இந்த சிடி மூலமா ஈக்குவேஷன் கேம் விளையாண்ட ஒரு சிறிய காணொளி உங்கள் முன்னாள்.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உனக்கு 3 கால்ல என்னென்ன நம்பர் வந்திருக்குன்னு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நீ பார்க்கணும். டீச்சர் என்ன சொன்னேன்? நம்பர் சைஸ் தெரிஞ்சவங்க அழகா நீ எடுத்துருவ. தெரியாத ஆளு வந்துச்சா? சூப்பர். எழுந்திருச்சு சொல்லுங்க. சத்தமா சொல்லு. 5 4 9.
இந்த விளையாட்டுல ஏற்பட்ட ஒரு தாக்கம் என்ன அப்படி பாத்தீங்கன்னா, அந்த எளிய கணக்கீடுகளை வந்து மாணவர்கள் வந்து ஈஸியா செஞ்சாங்க. எக்ஸாம்பிள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா 2² = 4 இந்த மாதிரி ஈஸியா எளிமையா அந்த விளையாட்டு மூலமா கத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. இந்த விளையாட்டு மூலம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த பிரெயில் கற்ற எண்களை வந்து நல்லா நினைவுபடுத்த இந்த விளையாட்டு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருந்துச்சு. பிள்ளைங்களோட அந்த மேல் கீழ் உள்ளே வெளியே அந்த பொசிஷனை வந்து அவங்க அறிஞ்சுக்க ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருந்தது. இந்த விளையாட்டு முறையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா மாணவர்களோட கற்றல் வந்து ஒரு ஆர்வத்தை தூண்டுதலா இருந்துச்சு. டெய்லர் ஃப்ரேம்ல எவ்வளவுதான் கணக்கு அவங்க போட்டாலும் இந்த விளையாட்டு முறையில வந்து எளிமையா கத்தாங்க. அவங்க மனக்கணக்குகள் வந்து மிகவும் எளிமையா கத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. இதுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா கணக்கீட்டு சிந்தனை என்னென்ன இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் ஆனாங்கன்னா, வழிமுறைகள் அல்கரிதம், அதுக்கப்புறம் அப்ஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன், அதை எப்படி பிரித்து எடுக்கிறது, அதை எப்படி நுண்மயமாக்குறது அதை கத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. அமைப்புகளை எப்படி உருவாக்கணும் அந்த புரிதல் மாணவர்கள் வந்து எளிமையா கத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. இந்த விளையாட்டின் போது பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு இன்சிடென்ட் இருந்துச்சு. அதை நான் உங்களுக்குள்ள ஷேர் பண்றதை ரொம்ப விரும்புறேன். சமன்பாடு விளையாடுறப்ப இன்டெலிஜென்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து அதிக அளவுல ஈக்குவேஷன் உருவாக்குனாங்க. கொஞ்சம் ஆவரேஜா உள்ள ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்து எளிமையான சமன்பாடுகளை உருவாக்கி நல்லா சந்தோஷமா இருந்தாங்க. அதுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா என் வகுப்பு மாணவி பி காயத்ரி 7ஆம் வகுப்பு படிக்கிறா. அவ எவ்வளவுதான் மற்ற மாணவர்களோட பாத்தீங்கன்னா பேசவே மாட்டா. ஆனா டெய்லர் ஃப்ரேம்ல நாங்க எவ்வளவோ முயற்சி செஞ்சு கூட்டல் கழித்தல் சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் அவ ரொம்ப கஷ்டத்தோட அதை ஒரு வெறுப்பு பாடமா படிச்சா. ஆனாலும் இந்த விளையாட்டு மூலமா சொல்லி கொடுத்ததை அவனை எளிமையா புரிந்து கொண்டு அவளே ஒரு அழகான ஒரு ஈக்குவேஷன் உருவாக்கி பிற மாணவர்களுக்கு வந்து விளக்கினார். அவ வந்து இந்த இப்படி எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றது எனக்கு பார்க்க ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமா இருந்துச்சு. அப்ப இந்த விளையாட்டு மூலமா பார்வையற்ற மாணவர்களும் கணக்குகளை வந்து எளிமையா கத்துக்கிறதுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு தூண்டுதலா இருந்துச்சு என்று நான் உணர்ந்தேன். என் பள்ளிக்கு இந்த சிடி கேமை அறிமுகம் செய்த விஷன் எம்பவர் டீமுக்கும் இந்த சிடி மூலமாக ஈக்குவேஷன் கேம் விளையாடிய பார்த்த சிடி கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் குழுவிற்கும் என் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ டு ஆல்.
ஹலோ டு எவ்ரிவன். நான் சகாய கிருஷ்ணா பேசுறேன். நான் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல் ஃபார் தி விஷுவலி இம்பேர்ட் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இருக்கு. இந்த ஸ்கூல்ல டீச்சரா ஒர்க் பண்றேன். நான் எல்லா சப்ஜெக்ட்டுமே ஹேண்டில் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல 1 to 5th grade வரைக்கும் இருக்காங்க. டோட்டலி 15 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. எங்க ஸ்கூலுக்கு இந்த சிடி செஷன் வந்து வாரத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை வராங்க. இந்த வாரத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை வரனால ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ரொம்ப ஆர்வமா இந்த செஷன் எப்ப வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ரொம்ப ஈகரா வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. இந்த செஷன்ல வந்து நிறைய கேம்ஸ் வந்து சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டு இருந்தாங்க. நிறைய கேம்ஸ் இருந்தாலும் நான் இந்த பிரசன்டேஷன்ல ஒரு கேமை எடுத்து பேச போறேன். அது என்னன்னா ரேஸ் டு 10. இந்த ரேஸ் டு 10 அப்படிங்கிற கேமுக்கு வந்து நான் 15 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வச்சு விளையாண்டேன். இதுக்கு தேவையான பொருள் வந்து சீட்டுக்கட்டு. சீட்டுக்கட்டுங்கிறது நார்மலா நம்ம எல்லாரும் விளையாடுறது தான். ஆனா எங்க குழந்தைங்களுக்காக பிரெயில்ல வந்து இந்த விஷன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தாங்க. இந்த செஷன்ல நாங்க வந்து 3 குழுவா குழந்தைங்களை பிரிச்சு உட்கார வச்சிருவோம். உட்கார வச்சு குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விதிமுறைகளை சொல்லிடுவோம். விதி என்ன அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த கேமுக்கு வந்து 10 வரணும். 10 வந்துட்டா அவங்க வின்னர். 10க்கு மேல போயிட்டா அவங்க வந்து அவுட் ஆயிடுவாங்க. 10க்கு உள்ள, அதாவது 8 இல்ல 9 இருந்தாலுமே அவங்க கேம்ல இருப்பாங்க. 10க்கு மேல 11 போனாலுமே அவங்க அவுட் ஆயிடுவாங்க. இப்படி வந்து கேம் வந்து விளையாண்டோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இதுக்கு வந்து 2 கார்டு கொடுத்து 10 வர வச்சு விளையாட வச்சோம். அப்ப குழந்தைங்க வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. எப்படின்னா அடிஷன் அந்த 10 வரணும் அப்படின்னா இப்ப 5 + 2 கார்டு இருக்கு, 5ல ஒரு நம்பரும் 2ல ஒரு நம்பரும் இருந்தா இன்னும் எத்தனை கார்டு வேணும், அந்த கார்டு எப்ப வரும் அப்படின்னு வெயிட் பண்ணி யோசிச்சு எடுத்தாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து 5, 7 இருக்கு அப்படின்னா எந்த கார்டு போட்டா எந்த கார்டு எடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சு வேணும் வேண்டாங்கிறத செலக்ட் பண்ணி விளையாட ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. அப்ப நாங்க என்ன பண்ணோம், 3 கார்டை கொடுத்து இந்த கேமை விளையாட வச்சோம். அப்ப 3 கார்டை கொடுத்த போதும் குழந்தைங்க ஸ்டார்டிங்ல கொஞ்சம் ஸ்ட்ரகிள் ஆனாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா அவங்க வந்து இந்த மாதிரி எந்த கார்டு எடுக்கணும் எந்த கார்டு எடுக்க கூடாது, வேணும் வேண்டாங்கிறத கரெக்டா யோசிச்சு எடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. இந்த கேம் வந்து நாங்க ரேஸ் 27 வரைக்கும் போகலாம். ஆனா நாங்க சின்ன குழந்தைங்கன்றனால ரேஸ் டு 10 வரைக்கும் விளையாண்டோம். இதுல நிறைய சவால்கள் இருந்துச்சு. அதுல நான் 3 சவாலை சொல்ல விரும்புறேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் குழந்தைக்கு வந்து பிரைல் வாசிக்க தெரியாது. அந்த குழந்தைகளுக்கு வந்து நான் என்ன பண்ணேன்னா கூழாங்கற்களை கொடுத்து வாசிக்க வச்சேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் சீட்டு கட்டுகளை எடுத்தா அதை எப்படி அடுக்கணும் எப்படி பிரிக்கணும்னு தெரியாம இருந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து நீ என்னென்ன கார்டுகளை வலது பக்கமும் எண்ணாத கார்டுகளை இடது பக்கமாவும் வச்சு நீ விளையாடி ஈஸியா இருக்கும்னு சொன்னோம். அவங்களுக்கு ஈஸியா இருந்துச்சு. குழுவுல ஈடுபாடு இல்லாம இருந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து எந்த குழுவுல போனா அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஈஸியா இருக்குமோ, விளையாடுறதுக்கு ஈடுபாடு ஜாஸ்தியா இருக்குமோ அந்த குழுவுல போட்டு அவங்கள ஈஸியா விளையாட வச்சோம். இப்படி சவால்களை வந்து அவங்களுக்கு நிறைய மாறுதல் கொடுத்து விளையாட வச்சோம். இதுதான் எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல நாங்க விளையாண்ட பிக்சர். எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல இருக்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இவங்க. இந்த இன்சிடென்ட்ல இந்த கிளாஸ்ல நான் நடந்த தாக்கத்தை பத்தி சொல்ல விரும்புறேன். நம்ம கார்டு விளையாடுறது அப்படிங்கிறது எல்லாருமே விளையாடுறது தான். ஆனா பிளைண்ட் குழந்தைங்களுக்காக இந்த கார்டு வந்துட்டு பிரைல் வச்சு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அது ரொம்ப ஆர்வத்தை தூண்டுனதா அந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கும் இருந்தது, வில் பவர் கொடுக்கக்கூடியதாகவும் இருந்துச்சு. இதுல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா கூட்டல் கழித்தல் இந்த கார்டு வச்சு விளையாடுறதுனால கூட்டல் கழித்தல் வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு ஈஸியா வர வச்சாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் பிரைல் ரீட் பண்றதுக்கு இந்த கார்டு மூலியமா ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருந்தது குழந்தைங்களுக்கு. சின்ன சின்ன பிரைல் இருக்கிறதுனால அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியா விளையாட முடிஞ்சது. கணக்கு பாடமே இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இல்லாத இருந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கு கூட இந்த கார்டு கேம்னால இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்துச்சு. அதே மாதிரி குழு செயல்பாடுல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இல்லாத குழந்தைங்களுக்கு கூட இப்போ இந்த கேம்னால குழுல நல்லா விளையாட ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. சிடி ஸ்கில்ஸ் கூட இந்த கேம்ல வந்து விளையாட முடிஞ்சிச்சு. என்ன அப்படின்னா இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ண முடிஞ்சது. என்னன்னா அல்காரிதமும் அப்ஸ்ட்ராக்ஷனும். அல்காரிதம் அப்படின்னா விதிமுறைகள், வழிமுறைகளை வச்சு எப்படி விளையாடணும் ஒரு கேம் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கான்செப்டுக்குள்ள கேமுக்குள்ள வர முடிஞ்சது. அப்ஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன் அப்படின்னா எந்த கார்டு நமக்கு வேணும் எந்த கார்டு நமக்கு வேண்டாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து பிரிச்சு எடுத்தாங்க இல்லைங்களா. அந்த மாதிரி வந்து யோசிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு திறனை வந்து இந்த கேம் மூலியமா வர வைக்க முடிஞ்சது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இந்த கேம் மூலியத்துல இருந்து நான் ஒரு இன்சிடென்ட்டை வந்து உங்க கூட ஷேர் பண்ணணும்னு விரும்புறேன். எங்க ஸ்கூல்ல ஒரு குழந்தை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ல இருந்தாங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் குழந்தைங்க அப்படிங்கறதுனால பிரைல் ரீட் பண்ண முடியாதுங்கிறது நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். அப்படி இருக்கும்போது நாங்க அவங்களுக்கு பெபிள்ஸ் கொடுத்து விளையாட வச்சுட்டு இருந்தோம். அப்ப பிரைல் தெரிஞ்ச குழந்தைங்க கூட நாங்க இந்த கார்டு கேம் விளையாடும் போது அந்த குழந்தைங்க நல்லா கவனிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்து நாங்க பாட்டுக்கு கேம் விளையாடிட்டு இருந்தோம். ஒரு 2-3 வாரம் போன அப்புறம் அந்த குழந்தை வந்து என்கிட்ட டீச்சர் நானே இந்த கேமை விளையாடுறேன் எனக்கும் கொடுக்குறீங்களான்னு கேட்கும்போது நான் சொன்னேன் சரி ஓகே விளையாடுமா அப்படிங்கும். அந்த பொண்ணு விளையாடி ஜெயிச்சுட்டாங்க. எப்படிடா நீ ஜெயிச்ச அப்படின்னு கேட்கும்போது நீங்க இந்த கேமை எப்படி விளையாடணும் எதை பார்க்கணும் எதை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் செய்யணும்னு சொல்லி கொடுத்தீங்க. அதை நான் நல்லா கவனிச்சு இன்னைக்கு விளையாண்ட டீச்சர், அதனால நான் வந்து ஜெயிக்க முடிஞ்சதுன்னு சொன்னா. இதுல எனக்கு என்ன ஆச்சரியமா இருந்ததுன்னா எப்படி ஒரு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் குழந்தை வந்து பிரைல் ரீட் பண்ணி ஒரு கேம்ல வின் பண்ற அளவுக்கு வர்றதுக்கு இந்த ஒரு கேம் வந்து ஒரு தாக்கத்தையும் தூண்டுதலையும் வில் பவரையும் கான்சென்ட்ரேஷனையும் மென்டல் கால்குலேஷனையும் எல்லாமே இந்த கேம் கொடுத்துச்சு அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஆச்சரியம் வந்து எங்களுக்கே இருந்துச்சு. இந்த இன்சிடென்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப எஃபெக்டிவாகவும் இருந்தது. இதை நான் உங்க கூட ஷேர் பண்ணணும்னு விரும்புறேன். இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு செஷனை வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்த இந்த விஷன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் ட்ரஸ்ட்டுக்கும் இப்போ இந்த செஷன் வந்து எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்றதுக்கு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் மூலியமா எங்களுக்கு சொல்றதுக்காக இந்த வாய்ப்பை கொடுத்த இந்த டீமுக்கும் ஐ எம் வெரி தேங்க்ஃபுல் டு. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Inclusion.
Right, so that was a wrap on the pre-recorded presentations. We have one presentation in person
And I would like to welcome Renuka and Nalini from the School of Scholars, Nagpur, to make their presentation, please. If you could perhaps keep it to about 6 minutes, that would be lovely. Thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renuka Shivsagar. Good evening, all. And my name is Mrs. Nalini Rajpujan. We are very glad to present the paper on use of city skill in helping visual impairment. Before presenting, I would like to thank CTiS and NGS team who guided us and given us opportunity to present the paper. So today, we are here to present the innovation made by our students of School of Scholars Bebras in ATL Lab. ATL Tinkering Lab is a central government of India initiative to create an environment and scientific temperament, innovation, creativity among students. Under the community outreach program, students of class 8 visited blind school of Bebras village, where they observed the problems faced by visually impaired people. Next one. While doing this project, students followed the steps of computational thinking and innovated the project, the third eye. Students identified the problem, then brainstorming to decompose the problem, then by recognizing the pattern of problem, design thinking of solution was made. Next. While visiting the blind school, students observed that various equipments which are specially designed to help the people, such as braille script, braille displays, tape recorders, watch, white cane, different colored and patterned tiles on the footpaths were seen. The above observation ensures that there is availability of many equipments for the obstacles on ground level, but if the obstacles come in their path above ground level, these people cannot feel and detect it. Hence, to overcome this, students adopted a systematic approach and designed the model, the third eye. The innovation will help the blind people to navigate with speed and confidence by detecting the nearby obstacle using the help of ultrasonic waves and notify them with buzzer sound. They only need to wear this device as a goggle. We are very glad to achieve the recognition of the same during the Atal Mega Event competition held at Nagpur on 17 Jan 2020. Our project, The Third Eye, won first prize at Mega Event, and our students were felicitated by hand by Chintan Vaishnav, Director of Atal Innovation. Now I would like to hand over the mic to my colleague. Thank you, Renuka ma'am. So, to identify the problems of visually impaired, a student surveyed to more issues faced by them, and their observations ensure that availability of many equipments for them to study and for independent movement, but still there are limitations in their usage. For example, white canes are effective for detecting obstacles at ground level, but if obstacles above ground level cannot be detected and posing a significant challenge. Obstacle detection at eye level is even more of a bigger challenge. So our project began by exploring technological designs in ATL lab that could assist blind people in obstacle detection. Various models were also considered as like stick, a cap, or incorporating sensors into goggles. So here, the process of abstraction and evaluation transformed the whole way of thinking about the resolution of the given problem, and students adopted a systematic approach to problem solving and focused on designing a prototype for this solution. Next, this is the circuit diagram made by our students to make this project. Next. To explore the solution for visually impaired individuals, teachers conducted brainstorming session to address the challenges faced by visually impaired people. They also conducted blindfolded game for the students for better comprehension about their experiences and to gain empathy. These discussions propose various ideas such as blind stick and blind cap for visually impaired, but to enhance, but to ensure convenience, the teacher and students collaborated and developed the third eye. Next. Here some innovative solutions are, students already worked with blind cap and blind stick for these people, but these projects were done earlier in ATL lab. So to address obstacle at eye level, the students designed a third eye. Next. So while working on this project, the third eye, students face many challenges like availability of similar solutions, sometimes adjustment range problem, connectivity issue, sometimes sensor was not working properly, like this. But students' efforts brought success. Next. So our students use Arduino Uno board, active buzzer, glasses, jumping tables, ultrasonic sensor to make this project. Last, the impact. So making prototype is physical computing, and without computational thinking, it's not possible. So through this project, student gains empathy and awareness about identifying and understanding the challenge faced by visually impaired community. It enhanced the problem solving ability and they learned the CTiS skills. So at last, the value in learning, CTiS skills are pretty evident with how much important technology for us. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for your wonderful presentation and also for downloader carding. So if you have any questions for the presenters who are present in person, I'm not sure if there are colleagues who can take questions in the room, but we may have time for a quick question or comment from anybody. Well, the CTiS website does have the details of the organizations, and then there is a Google search there. Yes. Thank you. And indeed, if any of you would like to get in touch with any of the presenters for follow-up conversations apart from right here at the conference, the details should be easy to find, and we'd like to welcome all of you on Zoom as well. But I'm sure you're welcome to reach out to them directly or also get in touch with either the CTiS organizers or folks at CS Pathshala. So, all right, so as a CS Pathshala volunteer and on behalf of the audience here, and I'm sure on behalf of organizations like ACM India and other partners, I'd just like to express my deep appreciation for all the important and difficult work that you all are doing in the space of CP and inclusion. It's really admirable and extremely inspiring. So can we have a huge round of applause? Now it's over to Bebras.
Thank you. So we have the first session is about the Bebras challenge. So just to give a little background, so Bebras is an international computational thinking challenge, which indeed we have been participating in for about 4 years now, since 2019. So the way it's organized is that there is a pool of questions which are created by different people from different countries, and each country chooses a subset of these questions. These are simple, you can think of them as simple puzzles which are based on principles related to computing at different age groups. So they're primary school to high school. And in the Indian context, these are also translated into local languages and then they're administered through the schools. So these are now two presentations relating to experiences with administering the Bebras challenge in the Indian context. So I first call upon Vayu Manohar Dalvi from Sri Mahalsa Narayan High School in Karnal, Goa. So the same rules apply, 6 minutes, and you have these cards to tell you. Yeah. But please try to take your time because we have to finish with the session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Mayur Manohar Dravi. I work as computer teacher at Sri Mahalsa Narayan High School, Verna, Goa. Today, I am going to present on introducing Bebras challenge to enhance computational thinking in school. Bebras was new to us, so firstly, it was new to me also. So we started giving training to our students to teach them how to approach to this challenge. There is a path to go through this challenge. Okay. We also tried introducing this challenge as puzzles to engage the student and incorporate fun into learning process. Next. Okay. As a teacher, we sometimes often go on teaching our concepts without considering whether the child is with us or not. Or sometimes we need to cover our portion and we take 2 or 3 lectures continuously. And to make the children free, we give them 5 to 10 minutes break. But does that 5 to 10 minutes break help the children to charge up their brain for the next session? Not necessary. So we started integrating Bebras challenge during this class lecture. So how do we do it? By suppose it is a math, so we select appropriate challenges aligned with the lecture topic. Suppose if we are teaching indices, we have one challenge where whenever you click photos, the butterflies is half the number. Okay, so similarly, there are different challenges which are assigned to different topics. So we can select that challenges. Presenting the challenge during the lecture is the one thing. Or sometimes we can do is at the end of the lecture we can give the challenge so that by that time the next teacher will come, they will be fully charged up with the activity. Okay. We can give the challenge as individual task or group option. To make it more interesting, we also set up a time limit for the completion of the task. Facilitating discussion. So just giving task is not important. So we do sharing approaches, strategies and solutions. Means everyone have different strategies or approaches to one problem. So we share each of our strategies. Encouraging collaboration and communication. Comparing different approaches, discussing reasons behind the solution. Next. What are the benefits for the students? It helps in active learning environment, motivational to think critically and problem solving, application of knowledge in real world scenarios, enhanced understanding of the subject matter. And how do it benefit teachers? Increase student engagement, improve classroom dynamics, facilitates a deeper understanding of students' progress. Next. Challenges. One significant challenge we faced was that our students struggled to read the long questions in the challenges, which affected their scores in the exam. So, although there were options to answer exams in different languages, but it still gave us a problem. So we just suggest that there should be a text-to-speech button for the challenges to aid student comprehension and improve their scores. Because our students are from migrant areas and they know to apply the logic, but they have difficulty in reading the whole question and understanding. So we suggest that aid. Next. Impact. Yes, the introduction of Bebras challenge positively impacted our students' computational thinking skills. The challenge also helped improve our students' performance in test and exam. Even one of our students, Master True Winner, stand third at national level, and he was facilitated by the Honorable CM Dr. Pramod Sawant. Previous slide. We measured the impact of conducting this challenge systematically studies to collect feedback from students, teachers, and parents. These are next slide. These are some graph. Next slide. What feedback we got from teachers, parents, and also students. Next. 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 And lastly, I would like to thank Ma'am Sonia for mentoring me throughout this journey, and also Saish Gandhi sir, who forced me to write this abstract. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for also being on that. So the second presentation is going to be mainly by Subramanian Rao. This is an interesting presentation about how Bebras challenge has been taken to a large group of schools involving tribal children in mainly Odisha, I believe. So I think there will be some background and then the presentation, so there will be a combination.
Thank you. Good afternoon everyone. Myself Subramanian Rao. मैं ओडिशा से हूँ. तो मैं एज ए टीचर काम कर रही हूँ एस्पेर एनजीओ में, जो कि टाटा स्टील फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलके काम करता है. तो टोटली जो बेब्रास चैलेंज आया था 204 स्कूल में ओडिशा में काम हुआ था, जिसमें 5064 चिल्ड्रन इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किए थे. तो पहले मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बोलना चाहूंगी. तो जब सिटी चैलेंज आया था तो मुझे लगा, जो मैंने पहले उसको पढ़ा तो मुझे लगा कि जो मैं कंपटीशन जो एग्जाम दे रहा हूँ तो उसमें जो नॉन वर्बल रीजनिंग आता है, तो मैंने सोचा कि वो है. तो धीरे धीरे मैं जब उसको बार बार पढ़ने लगी और उसमें मैं एक पैटर्न ढूंढने का कोशिश की कि क्या इसमें कोई फॉर्मूला आदमी होता है. तो धीरे धीरे जब मैं रेगुलर इसको 2-3 बार पढ़ा तो मेरा जो कंफ्यूजन क्लियर हुआ और मुझे ये पता चला कि इसके लिए कोई प्रायर प्रिपरेशन की जरूरत नहीं है. तो हम सिंपली उसका इंस्ट्रक्शन फॉलो करके और उसको कर सकते हैं. तो जैसे कि मैंने बोला, मेरे लिए न्यू थे, इस तरह हमारे जो बच्चे थे स्कूल के, उनके लिए भी बहुत न्यू थे क्योंकि उनका आउट ऑफ सिलेबस था. तो जब मैंने टास्क बच्चों के साथ किया तो पहले बच्चों को कुछ समझ में नहीं आया. उससे वो जो पिक्चर दिया था जो टास्क में, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पिक्चर था. जैसे कि एक था डांसिंग ड्रेस, डांसिंग डॉल, जैसे कि हम इधर शो कर रहे हैं. तो पिक्चर देख के बच्चों का जो इंटरेस्ट लेवल बहुत बढ़ गया था. तो धीरे धीरे वो टास्क को समझने की कोशिश किए. तो पहले जैसे कि मैंने उनको सिटी चैलेंज के बारे में पूछा तो उनको भी उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था, तो वो लोग थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हुए थे. तो मैं जब टास्क उनको इंडिविजुअली करने को दिया तो उनको थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी हुआ, इसलिए मैंने उनको ग्रुप में छोटा छोटा ग्रुप में डिवाइड किया था, जिससे वो आपस में बात करके इजीली टास्क कर सकते हैं. लेकिन हमारा जैसे कि थोड़ा जो डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का कमी है, इसीलिए बच्चे चार्ट पेपर में बहुत सारी ड्राइंग बना के ग्रुप में वो करते थे. जैसे कि हम कुछ जो चार्ट पेपर्स बाहर भी लगाए हैं, तो यू कैन एक्सप्लोर दिस. तो जैसे कि जब बच्चे जो ड्राइंग्स करना स्टार्ट किए तो बच्चे का जो इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया था उसको डिवाइड कर करके तोड़ तोड़ के उसको पैटर्न को ढूंढने का कोशिश किए, उसको किए. और जो बच्चे थोड़ा ज्यादा समझ पा रहे थे, वो जो दूसरे बच्चे थे उनको हेल्प किए, क्लास को लीड करके उनको समझाए. नेक्स्ट. तो इधर हम सब पिक्चर शेयर किए हैं, जैसे कि बच्चे खुद ड्राइंग बना के उसको एंजॉय करके कर रहे हैं, जिसलिए उनको टास्क बहुत अच्छे से समझ आया, उनको इजी हो गया करना. तो एक टास्क आया था जो स्टिकर कलेक्शन का, उसको बच्चे खुद स्टिकर बना के उसको ग्रुप एक्टिविटीज किए थे और एक आया था लाखों वाला, उसको किए थे, और एक जो था वो टास्क जो था मेज वाला, तो वो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हुआ था, तो बच्चे उसको फ्लोर एक्टिविटी भी किए थे। तो जो रंगोली लाके फ्लोर में उसको ड्राइंग करके फिर कौन सा स्टेप, एक स्टेप चल के किधर जाएंगे, पूरा प्रैक्टिकली बेसिस में हम लोग जो सिटी चैलेंज को किए थे। तो इसलिए बहुत इजी हुआ हमारे लिए, और बच्चों का जो इंटरेस्ट पहले जैसे कि उनको कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो ड्राइंग के साथ करने लगे तो उनको बहुत इजी हुआ। नेक्स्ट, इधर हम और भी थोड़ा पिक्चर्स दिए हैं जो कि बच्चे कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, तो चैलेंजेस जैसे कि बोला, मेन चैलेंजेस था हमारा डिवाइस, डिजिटल डिवाइस का। तो इतने सारे बच्चों को एक चार्ट पेपर में या कोई दिखाना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो रहा था, इसलिए हम चार्ट पेपर में जिसे अभी दिखा रही थी वो करे, जिसलिए थोड़ा इजी हुआ। और एक जैसे बोला कि हम इंडिविजुअली, जब इंडिविजुअली करने को दिया था तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी का सामना किए थे, लेकिन जब ग्रुप में किए, जो बच्चे पार्टिसिपेट बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे थे कि स्कूल में ऐसे बहुत बच्चे होते हैं जो सिर्फ पीछे बैठते रहते हैं, लेकिन जब ग्रुप एक्टिविटीज किए तो वो लोग भी इस टास्क में इन्वॉल्व हो पाए, जो कि एक बहुत अच्छा अचीवमेंट है हमारे लिए। तो और एक बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, इस टास्क को नॉट ओनली मैं और मेरे बच्चे नहीं, उनका पेरेंट्स और कम्युनिटीज में भी ये टास्क बहुत इन्वॉल्व हो पाया, क्योंकि जब हम ये टास्क किए थे तो बच्चे जाके उनको, उनका पेरेंट्स, उनका फ्रेंड्स, तो सबके साथ ये टास्क को डिस्कस किए। तो मेरे पास बहुत सारा फोन कॉल्स पे आया था उनका पेरेंट्स का कि मैम ये क्या है, तो हमारा आउट ऑफ सिलेबस है, हमारे लिए भी न्यू है, लेकिन बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है क्योंकि बच्चे आके घर में भी बोल रहे हैं कि मैम एक कुछ नया है। तो ये चीज का बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट हुआ। और जो जैसे कि बोला कि मैथमेटिक्स में जब बच्चों को कुछ बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है तो बच्चे छोड़ देते थे, लेकिन जब ये सिटी चैलेंज के दौरान बच्चे उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश किए, थोड़ा बिग जो प्रॉब्लम्स को छोटे छोटे करने की कोशिश किए। और जो बच्चे शाय और क्वाइट स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, ज्यादातर नहीं बोल रहे थे, वो बच्चे भी बोलने लगे, और एक बहुत अच्छा ग्रुप वर्क और टीम उनके बीच डेवलप हुआ। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट मैं चाहती हूँ सांत्वना मैम थोड़ा हमारे, नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सांत्वना, ये बेब्रास चैलेंज हम 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो चल रहा है उसमें ये बेसिकली हमने पूरे ट्राइबल बेल्ट में किए हैं, जो हमारे बहुत चैलेंज था और बहुत खुश भी हम हुए थे। जैसे 240 चिल्ड्रन टीचर यहाँ पर शामिल हुए थे और 5065 बच्चों के साथ हम मीट किए थे बहुत शॉर्ट टाइम में, जो एक बड़ा अचीवमेंट है। और ये हम जो हमारा प्रोजेक्ट में भी इतना बड़ा है, हम 6000 से जो 49 स्कूल है वहाँ पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और नेक्स्ट जो हम ट्राई करेंगे, जो बच्चों का जो डेवलपमेंट हम देखे अभी इन दौरान, उनको सारे बच्चों के पास कैसे पहुंचा जाएगा उसके ऊपर काम करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you. So we have another short session and then we will take questions for both sessions at the end. So the next session is on CTiS and sustainability. There will be 2 presentations. One is in person and one will be a recorded presentation. The first in-person presentation is by Smita Rani from Chennai, and she's going to talk about garbage management, teaching garbage management.
Actually, this traffic light starts here is, putting me under pressure. So, actually, I'm Smita Rani from Chennai Vidyalaya Tripura, Kochi, Kerala, and I'm a science teacher. This is my school. Next slide, please. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk on the topic CTiS sustainability. And actually, I had a plan to play this advertisement. Those who have not seen, please go through this. This is an advertisement by Tata Tea, and it's a very good advertisement. You should watch it actually. So don't miss it. After the session, please go and watch this. Please, next slide, please. So I'm going to teach. It's on my topic is teaching garbage management using computational thinking to middle school students. So being a science teacher, I was using computational thinking. Next slide. Yeah. So actually, we know that garbage disposal is very significant as far as the environment and the human life is concerned. And it is very crucial to educate the students on how we have to dispose the different disposal methods as well as what are the consequences of the improper disposal. And there the computational thinking is being used because it's a structured approach where the issue of the garbage, the complex issue is being solved by breaking into the smaller steps. And I think it enabled my students to analyze, design, and implement the innovative solutions to do the garbage management challenges in future. Next slide. Yeah. So the class started with the brainstorming, that is, what is garbage and where does it goes when we throw it away, and what happens if it is not disposed safely. So actually, the students were introduced to a real world problem. Next slide. Yeah, so actually, I just wanted to tell you a story, but due to the time constraint, I'm not doing that too. Actually, you're unlucky. So actually, yeah. Yes, actually, the garbage management is decomposed into different components like waste sorting, categorization. The different components are being described in the story. And from that picture, it is for that story I have inserted it actually. And the food, I took two marriages where lunch and dinner I had from the same marriage. So there, same marriage in the sense, the bride and the groom were neighbors. That was it, okay. So the lunch I had from the bride's house and the dinner I had from the groom's house, where it was served in the there I was able to introduce the degradable and non-degradable topic to the students. Next slide, please. Yes. So here I asked the students to collect the different types of garbage that is commonly seen around. Okay? And then I divided my students into different groups, and they were asked to identify the different types of waste based on the differences and similarities. That is the food waste and the waste from the plants and animals. As we all know that they are degradable, and the plastic and the glass are non-degradable ones. So that topic has been introduced there. And the students were also asked what happens if you're not properly disposing whatever it is, whether it is a degradable or a non-degradable waste. Next slide, please. And then we have to teach them that how these waste materials need to be processed. So there, the degradable ones are being converted to compost, and that stepwise process, the plastic bottles that is being received by them, they're sorted by them, it is used for making compost. That is the degradable ones, sorted degradable materials are being introduced into this plastic bottles, and there we converted them into compost. And that has been taught there. So the students understood the steps in the compost making in plastic bottles. Next slide. And again, the children that showed that not only the plastic bottles, we can do it in different ways, that is in the pits or earthen pots or whatever can be used according to the space available. We can make compost, but and again the videos of vermicompost are being shown in this through the smart class. And the students were encouraged to set bins and compost bins at home for their garden plants, and they were also told that you can make money out of compost making, and they were told about the online marketing and all those things. And my students were so enthusiastic in knowing that. This next slide, please. So they understood the importance of waste management and the steps, and they also got the process of the degradable. The waste can be sorted into degradable and non-degradable, and the compost made from the degradable waste. We have got the bottle gardens in my classroom. We made use of the compost that we have made, and the bottles, sorted out bottles were converted to bottle gardens in the classroom. That is the recycle and reuse of the non-degradable materials. Like plastic bottles are used as planters for setting the bottle gardens in the classroom. Next slide. And of course, the follow-up discussions happened, and it reinforced the students. And actually, the learning by doing, it created a happy learning inside the classroom. You can see the happiness in the face of my children. They are very happy and enthusiastic posing for the photo also. And the hands-on activities, they are exposing the students to the, they were making them, empowering them to become a positive change in their community. Next slide, please. And the impacts, yes, they understood the importance of sustainable practices and they have changed themselves to the use of paper bags and cloth bags. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. And also they developed a positive attitude and behaviors for that. And they have separated, they understood the importance of separating the waste and how that should be treated. And the most, we have seen this child setting a compost bin at home. And the other slide is the plastic bottle compost in a polythene, in a bag. It's in the agro bag, a plant is being kept and the compost is made at home. The plastic bottle compost is made at home. And the next thing is very interesting. Earlier, the students had got a practice of buying water bottles every year, plastic water bottles. But now they have shifted to the steel water bottles. And once again, I thank you to this team of our Pathshala group for giving us this water bottle today. And I'll be carrying it to my classroom to show my students a story what happened for my absence in the class for the students. Okay, so here is the conclusion. As we are not teaching to the students, it's going to have a long-term impact. It's not something that we are going to do it for the future. They are doing it right now. So they are going to grow into responsible adults. And of course, their knowledge and behaviors, they're contributing to the society, a sustainable society, by reducing the waste, they're conserving the resources, and also preserving the nature for the future generations. Next slide. So the goal of life is living in agreement with nature. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
So the last presentation is actually a recorded one. It will be by Sunita Moria and Namrata Moria from School of Scholars now. So after this we will take questions. Oh, you will be present, but you will be okay.
Share karo. Video. Sir, video no. You have to share, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Namrata Moria from School of Scholars, Belpuri, Nagpur. As my partner could not make it to come here, he was having some course in Bangalore, so we are presenting on video. So let's watch.
Hello everyone, I am Namrata Morir and I'm Sunita Moria. It's a pleasure to present our paper in this 5th conference on computational thinking in school. Our main theme is computational thinking and sustainability, and the topic of our work is adaptability and accessibility in school for all. We integrated CT in our school in the subject computer and mathematics in the year 2017-18. Then in 2019-21, we started to implement in other subjects like science and languages. Even we applied CT beyond the scholastic areas to develop the problem-solving skill from year 2022. We strongly believe that CT is the first step towards innovation. And I think everyone will agree to the point that innovation with empathy always creates a sustainable environment and also help us to achieve SDG goals. As for the NEP and NCF, CT is one of the key of 21st century skills. So, let us see how our students applied computational thinking in this project. We completed this project in 4 steps. Step number 1 is familiarization with computational thinking and sustainability. Here, the student have to make a video on what they understood based on the term accessibility, adaptability, and computational thinking. Then they were asked to explain any one day-to-day activity as an example where computational thinking is applicable. The next statement is defining the problem statement. Here, the student have to identify the pain area and then define a problem statement. In this step, students follow survey method. They interviewed their peers and teachers. After reviewing all the collected data or the responses, they picked up some of the common connected points like distraction of the students in a classroom, visibility issues, and classroom management for effective outcome. After connecting all these issues, we reached to our problem statement, that is, how to create a classroom which is accessible for all. Once the problem statement is set, student decompose the problem into smaller part and start working to get a solution, like need of modification, why and where, areas of modification, where and how many models need to modify. As you see, there is in image 1, our classroom image, we see all the desks and benches is of the same level. And student thought of, if we create a staircase arrangement in the current classroom, they can able to solve the problem. So let's see what steps they have taken or what ideas and solutions they tried to achieve it. There were some proposed ideas given by the students. As you can see, the first one is hydraulics-based furniture, and the second, adjustable furniture. They discussed the same with the drawing teacher as well as the carpenter of the school and even the mentor of the project. So they concluded that in hydraulics-based furniture, it will be a costly, and for adjustable furniture, they will lose the strength. So they dropped the idea and they come up with the third idea, that is to put the angle holders at the base of the furniture. So for that also, they thought of giving the different heights, first level, the 0 level, then first level and the second level, varying from 3rd to 5 inches. And the second they thought was the leg attachments. Then they compared. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. The full angle holders were costly, but that they will give the more strength to the base of the furniture. But leg attachments were cheaper, but then it will not be so strong. So this is the front view, which is looking like stair-like arrangement. This is the side view. As you can see, earlier our classroom, same bench, all height same. And the second is somewhat similar to what they have decided. And then the stair-like arrangement. Now, they even thought that if the school is ready to purchase the new furniture, they will design. And then they have given the design where the footrest as well as the height of bench and desk can be adjusted. They applied the same for the podium height adjustment, so that the podium will be also used by all level students, all age groups. They can use the podium simultaneously. So let's talk about the impact. So after practicing computational thinking in this project, students learn to analyze data to frame a problem statement. Second, students use systematic approach to design and develop the model. Third, students are able to find multiple solutions for a problem and select the best one. Students also develop a prototype design for sustainable solution by using the reasoning skill as well as a computational thinking. So here we conclude that CT was learned by these students from many years. They are in 9th now, and from 6th they were learning CT. And now they're able to apply it on this project and use the problem solving techniques and reach to the solution. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so can we have all the presenters in the previous two sessions from the Bebras and from the sustainability session? And anybody who has any questions, this is the time to ask. First, yeah, maybe we should thank them for the opportunity.
First.
We have only 3 presenters. Yeah, okay. That is one of the new. So, Ms. Regina. Ms. Renuka, she's. This is Nalini.
New then. Smita Moria. Amrita Moria.
We have more time outside. Snacks also, which is fascinating. And more importantly, there are exhibits, so please do hang out and check it out. For those of you who didn't have enough of the Science Activity Center yesterday, can you go back to you? Yesterday, the Science Activity Center is just further down. You have to walk across. It's a wonderful place to be. So welcome to check that out as well.
And tomorrow we are at 8:30 a.m. conference dinner at 7:30 p.m. back in the place where we met. But abhi tonight. Abhi chai nashta. Science Activity Center, exhibits, conference dinner, and tomorrow morning 8:30 a.m. Thank you so much. I hope all of you had a great day. Yes.
Don't take any.
Come on.